We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, and deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing
emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na-na-na-na-na, 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 na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na, 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 na-na-na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. wish you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
Welcome, one and all, to the kickoff of week number 7 here in the LPL. I am Mazel, joined by Ox, who is sweltering under the heat of the European sun. But we are here, and it is a wonderful Monday night. I am so excited just to get a kickoff of week 7, but also a little bit sad that we've already made it this far, Ox.
Yep, I feel like the sun is starting to set on the regular season. Unfortunately for me, I have a window to my left, and the sun is rising and blasting me. So,
Opposites
as
there.
you
I don't know the
said,
synergy.
it is hard. It is very hard, but we have some hot games coming up as well. So looking forward to them. You know, as you said, late in the split, and I feel like at this point, you know, games start to feel like they matter even more when you start to see where teams are ending up, and there's such a discrepancy between the top of the ladder and the bottom. It really feels like every game is going to count for some teams.
And we did have some games that counted yesterday, some bangers. We did have a full night of games. That means 9 games in the LPL night, more than any other region around the world. And now we get to see that OMG take a win over FPX. They stop the Flaming Phoenix. LGD do unfortunately fall, but Ultra Prime picking up a 2-1 victory. That is huge in terms of trying to push them up a little bit towards the late season. And then, what else can be said? B5 streak comes to an end at the hand of Weibo, at the hand of the Shy, and Rookie feeling a little bit bad after that one.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 series, hugely important in terms of standings. Teams are close together. You know, like the win from Ultra Prime over LGD slingshots them ahead and really hurts LGD's chances. And OMG stopping FPX win streak. But, you know, I could talk about those first 2 series for as long as I want, Rizal. That third one was such a banger. The Shy's absolutely on form there, going up against his old teammate Rookie and managing to end V5's undefeated streak. They're still atop the table. They are still leading in game score, because remember, they'd only dropped 2 games before this.
Yeah.
They dropped 2 individual games to RNG and AL. And so for Weibo to not only take a game, but to take the whole series, humongous achievement for them. And it has allowed Weibo to pull their way a little bit back up the standing. Because bear in mind, even after beating V5, Weibo are still 7th, right? So a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, and it makes that top trio a little bit scarier. Obviously, JDG, TS wanting to pick up as many game differentials as they can. 2-0s will help them in that regard to try to catch up to V5. But as the season is rounding out, right, that top tilt is going to be so crucial to keep an eye out. But it's also, you know, the continuation of the blob, right? We have 4 teams at 6 wins. We have a couple at 5, and it's right, everybody's neck and neck. Those you know, 4 to 10 spots are always going to be really fun to watch. But we'll have to keep an eye out as the week rolls on, as week number 7 kicks off. But before we get into week number 7, we got some awards to give out. As it is the kickoff day of the next week, we have the honor of displaying our best of the weeks. And now we see the top team of the week, if you would put it together with players. We have the Shy in the top lane, Tien in the jungle, Knight in mid lane, Jackie Love, of course, in the bottom lane for ADC, and tried and true Ming.
Yeah, I think ultimately the performance coming out from Top Esports against EDG doing a lot for them to land this, really securing that spot at the top in that big 3. But Shy, I mean, single-handedly, this man carried some of those games against V5. Such a humongous performance. And we all know what the Shy is capable of, but when he does bring out that 1v9 gameplay, it's pretty insane. You can even see solo kills per game at 2.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Like, you know, there are players who will have like 7, 8, 9, 10 solo kills, and that'll be like a decent number. This dude gets... It's mind-blowing.
And he also dethroned Shanji from his multiple week pickups of the top side matchup. But it is continuing the top side. Apparently, we got a lot of good top laners in the LPL. Whoever knew? Best rookie of week number 6. It was Top Esports Wayward.
And you know I'm happy with this Mazel. Right? Wayward. The absolute Chad dropping emotes on his opponents. Well deserved of doing this. And it's still crazy to think, you know, he is a rookie. This is his first year in the LPL. Really looks at home on Top Esports, and it's such a pivotal piece in their success.
Still, just every time I start thinking about the top lane pool that we have in the LPL, it gets scary. But then you think about every other position in the LPL, it gets scary. And none other than the man with the magical hand. We got the Shy in top lane, picking up best player of week number 6.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any doubt on this one, then you just need to watch that series against V5, and that's it. That's all you need. That's all you need to be sold on why this guy is the best player of week 6, 100% deserving, and once again took down the undefeated team. There were question marks. Would V5 continue to go undefeated for the whole split? Would Top Esports be able to stop them in week 10? Well, we got our answer early, and the Shy said no.
That's it. That was the answer. It was just no. When you beg the question of what is life, what is the meaning of, the Shy's answer is always no, for at least getting a win for V5. Anyways, it is looking at today's schedule, right? The kickoff of week number 7. We are kicking it off all with Team WE still begging, searching, pleading for that first series win of the split. AL continuing to push in that clump, that 6-win spot that we were talking about in the rankings. And then we have IG in a very different trajectory than their opponents today, JDG.
Yeah, and as much as, these look like two series with heavy favorites, I 100% agree with that statement. This is really important for WE and IG because at this point, we normally talk about 8-8 being the scoreline to just make it into playoffs. It's not like a mathematical certainty that if you lose 9 series, you're out, but it does start to become very tenuous. You're relying on other teams dropping certain games, certain series to get you there. So the fact that both IG and Team WE have 8 losses, if they lose their series today, things look really bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, they already look rough, but it starts to become a big question mark whether they can even mathematically make playoffs after this point. And if they go down to 10 losses, I think it's pretty much a given that they aren't going to be able to make it. So, big challenges for them. Obviously, AL will be performing super well. JDG, despite the upset to FPX, have won every other series, although they do a bit of happy game in that game too. But yeah, WE and IG, it's
no
now
more
or
of that.
never.
The game differential is key here. I don't know, man. We got to get those 2 O's out of here. But we also got to get to our first series of the night. It is WE versus Anyone's Legend. As I had said, WE still searching for that first series win. We've seen them strike blood occasionally on their opponents, but it's for me, them needing to reminisce a little bit, maybe bring back the memory, maybe go back to a simpler time of spring when they were able to 2-0 AL in the last week of the season, in regular season at least.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing is that WE and AL were lower in the standings in spring. It felt like, WE definitely a lot lower in 15th, although actually it was only one series win that separated them. It was only 2 places. So, it felt like it was more, but really these teams were neck and neck. And this series was a big reason why AL was pulled down and unable to make it towards playoffs. But yeah, WE managed to take this, and we've seen a big glow up from AL in summer. But that was not the case in spring.
Yeah, and obviously Shie in here at the time in spring, but the entire AL roster is still the same, still the carryover here. But you could see some of the back and forthness that this series had, which I expect a lot of today between these two teams. Which that's where I was like, maybe bring some back, some of those good memories, and seeing if you can pull out any of that reminiscent gameplay.
And that's the thing is that I feel like even in summer, WE have had some good games. It's just, it hasn't been good series is a problem. Like they took a game of RNG, they had some early games where they challenged JDG just this last week, but it just feels like close now hasn't been their thing. Whereas, as much as they didn't have a fantastic performance in spring, they showed that against a team like AL, spring was enough for them to close out, for them to find that advantage and find that win. And they need to be recreating that today. There is no other way to spin it.
There is, and they're going to have to find a way because Anyone's Legend on the other side been so impressive this split in terms of, obviously not top 3. Oh my God, they're going to win the split. But to see the level up, to see the growth from spring where they were looking promising to now in summer where we're actually seeing them be able to be a forefront in terms of how we see gameplay work out successfully in the LPL. And a big part of that comes for Anyone's Legend from the bottom lane. It comes from Betty and Chocho and the Chad gameplay that just seems to emanate from these two guys.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these have been such a strong duo. We've seen them play things like the Lucian Nami, we've seen Chocho lean on some enchanters, but I love this team where they're playing things that are aggressive. Kalista Amumu just feels like such a good fit. Chocho even saying Amumu, one of his favorite champions, just because you have that such strong engage potential. And in the laning phase, they will challenge you. They will look to find advantages. And then after the laning phase, I feel like Betty is a fantastic team fighter, and Chocho will just put his body on the line to find engages to make it work for the team.
think that's the funniest part is seeing them work together, right? It's not only the individual skill, which obviously you could look on paper and say, you know, with the likes of Viper and Mako in the league, oh, who are Betty and Chocho, but it's so funny to see them and how they work together, right? A lot of times in lane playing with aggressiveness, but Chocho getting out of the roam, getting involved with the team, and still checking back in with Betty, making sure that Betty's aggression is also utilized.
Yeah, and we have this, this is fantastic kick from Xiaohao, but just the aggression of the team as a whole, willing to follow in on this play. And look, Chocho actually flashes over the wall so that Betty can yank him in with the Calista ult and he can follow up on this play, and then goes in a straight line that would connect with Yukal, or when Yukal flashes, still hits the Alistair. So just excellent play.
And this one was after another flash play from Chocho. He flashes, or actually gets bandit toss onto the minion, then flashes in for the curse of the sad mummy onto the carries. So it's been really nice to see, right? I started building up Betty and especially Chocho with that combo last split, and seeing them kind of work out for the most part to this extent and be a core piece for anyone's legend is nice to see. But speaking of core pieces, we got to focus back in on Team WE, right? We said we're trying to reminisce a little bit from last spring, but we do have Shanks here where Shie was in last spring, and Shanks has been the one, I feel like, shining part to Team WE.
Yeah, I think Shanks has had some good performances despite the fact that, you know, WE have struggled. There's no other way to spin it.
There's no way.
They've struggled massively. It's hard to find much to talk positively about. But there are individual games where they have looked good, and I think Shanks has been a big factor in those games when they start to find success. You know, very high kill participation, very active, sort of ensuring that his team have the numbers advantage where possible, and playing a variety of picks. You know, you have things like Lysandra very strong at making those roams happen, moving the side lanes, but also things like, you know, the Azir leading into the scaling, the Swain leading into those team fights. I feel like he is, you know, a solid player for this lineup, and they can facilitate him if he can facilitate his team. That's where we can see WE find success, hopefully.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that facilitation, a little bit of that standardized gameplay from mid lane, and you can see he's always just a menace in the fights. He's always willing to chase things down. I think the rest of the team, obviously a little bit of communication through there, but the willingness to go forward, I think, is something that I love to see from mid lane, especially with the meta, because you get a lot of playmaking through that mid lane, through the setup with the rest of the team, and Shanks kind of personifies that, even in these kinds of fights where he's just a kind of bodyguard, right? He's just up in the face of RA trying to keep distance, and it's unrelenting.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I love some of these moments watching through, because that's the thing. There have been some good moments. There have been some opportunities. You know, this is, for example, when they were playing against RNG. Bear in mind, taking a game of the MSI champions.
Yeah.
And WE, interestingly enough, even managed to 2-0 RNG. They were the last team to beat them in a series in spring before they went on an MSI. So almost like a bit of their kryptonite in a sense. But yeah, Shanks having a fantastic performance here, taking out Xiaohu there, and a big reason why they had success in that game. But it's just a matter of expanding that, you know, from going, like, I feel like V5 are the epitome of a team that, like, does well in series, and doesn't give away any games, right? And then I feel like WE are a team who can occasionally challenge in games, but just cannot land that series win. But now V5's win streak is broken. Maybe WE's win streak is broken as well.
We had the FPX win streak end, the V5 win streak end just last week, the JDG. I mean, hey, whoever knows what's going to happen. But when we're looking at the focus for both these two teams, you got to look at, you know, where the jungles are hanging out, where they're chilling by the pool, because we got the jungle pool here. Where these jungles are focusing, and it's vastly different to some extent. We have the very obvious focuses in the bottom lane for Xiaohao, and Beishang a little bit more of that mid lane for Shanks.
Yeah, you can see like the mid jungle support trio for WE, very important, a really important factor. Whereas Xiaohao is just play to your bot, get your lane. You know your bot are gonna all in. You know that's exactly how Betty and Chocho are gonna play. So lean towards them, let them look for those aggressive plays, and really look to facilitate them.
Indeed, but we have pick and ban ready and raring to go to kick off week number 7. So we're going to be getting to that very quickly. Obviously, we put a big focus on where the junglers want to play towards. I want to see what the picks will get for the junglers, how much aggressiveness, how much skirmishing we'll get. But it's obviously a lot relying on the two major carries we saw, Betty and Shanks, and what tools they're going to be getting, as we're already neck deep into it. Team WE, on the blue side, they picked up the Kalista first pick And then the response from Anyone's Legend was the Silas and Wukong.
Yeah, I really like this. Like a lot of dive potential already. Silas obviously super high prio on the patch, but also, you know, Renata is banned. What is the next best combination with Kalista? It's a Mumu, but can you really pick a Mumu into a Silas? I feel like it'd be too dangerous. So we'll see if WE opt to lock in and secure that Mumu if they opt to go in a different direction. So far, looking like they might go for that Talia, which obviously does pretty well into these champions with dashes. You know, like the Silas, like the Wukong. But actually going to end up locking in the Azir. So I think it is his most played so far this split. Obviously, if you're trying to kite back, if you're trying to use the defensive tools off the Poppy, Azir can really compound that.
And I want to check back in as we're going into the second phase already. We get the Aphelios lock in for Anyone's Legend before they go to that second phase. So still missing the support on both sides for both these two teams. But I'm glad to see a little bit of that aggression on the side of the Kalista. You know, a high priority pick we've been seeing in the LPL answered with the stability that the Aphelios brings. And we've still been seeing pretty aggressive plays from the Aphelioses in the LPL, right? The Gale Forces forwards, the Flash forwards, trying to make those big moments. I still think it fits in the theme that we were going with. Now we're looking at the second phase of bans, though. Amumu, first ban by Anyone's Legend here to try and whittle down that pool a little bit.
Yeah, and I'd be interested how AL approach this, because you could definitely take top lane on 4 as a blind and then counter pick support, or you can just give counter pick to the top laner, which is typically what we see more often. I feel like the fact that they're banning all these supports might tend to suggest that they're going to snap up something as soon as we get out this rotation. Norla's still being unavailable. It's pretty crazy. I'd expect WE probably to ban that. Otherwise, AL may just take Nor on 4. You know, super high prio pick. Very good into Kalista because it is that point and click ultimate. No way you can kite outplay it. We'll see if WE opt to ban that or risk leaving it open.
I was interested that, you know, we looking back at the bans, right? We've seen so much prevalence in Senna. We've seen Betty piling that champion to every extent possible, and we got the respect from Team WE to not let that go over. And now we get the final ban here. It's actually a switch up, so we got the double support bans with the Rakan included for Anyone's Legend, but the Jax actually is a last-second ban towards ZDZ.
Yeah, concerned about that. Maybe it's a counter pick from ZDZ. It could also suggest that WE might go towards the Gwen. You know, Jax, obviously, we saw yesterday what the Shy did to Rich's Gwen on Jax, but it could just be that ZDZ is proficient. We'll see if they opt to lock that in, and it looks like they might be thinking along those lines. And as expected, the Nautilus locked in for AL, a really strong pick. My question is, what is WE going to take here to pair with the Kalista? The only real range champion you often pair with the Kalista is Renata. Other than that, it tends to be those melee supports. So we could see them go in that direction and pick something like the Leona, potentially even something that's a bit more defensive like the Braum. Or, I mean, you know, if you want to be really crazy, you could flex the Poppy down and put something else jungle, but remains to be seen what they'll do here.
Yeah, and Kadaya obviously wanting to have something with a little bit of engaged potential. They go with the Rel, which isn't something we've seen very popular here recently, but I personally really like the pick. It just depends, because you're going into the Nautilus. A lot of things going to be in the execution bucket, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing with Rel is, like, I feel like he's definitely low in the priority compared to other picks in terms of these engaged supports, but I ultimately feel like the Rel, if you pilot it well in a situation where you're trying to get on top of things like the Aphelios, can be very effective. Now, AL gonna look into Kennen, which was kind of like the old school counter to Gwen back in spring. Things have changed a decent amount. You know, the durability changes weren't exactly friendly to Kennen, a champion who wants to one-shot you, whereas they were very generous towards Gwen. So still expect this to be a favorable lane for ZDZ, but maybe less impact in the team fights than historically Kennen has had. And also, you've got to note that, you know, Poppy and Azir have great tools for mitigating the Kennen, but ultimately, we kind of have this draft that's come out, right? We have AL who are wanting to dive to get onto the backline. That is their main goal. You're up against an Azir, you're up against Kalista. In team fights, it will be about getting on top of them and shutting them down with the tools you have available. Whereas really, I feel like for the other side, for WE, it's about that front to back. You know, keep your backline safe, run interruption, use your powerful front line, and hopefully stop the Kennen and the Silas and the Wukong getting anywhere near.
I will say that team fight from the side of Anyone's Legend, terrifying stuff there. Terrifying. But I think when you're looking at the way to approach this one, I do actually enjoy the way that WE got to the end of this draft, I think there's obviously some questions to be had in terms of those executions and things along those lines, but I feel like at least the top side of the map can be set up for success.
Yeah, 100%. So, going into this game in the early stages, we saw a little bit yesterday. It was Rookie playing as into Silas. Heavy trading really comes down on the execution of this one.
It does indeed. As we hit the rift for the first time, the beauty of the Skybox and Team WE's home arena as it is represented on Summoner's Rift. Team WE versus anyone's legend.
We'll see if any exciting level 1s come out or if we're just going to see business as usual. But yeah, yesterday we saw a bit of this matchup, the Azir into the Silas. You can trade really heavily. It's even the Conqueror from the Azir. So essentially the goal of this is if Silas does go into range of you to trade, you just drop down your soldiers and you will outtrade him, right? Silas, especially early, has to wait for his cooldowns, has to wait for his rotation, whereas Azir can just keep spamming you with those soldiers and doing a lot of work. Now, something else I want to note is if you look at Biu and Shing, both of them have exhaust. This has been a pretty common strategy. When you see a Kennen on the enemy team, running 1 or 2 exhausts can make a massive difference in those team fights because, so much of the power of the Kennen is front-loaded onto that ultimate. If you're getting your damage reduced and then you're slicing Maelstrom times out, you really offer so much less after your ultimate's timed out.
Yeah, and it's all about the flanks and those things as well. It can be absolutely like fight changing if a big flank comes off. But if you get one of those big flanks and all of a sudden an exhaust comes down, game's a little bit different at that point. I can appreciate that one. At least Team WE approaching the game on paper as it should be. But as you were kind of saying, I wonder how we see them work through this without going into those big team fights, right? Kind of sticking to some of those skirmishing potentials that we highlighted for them.
Yeah, well, hopefully W can fish for some advantages early, particularly on the bot side, where they're in more of a position to contest. Talked a bit about the trading and mid. You should get prior there. Oh, big engage comes out. Should be some heavy trading, though.
Yeah, it's just level 1 trade.
So this is one thing to talk about with the Rel is there's obviously 2 states you can be in. You can either be in the mounted form, or as you can see, Kadai just goes into the demounted form. And the reason he wants to be in the demounted form is that if he goes for his W, the big crash down, very telegraphed, very easy for Chocho to interrupt it with his Q. And then as a result, you don't get the lockdown onto Betty. Whereas if you demount and then you press W to mount up, your first auto will flip them over you. So he's trying to use that aspect of the ability, which is more reliable, to try and get on top of Betty and apply pressure. And that's kind of the thing, is some lanes are really dictated by that. It's like whether or not, do I want to be jumping in and crashing down, or do I want to be mounting up and tossing them over my back?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for volatility, especially when you're looking at WE's side of the matchup in bottom lane, but expected safety to come out in terms of play for anyone's legend, at least until they get a little bit of help. We do see, in terms of pathing, right? Xiaohao is coming down bottom lane, but Beishang taking a lot of the same pathing does get to the Scuttle Crab first.
Yeah, and Beishang is in a fantastic position, right? All 3 lanes currently have prio. Biu is trading a lot of his health. We talk about typically the Kennen has the advantage in this matchup. Biu is opting to sacrifice his health bar to try and get the push. And there's 2 sides to that. Okay, one side is he's not able to crash the wave. It is now in a bit of an uncomfortable spot, but he should be able to recall, maybe TP back in, pick up some items.
Ooh, bottom lane. Thing's got a lot of spears in. Chocho will not be able to get the damage from the Rend off to kill him. Heavy trading in terms of Team WE.
Yeah, I mean, a good engage coming out from Kadaya, applying that pressure, using the power in this 2v2. And here's the thing, is all Beishang has to do is just threaten, just move over here. And Betty, I mean, he doesn't have the information, but that's the thing, the lack of information is so scary.
Betty's
if he walks up this way, he's dead if he walks up this tower.
He's literally, we've seen so many ingenious Poppy plays, the quick flash into the wall, and it's been honestly very, very nice to see that the innovative gameplay, I feel like, coming through. Not going to be so this time around. Betty does step up, but it's as the back finishes for Beishang. But you can see Beishang actually putting a decent amount of focus down towards this bottom side of the map, making sure to caretake Xing and Kadai a little bit.
which I think is good. If you're picking the Callista, especially when you're up against the Felios, there will come a point where you're just outscaled. Betty and Chocho are someone who really want to thrive in the 2v2, so putting that pressure down, helping them out really goes a long way. And yeah, I mean, they're not able to go for the dive because Chocho comes back, but Poppy dives in the side lane, so threatening. There's not really anywhere you can stand safely to avoid getting slammed into the wall. And as soon as that happens, you know, I think at level 1, it's like a 1.6 second stun or something along those lines. It's really painful and pretty much a guaranteed death if you're caught out. So we do see the pressure come out. It allows, it does deny some farm from Betty, but nothing too significant yet. And we get a move up from Kadaya just to help crush that wave in.
I like that, though. That's showing a little bit of at least communication and movement for WE, which I think is something we would love to see, at least for Kadaya's sake and for Beishang's sake. But we do see Chocho and Betty just getting reset into the lane. We have Xiaohao actually back hovering down towards this bottom lane. Did get spotted out by that ward, though.
Yeah, so I don't think it's the biggest deal, but ultimately, I mean, AL have a choice. They can either let this wave crash in, come look for a gank, or they can try and push it out. But the problem is, because the information's there, Beishang is ready to make something happen here. And yeah, I think Xiaohao maybe senses something. And because Beishang's here, they should just be able to push this wave up, maybe sweep out some vision, maybe challenge Xiaohao. But Beishang, he did spend a decent amount of time with that bot side lean, so just going to pick up the scuttle and hit level 5, but was down in XP compared to Xiaohao.
Yeah, he's gotten this scuttle at least twice in a row. We'll see how big objective focus comes into play in this game in specific, right? We've had the dragon up for a little longer. We have them all in top lane, though. Bew getting the slicing maelstrom out of ZDZ and having those needlework stacks go straight into his health bar.
Yeah, and ultimately, this favors ZDZ, right? Because Bew burned the exhaust as well to make that happen. So if an all-in happens in the future, Bew doesn't have that exhaust. ZDZ obviously still has his flash, could find the opportunity to apply some more pressure. Now, Beishang did just start up the dragon, but was called out and it had
Not
to
feeling
respond.
confident there. Oh, Forge. You ain't Shurima shuffling today. Beishang down bottom lane. The flash coming in. Chocho getting so low in first blood to Team WE. Shing still taking some damage, still trying to put some damage onto Betty, but that's a nice little pickup.
Yeah, and I just love the play coming out from Kadaya. So going and mounting up, and then obviously you charge at the Nautilus. What can the Nautilus do? Can try and Q away, but if you flip him already, then obviously there's no real response. He can only Q into you, which is not going to gain any distance. So we're going to replay of that one. Yeah, Kadaya picking this opportunity, and here's the flash. And now, what can Chocho do? He can't Q the tower to get away. Doesn't have the flash available. It's just a guaranteed death because Kadaya used that summoner. So really well played, and really positive to see a decent start for WE so far.
That's actually huge, because then it evens up and loosens up Beishang's tight focus early on, right? He can play and bounce between mid and bot lane while Bew is handling the matchup with ZDZ in the top. And we did see DBE start up the dragon. They have a lot of pings going around the dragon right now. We'll see if they can get an extra advantage in terms of that with the bot lane lead they've gotten. And you have Kadaya out on the roam as well.
Yeah, now at this point, I feel like WE maybe have the pressure to look towards this dragon. Obviously, started it before, got it shut down. But it looks like they're actually going a little bit more aggressive to really challenge the enemy jungle off
There's
AL
nothing he can
here.
do about it, too. I mean, you have Xiaohao top lane. Vision out here for Team WE as well. And Chocho around this area, but blue buff is easily Beishang.
Yeah, so be able to secure that one. I would have thought that Xiaohao would just start up the Herald in response to their bot side pressure. View is over, just being annoying, trying to show up, but the problem is not really going to achieve anything. It just solos a top laner into 3. But you can look at what's happening on the bot side of the map. So Dragon actually hasn't been done. WE instead opting to completely deny waves away from Betty right now. He is not getting a touch this wave in front of the tower, and I feel like a bunch of plates going to be the forfeit as well. And now Beishang with level 6 and Shing with level 6. Bear in mind, if Kadaya tanks tower aggro, they can reset it with the Callista ult. So yeah, no way you're getting here.
A lot of pressure in bottom lane. Team WE finding a win condition to play through, but it will be that Rift Herald picked up from AL, and Xiaohao beelining it down to this bottom lane. Keeper's verdict goes through onto Chocho, but Betty is still here to defend. That's a big old wave, but he'll step up to try to clear it.
Yeah, I think you can see Betty posturing there. He's acting like he has all the backup in the world, when in reality, Xiaohao wasn't actually there yet. But WE respect it. They don't want to overstep. and they managed still to deny a ton of CS away from the Aphelios to get some plates. But now, here's the thing, is they're starting this dragon quite late. Yes, they have the Callisto Ren,
Oh,
but they want
Forge.
a bit more of an advantage.
Oh, Forge. He walked straight into no vision, but the blast code gameplay, baby.
They don't get a kill. Forge managed to get away, which is fantastic for AL, but the damage is still done. WE, they do the play on the tower first. They then start doing the dragon. Obviously, Xiaohao is going to be there to contest, but because they go for that pick, because they chunk Forge out, they then know they have the numbers advantage. They then know they can pick up the dragon. And all in all, WE get a 1,000 gold lead. They get the dragon as well. And they're in a really good position.
And Xiaohao's just trying to stop the burning at this point, going back down towards bottom lane. Has the Rift Herald available, so if they want to try to pull the trigger on that, they can give Betty and Chocho some more resources. But it's more so to try and temper the aggression of Xing and Kadaya.
Let's see if they can find an opportunity. Remember, Kadaya has no flash, but obviously can crash down to get some distance. But I feel like AL are fishing for a window. The wave is pushing out, so either Xing and Kadaya just need to leave it as is and go for a reset, or yeah, I mean, I guess that's going to be the plan here. I feel like Betty's probably just going to push this one in regardless, and maybe look for some plates himself. We'll see what happens there, but regardless, Shanks to get this blue buff on the top side, and still waiting to see where the Herald comes down. That's the big thing for Xiaohao. Ideally, what he wants and what he would love to have in that bot side play is if you get a kill, if you get a numbers advantage, if you take someone off the map, you can then throw the Herald down and hopefully get like a full tower and get the maximum value. Ideally, if you get a bot lane and get Betty back in this matchup, that'd be great, but you take what you can get.
Yeah, at this point, I think it'll be fine either way, just at least getting some resources somewhat. But that's something else I want to talk about a little bit more is we put a pretty heavy spotlight on jungle percentage and where these junglers like to focus. But for me, it's been, Xiaohao a lot of the times baiting and waiting and not really able to find the extension where Beishang has been the one leading the charge, it feels like, so far in this game.
Yeah, and he's been really active around the bot lane. And I mean, you look mid, Shanks has a pretty sizable farm lead, 30 CS over Forge. And there hasn't been really too much interaction there. It's just been naturally allowing your mid laner to pull ahead. You play towards the bot lane. Yes, top is like 15 CS down, but who's really that bothered when you are playing Gwen into Cannon about that little bit of a discrepancy? So things are all really going positive for WE. Now, it feels like a repeat. Once more, we're seeing Beishang on the bot side of the map, potentially fishing for some opportunities. That is a low health tower, and you can see Betty's going for a reset, so it may end up just being forfeit.
Yeah, when we were talking about it, right, WE putting a lot of focus towards Shanks in the mid lane, but oh, double Emperor's Eye. That's a lot of soldiers, and Shanks gets out of there with a shuffle. Forge not having the Shurima shuffle because he is no Emperor of Shurima. We do have the Rift Herald in top lane. That was a funny little play in mid, but now AL try to capitalize a little bit on some momentum gameplay here.
A good window from AL. They unfortunately don't get the full tower, but because of some work done by ZDZ earlier, you're still making a significant amount of progress.
They're pressing it.
Honestly, yeah, with no help here, I don't think PB can do much.
PB's going to use the needlework. Does defend it bot lane, though. Keeper's Verdict is coming through. It goes on to Betty. Chocho is all alone, but here comes Forge as well. Beishang needs to get out of there. Goes over the wall, just trying to take the 1v1 before Chocho can join. And that'll be Everfrost used by Forge. The rest of Team WE backing Beishang up.
PB does a good job of clearing the wave top, and the bot side, AL do a good job of defending, so we still get a stall out on this first tower. Obviously, both teams racing to get that extra amount of gold, but neither going to be able to do so yet.
Not just yet. ZDG still trying to work on the top side a little bit more here, but just kind of popping in auto attacks every which way he can to try to get that one. We also see Xiaohao did back, but he's running back towards this mid lane to try to keep up aggression onto Shanks, which Forge missing the abduct on the combo.
Yeah, we didn't even get much time to talk about the play that we saw with Forge knocking Shanks under his tower, the double divide. Very close to taking down Shanks, and they try and repeat gank when the flash is unavailable, but just not quite able to connect. And now, I mean, I feel like a strong wind would take down that tower at this point. ZDZ is probably just a wave or two away from taking it. So if WE want to get the first tower for their Callisto, especially with plates fading, they need to make something happen immediately. And even then, I think they've probably just missed their window.
Yeah, I can't get that visual out of my head, and the only way it works is because of the delay on the Emperor's Divide there. We do get the tower in response here. We got top side taken, but then Team WE are able to clear up on him.
Yeah, so close. But unfortunately, I believe it was ZDZ who got the first tower, so it gets the extra bonus.
The extra goal. GG easy.
Yeah, so the Kennen now pretty fed. Bear in mind, also has first strike for the extra gold. So currently sitting on 2 full items. Morellonomicon completed. And for anyone you wondering, obviously the healing reduction is pretty nice here into Gwen Callista, but they did buff this item not too long ago. Has 90 AP, 300 health now, so a really strong spike. And we see WE setting up, I thought, for that dragon.
No, they aren't, because, you know, AL just said, let's go ahead and have party. Let's bring 5 people down here. And, you know, we said the team fight potential from AL is very scary. So we will get the split focus, the opposite side plays to get the dragon for anyone's legend, but Rift Herald will be secured by Team WE. So trades back and forth here so far in the game.
I mean, I'm going to be real. I see that Kennen, and if the Kennen is within, like, you know, 3 miles of me, I ain't interested in team fighting is all I'm going to say, right? This Kennen is hyper snowballed at this point in the game. And 5v5 is not really going to be favorable. WE already had the first dragon, so losing the second, not that big of a deal.
It's unfair, though. Yeah,
dragon.
It's unfair. The Hextech dragon for the Kennen, like ZDZ just has the extra movement for the flanks.
But it's not just that, dude. It's the fact, yeah, I mean, that is it. The fact that you have the flanks, but also if you get the soul, the slow can be devastating.
Yeah. Don't matter how many exhausts you got.
Yeah, so... Yeah, obviously, they kind of high rolled, getting the Hextech map. Can't complain about that one. But now a dragon apiece, and it's WE. They still have that gold lead. They now have the Herald in hand. I would expect them to look towards mid lane to try and crack that tier 1. That is normally what people look to do with the second Herald, just so they can expand their vision control a bit deeper and push down into the map.
I've been really impressed with Team WE's vision game so far. It feels like they do have a lot of control in terms of knowing where AL are moving through and trying to set up plays so far, even if, you know, we haven't had the craziest of bloody games, 16.5 minutes, and we're seeing that movement back and forth from Team WE. And again, on the mini map, you're seeing a lot of that vision, right? They're able to play around some of the little things that AL are doing.
Yeah, and I think it's something that we have seen from WE. Is I feel like, honestly, this stage we've had some solid performances. Even though, you know, they haven't won a ton of games, they obviously haven't won any series. This is the point where they sort of shine, they show that potential before things potentially come crashing down. And that's what I'm hoping doesn't happen for them here. You know, they do still have that lead, they are still working on it, but they have to be super cautious about how they approach the team fights. And now we're past the 40-minute point. ZDC can always just find a TP angle behind you. If a Kennen turns up on your back line, that's it. You know, there's nothing else to say on the subject.
Indeed. I think those flanks are going to be so crucial. The way that, I guess for me, what I'm looking out for is, like, how do AL force Team WE into a team fight potential, into something that is favorable for anyone's legend. We do have a TP coming in mid lane to try to save the outer tower. Keeper's Verdict was channeled, but get a little bit of cooldown reduction on that one for Bei Sheng. And it's just buying time at this point. Both teams feeling pretty okay with taking skirmishes here or there, but not giving over too much in terms of actual leads.
This is one of the cool things about Poppy. Poppy was changed, got an MSI, but only really now has really started to thrive. If you don't cast the ultimate, it used to be going to a 30-second cooldown. It's now 15 seconds. If you're hanging around at Dragon or Baron and you channel your ult and someone like dashes away or something, you can just let it drop.
Yeah.
15 seconds, it will 100% be up again, usually before the fight is finished. And a great tool this game as well. If, like, you manage to hit an ult onto Kennen, onto Wukong or Silas, can have devastating effect, which is why, you know, you talked before about what AL need to do to set the fight. I feel like getting early vision on an objective could make all the difference, because if WE are set up there, if they've swept effectively, if there are no flank wards, that's where it becomes really hard for AL. You want WE to be walking into areas where they don't have full information.
And you also just don't have the strength right now for AL in terms of, you know, Betty is just on the one item, just on the Gale Force. And yes, we've seen a spike in aggression in the LPL Phalioses when they get the Gale Force. I don't think Betty is in a position here to really play that aggressive, right? Because if you get caught out, if you do give over a lead, we're at a precipice in the game where those leads start to matter more, since we haven't gotten a big differential in this game so far.
Yeah, and WE gonna throw down the Herald and take that mid tier 1 as expected.
Forge wants it, man. He had the Emperor's Divide stolen, but that's a re-engage with the Magnet Storm from Kadaya. He's almost dead. Fate's Call brings him out, but re-engage from Forge. He is aggressive, and that's ZDZ with the Slicing Maelstrom to back it all up. AL get onto the board in game 1.
Yeah, so a really nice play from Forge there to catch out Shanks ultimately. And he's able to take him down with the secondary engage. Hidayah playing with fire, but obviously the Calista ult allows him to be safe. So we see initially Forge catches him with the Everfrost, allows him to connect with the stun afterwards, and then Hidayah goes what would typically be too deep, but you have the Calista backup. But then the fact that we see Forge again land the stun into that dredge line allows the kill. Now ZDZ burns a lot there, and we have to sort of re-examine where the game is, because we're 8 seconds till Dragon, and bear in mind ZDZ doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, we don't have Wukong ult, we don't have Nautilus ult, and ultimately if I'm looking at a team who needs the ultimate, it is AL. And even then WE still have like Poppy, they still have Gwen, they've nearly got Azir, so I feel like they're favored in terms of the ultimates they have, and also less reliant on them, and AL will give up the Dragon. They'll look to contest some of this topside jungle, but you know, you have to ask, like, did that fight really favor them, even though they got the extra kill?
I like that Beishang went straight to that blue buff, took it away from Forge, then goes to the Dragon. You get that objective focus for Team WE. And at that point, AL are okay with giving that one over. I think, obviously, when the more important fights come along, when you get those item spikes that we're kind of waiting for AL, that's when they'll feel more likely to take some aggressive stances in those kinds of situations. But again, you're still just trying to bend and not break at this point for AL and get to those team fights that actually matter, that you can force the hand of Team WE.
So I do want to mention, though, is the value of the individual Hextech Dragons, because, you know, they give ability haste, 6 ability haste, 6% attack speed. Some champions will like one of the stats, you know, and some champions will love both. And I look at WE's composition, Bew will love both, right? Shanks will love both. Both of these champions are champions who love both of those stats so much. And then even then, Jing isn't going to exactly complain, right? The attack speed obviously more valuable than the ability haste for Calista. I just feel like if they start to stack up, you know, 2, 3 off those dragons, it ends up being quite a lot of value in terms of stats, quite a lot of power added on to these champions that already scale pretty well in terms of the solo laners of WE.
It's the those scaling aspects that I'm really keeping a keen eye out for, since, you know, we are 22 minutes in. We've only had 2 kills. This is not bloody as I was expecting it was gonna be. As we saw last split, it was, where both these two teams were just going head to head constantly. It was a lot of that aggression between these two teams, but this time we get a little bit of that here with the TP behind, and AL trying to set something up, but Keeper's Verdict is right there, and ZDC, peace.
Yep, that's the kind of play. That's what Poppy can do to Kennen. And if you don't have flash to flash away from or flash over it, it's very hard to dodge the ultimate. It's such a fast sort of comes out so quickly. I mean, technically it's a projectile, but it doesn't really feel like one. But yeah, so TP burn from ZDZ to literally 0 effect, being honest.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you got to come back and fight another day. I guess is my words of wisdom in that aspect. We did get the Banshee's Veil actually completed from Bew, who will be coming onto the map now, but we're getting a nice little defensive stance from AL as they want to try and push some vision up here. We did get another tower falling, so that'll be a nice little pickup, and we've gotten 3 now for Team WE. So continuing to burgeon with this 1,000 gold lead that they've been hovering around for the last while.
Yeah, and I think undoubtedly I don't expect too much action until we get to that next dragon point. We'll have summoners coming back up again. A lot of the summoners you see that are unavailable, you know, like ZDZ's flash, Shanks and Shing's flashes, they were burnt prior to the last dragon, so all those tools will be there, and it will really just come down to execution once again. But we have about 2 minutes until that dragon. Obviously a big point is that you have to also bear the Baron in mind, because you don't want a team sneaking that, especially WE have fantastic Baron DPS if they get their hands on it. So AL do a little bit of housekeeping there and put some vision down, clear some out. The focal point is going to be towards that dragon, I would expect, from both teams as the objective starts to approach. And we see some decent items coming through. You know, you talked about WE spikes, but ZDZ has a Void Staff, Morel, and that Rocket Belt. You have the Lord Dominic's from Betty, giving that extra shred. Should be able to help deal a bit better with the front line of WE.
And honestly, my special shout out is the Zanyas for Forge. When we've seen him just going in with the Abscons of Ducks, he's able to get that Zanyas in there afterwards, so that's also going to be pretty huge. And again, we're just waiting for the setup at this point. The 3-item spike queued for ZDZ hasn't really been able to get one of those like incredible mega flanks off yet. And you're waiting for that combo with Betty to get the team fight really online once he's on 3 items there. But as you were kind of spotting out, right, it's good to see some of those things coming online, especially now that we have another one of those singular Hex Tech dragons coming on the Rift in about 45 seconds. The key for me is the vision gain that you were talking about earlier. And AL do have a little bit of vision down there right now, but the setup is definitely in favor of Team WE early on for this one.
Yeah, and we see WE already there. They've used the side lanes. Bear in mind, ZDZ didn't have TP, so we had to come bot, and they've had to send Forge top lane to push out there. So those waves will end up in the long term favoring AL, but the homework was done by WE, so they have control of the objective. Both supports reset, and you can see in the inventories, full set of wards available, and WE are trying to, deny this blue buff, expand their control, whereas AL, their goal is, if we take mid prio, that might be our route in.
Forge is walking down this way. Not going to pull the trigger on the TP here. ZDZ working on a flank on the side, but Team WE are front and center on the Dragon Pit here. And AL, they go for the engage, but Chocho leading the charge here. They are able to catch one out, and Beishong goes down. ZDZ gets the triple slicing Maelstrom on the back line, and this is a front-to-back fight that AL will take every day of the week, Ox. There's no hope for WE. We set it up all day long, and AL forced the hand of the World Elite.
Absolute decimation. Not only do they get the dragon, but they have enough of a numbers advantage. They can head straight over to the Baron as well. WE get crushed there, and despite things looking good for them, they have positioning on the objective, but they don't respect the cannon. And Chocho decides, I'm going to engage because ZDZ is there to threaten. And then the ultimate from the Nautilus combined with the cannon ultimate. Yes, the exhaust comes in. It doesn't do that much damage, but it stuns them. It locks them up, and it gives time for AL to kill the front line of WE, and then instantly Xiaohao jumps on the back line. I don't even think the back line of WE got to do anything in that fight.
How were they in range? Oh my god, Beishong! He steals it! The TP's come down, the cavalry is in here. Keeper's verdict was stolen by Forge, but the Baron stolen by Team WE!
Oh my lord. I mean, we didn't get to see the lead up for that because of the replay. But yeah, it looks like AL weren't doing Baron as fast as they thought. And just when AL find a big advantage, it ends up completely backfiring. Beishong finds his way in. I'm going to get a replay and see what happened there. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens here.
He just walks in.
It's so low.
Kadaya's already in there. The stun, maybe?
And I think the problem is because Chocho is so low, he opts to leave the pit. He doesn't want to die for nothing. And he is probably the person who'd be best suited to interrupt Beishong from getting there. So, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate one. I think the focus there was like Chocho tank, so Xiaohao is healthy, but in reality, they needed Chocho healthy to zone away the Poppy. She was one of the first to die, therefore one of the first to be up. And ultimately, WE pull out of nowhere. Nice smite from Beishong, and now Baron in hand. Gold is even, Dragons are even. After losing that fight. Situation's not too bad.
I was literally just about to go on this rant about WE holding on to a 1,000 gold lead for the entirety of the game. It felt like, and then now all of a sudden AL are just like, nope, that's mine, and they get a 2,000 gold lead off the back of some crazy plays. But now Shanks gets a crazy play onto ZDZ, but that slicing Maelstrom's gonna be huge on the back. ZDZ taken down though, as it is a trade 1-for-1 so far. Xiaohao and Forge to separate the fight here. Chocho is coming down, but I didn't even get to make that point because, as we said, Team WE came out clutch. Beishong with the clutchest of smites, and now they have the advantage.
Oh, and Poppy fishing for a knockback. Don't think he'll connect here. No cannon means it's harder for AL to fight, but the Azir going down, burning flash and trading, not exactly ideal, and they are so scared of Forge with that Magnet Storm from the Rel. Obviously, very impactful for the Silas. And also, I don't know if you know this, there's a 110% AP ratio on that over the duration, so quite a high value ultimate for Silas to steal. Obviously going to do a lot more damage than the Rel would, and we had a replay of how that one panned out. And I can understand the thought process here. Like, if you shuffle the cannon, he has no flash. If you get that kill, that might be enough to push. But the problem is you end up with the cannon on top of you there because Beishong not very kindly knocks the cannon into you. And that 1-for-1 trade actually favors AL there because now, we have 25 seconds left on the Baron. Not really much came for it for the side of WE. And it looks like we'll just kind of get the game resetting and going back to a focal point being those dragons.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is if AL had gotten this, I mean, that could have literally just been the game, right? They would have been looking at inhibs. They would have been looking at lasting damage at least. So huge pickup for WE to keep consistent on the map, right? And we saw a little taste of what we had set up for Anyone's Legend, right? They get into one of these front-to-back team fights. They get set up with the ZDZ flanks. It is so hard to navigate for Team WE, so they need to, buy their time, find another way in.
Yeah, they need eyes on Cannon ultimately. And something I really love from ZDZ is he's very good at going on a flank, popping the sweeper, having a control board, doing everything he can to make sure the position he's in is hard to contest. Ideally, just if you have a ward of the Cannon, then you can do things like you can preemptively Emperor's Divide with the Azir before he even gets to touch. And you saw in that last fight just wasn't quite able to make it work. But the fact of it now is, well, as we said, dead even. And it's 45 seconds until that dragon. We're seeing teams start to lean over and contest the vision. We saw last time the fight went heavily in favor of AL, and now WE have to work out how to make that be different this time around. Bear in mind, Shanks has no flash. This Azir may have a Banshees, but he doesn't have that extra bit of mobility to try and keep himself away from the cannon.
He's got that damage, though. A couple of those pokes and prods bringing them about like half health. That 3.5 island spike will be huge. And Team WE, again, they find themselves front and center in the pit. Not going to try to find some PTSD today for them because they need to find a better way to take the fight. And it looks like it's an engage from Kadaya to do it. Moonlight Vigil comes out for Betty. Look, Sing on the side. He's going for the backline here. This could be a big moment for Team WE, but AL are able to pick apart. ZDZ blasting over the wall with the slicing Maelstrom. It's going to be a close fight. Forge goes down, and Team WE, Shing was surviving that entire time, and it helps take the fight for WE.
Man, Shing so aggressive there, just going up into the face of Betty and soloing him out. Now, Shing has picked up some honey fruit. He's healthy. Bew has teleport. They're looking to try and secure this dragon and using those two members alive to do so. ZDZ knows. I mean, not only do you have no ultimate, oh no, he might be in trouble.
He just got baited out. I mean, he stepped up. He knew they were there. He tries to get through. Bew not finding the damage just yet. And ZDZ trying to walk to the safety of his tower. Now he's going back in. And Bew, he's dead. Oh, Shing was there just to watch it all happen.
Massive miscalculation from Bew there. Ends up thinking he can solo out the cannon, but bear in mind, this is a 4-item cannon, ult or not. If you get up in his face, you will find the kill. And now we're going to get a replay going on. This ends up very messy here. You see this big clump in the middle,
Shing.
but ZDZ is so late to the fight. And watch Shing. He just goes straight up to Betty and is in his face. And Betty cannot kill him. Bear in mind, this is a shield bow Calista. This is a Calista who had the makings of a Randuin's. I'm not sure if she'd finished it there and then, but, a very tanky target, hard for the Aphelios to take down. I mean, look at the damage dealt. But ultimately, despite the fact that WE won the fight, they lose the objective because of the mistake from Bew.
Yeah, and that'll be soul point for Anyone's Legend. Again, we were talking about the significance to this Hextech soul, but also the individual dragons. And that's going to be a nice little pickup for Anyone's Legend to rest their laurels on here. But again, got a shout out to Shing with the balls to the wall play there. The flash to start it off. You definitely want to have that flash there for the Calista, but I like the aggressiveness. I like the fact that this is my moment to shine. I'm going to go in and get this back line of it. But it's a 5-in-1 Calista now, right? You're on 4.5 items. It's really going to be about navigation of these fights, and we got to see more of things like we saw last time with Kadaya getting the lead off with the right separation, because again, the front to back not looking too good.
Yeah, I think it's just about maintaining that distance. And now take a look at it. Like, Shing is full build, 2-item lead on Betty. But this is not as good as it gets. This is as good as this gets, because you snowball that Calista, you got the Calista ahead, and you saw what the Calista could do. But the longer the game goes on, the more ground Betty is going to catch up, right? The more opportunity there is for Betty to start being able to challenge the Calista. If Shing does that same play that he did in that previous fight in 5-10 minutes, Betty might just shred through him, especially if he has the right guns. So definitely a cautious one. Now, AL are posturing around this Baron, and WE are tentatively trying to check the area. ZDZ has to be careful, he doesn't get spotted out here, but should just be able to zip away. But both teams trying to look for any opportunity, any angle in to try and find some pressure on this objective.
Again, the warding just been really good for WE, right? They've been spotting out ZDZ, who I guess even with the ward Might not matter. Kadaya goes in for the Hex Splash. Kadaya just goes down. Betty will take that kill all day long. That's Baron.
Where's the Callisto ult? Where's the Callisto ult? That's my question. Shing had it available, but now you're man down. ZDZ's looking for the
they're going back in. ZDZ's way away from the fight, though. It's going to take him a while. That Needlework's doing some work here. Bew is separating them, but here comes ZDZ. He's got the angle here. Can he get in there? He doesn't want to pull the trigger too early. He knows the health bars for anyone's legend are just not there to back him up. Beisheng, he traces down Forge. He gets the kill, too. Is he going to give it over to Bew? Forge surviving with the Kingslayer, but eventually going down to Shanks.
And ultimately, just very messy from AL there, walking straight up to this super strong Gwen. I mean, not even super strong in terms of items, but just the fact that we're at level 18, Gwen has hit critical mass, and ZDZ, I feel like is kind of getting baited by the Hex Gates. Keeps using them and then ends up so far away because, you know, not only do they take a bit of time, where he ends up on the other side.
Oh my God, he's going back. He's literally, he was going,
in, yeah.
He was pinging the Hex Gates, but he doesn't make it there. TP's back top. Kadaya goes for an engage, but Betty, that's that damage you're looking for. Big Inferno, Moonlight Vigil, ZDZ on the back. He can't get it though. That's a nice deflection from Beisheng. And the rest of Team WE, they're going in on the back line. Big slicing Maelstrom, but the only one left is Xiaohao, and not for long. Xiaohao is a little bit tanky, does get over the wall with the flash. Beisheng will try and chase him down, but that's huge for Team WE.
And that should be Baron for them. ZDZ once again so late to the fight. Betty already down, or unable to do anything when he's getting aggressed on, and it feels like the scaling aspects of that Azir, off that Gwen, the fact that we have a full build Calista is just too much. And you can see here, you know, this play's coming out. Ult comes back in from Betty. Then beautiful job from Beisheng here. Just doesn't let the cannon go in. And Betty, so disrespectful, walks up and then actually gets caught by the Calista ult because, you know, there's an angle. There's a sort of thread the needle shot to connect onto the Aphelios instead of the Nautilus, and Kadaya finds it. And with that, the fight is just won. I feel like AL are just getting too hasty, not being patient, not finding the windows. And now WE with the Baron in hand, with a 3k gold lead, are looking to secure their third dragon of the game.
Yeah, that's the second Baron for them, as well as we're able to see, you know, a lot of big play coming out from Team WE in the crucial moments, but also the fumbling that anyone's legend is presenting us with. And as we've seen time and time again these last couple dragons, it's all about the setup early on. Team WE are in place, but AL trying to set up with a push in mid of their own. But again, that's the Baron buff still ticking. Still 2 minutes on that thing. It's going to be hard to push.
Yeah, I think you have to give up the dragon. I think you just have to play defense. There's decent amount of wave clear because Betty has that Infernum to help out. But a lot of difficulty out of the back-to-back play. And also, I want to note, we've seen Forge pick up the Rabadons. ZDZ's working on his. That wasn't an ideal place to take a fight just because, you know, you want to be able to hit those big item spikes. Once the Rabadons is available with all the high AP scalings of the Silas, all the AP scalings of the cannon, that's when you should feel more comfortable. But it's coming down to execution. As much as AL found the angle in those earlier fights, it feels like they are really struggling to connect. And now to be finally going to get some more towers taking down. Their first Baron didn't really achieve a ton. The second one is starting to make some headway.
Yeah, it's going to be some good damage down to the bottom side. But I will say, as we see Betty clearing, that's what I want to talk about here, is we've seen Xing at full build for the longest time, it feels like at this point. You're 38 minutes in, but we still have a long way to go for Betty. And we've all seen LPL Aphelios just destroy late game team fights, and really a lot resting on, you know, ZDZ with the crucial flanks. If he gets the setup, how does Betty smack it down with a big Moonlight Vigil or with just the damage, right? Because you're still waiting on 2 items, right? Like you're working on your 4th, but you still have a whole nother item completion waiting to go for this late game carry.
You need the survivability. I think at this point, Betty does do quite a bit of damage, but you do no damage when you're dead. I think it goes without saying. He's going for the Hex Drinker. He obviously would love to have a more, would love to have the Bloodthirst that he's working on as well, but just he's down in gold. He needs time.
You see a bit of aggression from Team WE try to get this tier 2 tower. They do so. They have 20 seconds left on the Baron buff here. Trying to just get as much damage onto the towers. They've got all the outer towers, at least at this point. All that's left are the inhib towers and the Nexus towers here for anyone's legend. But that's where the defense can come through, and that's where, you know, the team composition for anyone's legend is more easily playable. We've set it up from the beginning, right? They have an incredible team fight set up for themselves, and they just need to be clumped up, grouped up, and not be picked apart like we've seen WE be able to do against them, right? Beisheng has been so crucial. The denial of ZDZ even when he does get into position.
Yeah, the Poppy has worked so well into what AL has to offer. And if Beijing can keep doing that, I think AL are going to struggle to find a way, and they have 3 minutes to work out a solution before that Drake is up and available. I mean, you can look at the gold. So, yeah, Shing's been full build for a while. 20,000 gold in pocket, 3,000 in the inventory, and Betty is just wishing he could borrow some of that. But I don't think Shing's...
Does he change anything at this point? Like, for the Callisto, I feel like
No.
you're sitting pretty. I mean...
If your GA gets procced, then you sell it and buy something else, maybe like a Bloodthirster. But you can't sell your boots on Callisto because obviously, you know, if you like normally on a typical AD carry, you sell your boots, but with Callisto, your boot tier influences how far you dash. So champion's unplayable if you sell those boots, and it does mean that Shing is obviously not getting any stronger at this point of the game. Like, and that has been the case for a while, which is why I was sort of concerned about AL playing catch up. But there is the thing to note is that Shanks has finished his items quite recently. Bubu has still got one more. Interesting enough, Bubu not going for the Nash's Tooth, but obviously he's getting a ton of attack speed from the 2 Hextech Dragons. Well, not a ton, but like 12%. Nice little bonus.
I will say, for me, it's so interesting to see the duality of these two carries, right? We transition away, obviously Shank's super big on the Azir, but I think more focus on Shing at this point, because you're seeing, like, there's the full build, but with the Callista, it's all about survivability. Even with the Elixir of Iron there, it's about how many stacks you can get in before you rip the spears out and how you navigate the team fights. And with the tankiness there, he's putting a lot of focus on his mechanics and his survivability in the team fights.
Being said that we now have the Bloodthirster for Betty, so quite a bit harder to try and take out this Aphelios. But you can see WE already posturing for this objective. They have the gold lead 6,000 now. Obviously, a lot of that is put onto Shing, who hasn't been able to spend that gold. So not as relevant as it might seem. But both teams posturing this area. This dragon fight could well be game deciding. And WE are the ones in control. You can see Bubu. Not just the fact that Bubu's on the flank, but also that means ultimately if Bubu's there, then ZDZ isn't.
Yeah, also the fact that silently but surely Shanks is also full build, right? So you have 2 full build damage carries for WE, and they want to kind of press that advantage up where you're still waiting on some of those completions for anyone's legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, and it makes it so...
That's a big engage, though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiaohao getting taken out, though. Kadaya now. Big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself. And now you got the Slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Betty is full health. Betty's got the Inferno. Betty's got the damage. And Betty is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Quadra kill for Betty. They lined them up. Xiaohao with the initial engage. The follow-up from Forge. ZDZ sets up the end. But it is Betty who knocks them down. A quadra kill. And you can see with the Infernum there, the perfect weapon for that scenario. Soul would be available with these death timers, with the guns available to Betty. They're just going to look for the end here and now. Kadaya in 15. I think, Rizal, that is just it.
He's got red white to finish off the game and to end WE's hopeful chances. They had such a big lead. All it takes is one game. All it takes is Betty and anyone's legend. Game 1 going over.
What a comeback, honestly. And I feel like this is why I love AL. This is why I'm so in love with this team, because it doesn't matter what the gold says. Like, it's irrelevant. They can't see the golden game, right? So they just don't think about it. They will always look for the team fight angle. And this split, we've seen them more often than not be able to find it. 6k gold deficit, right? You're against an Azir, a Gwen, these late game carries. The fact that the Callisto has so much more gold than your AD carry, and they find the engage. And it wasn't an easy engage. It wasn't just like everyone presses R at the same time, right? It was the fact that Xiaohao went in, disengaged, then Forge found the angle, then finally ZDZ, the clump into the Infernum. And then they were dealing with a difficult situation. I mean, I feel like ultimately, if WE had backed off and just played towards the dragon, that might not have happened, but AL pull it out of the bag. And oh, what a great team fight.
One fight!
So well played.
Literally one fight. through the throat into the game win. Like, I am so hyped right now. It was game 1 of a best of 3. We still have so much ahead of me, but it was literally so much in the palm of the hand of Team WE, and they take the wrong fight at the wrong time. I was talking about items. You had 2 full damage carries. Betty was still a half item away from full build, but it's the right timing. The Infernum comes out, the grouping. I thought, Team W were able to take that fight in the first half. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You almost don't see it because the game ended so quickly, but right there at the end, there's a big drop.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm going to say it, right? I don't know how much damage Betty did in that final team fight, but I feel like a lot of mileage was gained by Betty catching up to where Shanks is. And like, it's so hard to criticize WE because ultimately they played the game well. The early game was solid. They got a big substantial lead, and then they flubbed one fight, and I'm sure they'll look back over that fight and say, look, we could have done this better, or we should have done this, or they'll say, look, we made the wrong decision. We should have backed off and played for the Dragon area where they had no vision. But at the end of the day, it's so frustrating to be doing so well in a game, and then one fight is all that is needed. But that is the AL special. The one fight wonders. Like, it's all they need to come back into a game and find the advantage. It does not matter what the goal deficit is. They just simply don't care.
And you can see Shanks, 43% of the damage done by his team, right? Even with Xing at full build for so long, it was still Shanks' show pretty much. But in the end, it's the AL show. At 37% damage for Betty, not too shabby, but a lot of that coming in that last moment. And it's just crazy, right? We had 2 kills at like 22 minutes into the game. We get a lot of back and forths around the later objectives, and then one fight, 43 minutes in, wins.
Yep. That's all it takes. And it was
The
close,
LPL.
honestly. It was close because you saw Betty getting low, but finally having completed that Bloodthirster, was able to sustain up with the damage he was dealing. I think if one person messed up on AL, if one person didn't do their job, as much as Betty was the highlight, right? Don't get me wrong. But if one person didn't do their job there, I don't think they win that team fight. It was close enough that it really came down to everyone doing their role. And that's why I love this team. I know I keep saying it, but like, they are so good as a 5-man unit. It's bigger than the sum of their parts. It feels like the cohesion is so important. I'm so glad we have, at least one more game to see them today.
I'm so excited. We'll see what WE can do to bounce back after that roundabout loss in game number 1 of the series. We'll be right back after a short break, though, so don't touch that browser.
They don't, and even Cryan having to go towards a much more defensive build, not going towards the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, in fact going towards the Zhonya's, so his power spike not going to be as potent. And TP comes in here from Zoom though, a scout, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one here. Cryan should be able to check that brush, and they should, what? Oh my God, no, oh my God, they think he got out. They think he got out with teleport or something. No way. That's absurd.
Now they're going to be looking to contest on the Drake. But Ala try to keep up pressure with the Gnar bar stacking up, but Care has the Gnar opening up his own.
Yep, both Gnar ultimates should be available. They do jump here onto Gnar himself, but they are going to start to take him down before he gets into Mega. There's a good hostile takeover, but it was while the Moonlight Vigil was coming out, so LWX picks up the first kill as Care gets himself a second. They're jumping onto I1, he can make it a third. Lights in no man's land, and he cannot trade it back for a Summit, and that's 4 kills for none. That's going to be FBX, yes, losing the Dragon, but they'll gain so much more.
In this series, I'm going to say, Knight actually gets locked down. The Encore flushed away from, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows to do it with the permacross. Ignite down, autos through. LNG move up as 3-man unit, but Ming is here. He's running into 3 people. Now falls, Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-stiffed as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
That is the problem. They need to find a solution for you. You see Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. You think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available. The dredge line doesn't connect, and now the 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually, that was pixel perfect. And now the backline able finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the drag, and all of a sudden, Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
上一场打 AL，他们打野小豪是个非常厉害的选手，然后他们成绩也非常好。然后面对他的话，我要小心他们的进攻路线。上场打 AL 的话，他们的打野是关键吧，把他们打野摁住的话就比较好赢一点。
Welcome back to the LPL. Here we're in the kickoff of week number 7. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and we are into our first series after you blink and you miss it kind of moments here in game number 1. Anyone's Legend take one fight, 40 minutes, of a little bit less or more than 40 minutes in, and the game's over. WE lose game number 1 and have to find a way to bounce back into this best of 3 here. And MVP, none other than the man of that fight, Betty.
Completely understandable. Like, that one fight was all you needed. Goal difference to end negative, and you know that the entire game was behind, but he stepped up when he needed to in those team fights. And look, WE lost, but we won, right? We won by getting to see that fantastic performance. And I'm sure we're going to have a look at it again and just see the execution was there. That final moment of the fight, able to stand up and make it happen. I hope so too, Mazel. Let's be real.
I really hope we get a slow-mo that one. But it was a lot of fights, right? But this, if you look at the map, right, it's at the top of the screen. It's 25, after 25 minutes in, right? And it's 4 kills. Now you're getting more. It's starting to add up. But we were a lot of skirmishing, but no kills in the early parts of the game. And then you have moments like this one.
Yeah, and it was, the initial engage by Xiaohao and then the ult from Forge into the slicing Maelstrom. And look, everyone clumped and CC'd. Shanks goes for the play on a Betty, but the flash comes out, and then in prime position with the red gun, with the Bloodthirst, they're able to out-heal the damage and just survive. So close. And as I said before, really makes you think, if anyone messes up, if anyone plays that differently, plays that worse on the side of AL, they could just lose the fight. They could just lose Soul. They could just lose the game.
They're the anyone's legends. Come on. Got them.
Did we ever have any doubt?
But for me, it's also that whole fight. You see, like, his health bar is untouched until the end, until the entire team of Team WE, who is still alive, are like, oh my God, this guy's about to kill us all. And they're like, oh no. And then in the end, right, he gets that outplay. So huge stuff from Betty, right? We set up this bottom lane in terms of aggression, in terms of carry potential for anyone's Legend, and they deliver in a game where anyone's Legend were, overextending, losing a Baron to a huge Beishang steal, giving over multiple big objectives, losing a lot of their base, but in one crucial moment, it's the turnaround. That's why, as I think we've said a lot in this stream, right? We love this team because moments like this, crazy situations, even against a team like WE who haven't found a series win so far, it's incredible to see that step up from a lot of these individual players on anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully WE don't get too, disheartened by that loss. They showed a lot of positives, and there's still a series ahead of them. There's still an opportunity to turn this around and find their way back in. It is going to be a side switch, so now AL is on blue. They are going to ban away the Azir from Shanks, and I'm going to be real, if WE had won, I think Shanks would have certainly been the MVP for his performance, so I think a very smart move to deny that away.
Now, we did see a lot of focus towards Kadaya from anyone's Legend, a lot of support bans last game. We already see that Renata joining the table, the Silas taken away this time from Team WE, as well as the Lee Sin to take away some comfort from Beishang.
Yeah, something that was banned away in the first one by WE, banned away again, so denying that one away. And now AL taking the Wukong out. Obviously, they were the ones who played last time, knowing the importance of it. Zeri probably going to be the last ban here. But to talk about things that are left open that were banned before, there's Gnar, there's GP, and there's Senna. I think the Gnar could be a really significant one. We've occasionally seen that one blind picked on the first pick if teams are feeling confident. But actually,
I think
Zeri's open.
I think it's Zeri is open, so that doesn't happen very often.
No, I don't see Zeri open often. I see even less Zeri left open and not first picked on blue side.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll see.
I was gonna say I would really appreciate if anyone's Legend just lock in a Senna lane here or something along those lines, because that would be something stable. Speaking of stable, okay, we get the 10th play in the LPL summer split of Forge's Swain here.
Okay, I know we'd like to talk about how good Swain is for Forge and how reliant the team were on it for some of their wins, but I didn't think it would come to this, Marcel. Clearly, they feel like whatever AD carry WE pick that is left open, they will be able to counter it. You know, we've seen different strategies attempted to be used to counteract things like the Zeri. So now the question is, will WE opt into it? You know, will they go into the trade and look to prioritize the Senna, for example?
It puts WE in such a terrible position, it feels like, because you literally, like, you get to pick Zeri, but then you get a scaling lane on the other side as well, and a lot of sustain and a lot of team fight potential there. They do get the Zeri, but now, you know, anyone's legend gets a bit of the pick of the litter. Oh, they just go with the Callista. Okay. Xing piloted it, had a great KDA in game number 1. Betty says, I want it this time. Also, anyone's legend had banned away the Amumu in game 1. This time left open on the blue side. They pick it up. They love this combo.
So AL are clearly confident they can shut down the Zeri, right? That they can handle it. And they get, like, I think it goes without saying, they get an insanely strong team fight coming out from AL. The fact that you have the AoE damage from the Amumu, you know, the CC that increases magic damage for the Swain, really fantastic. Now, Talia's locked in. I like Talia into Calista. I think it's a really solid pick because obviously you can't really team fight on your Unraveled Earth, and it's so massive now. And now we got a second rotation. WE can start to ban away junglers here and really thin the pool for Xiaohao, whereas AL, I'd be a little bit concerned about some of the top laners. Might be a pain. Gnar definitely stands out as someone who's still left open and available, who was banned last time. I think they'd probably look in that direction. And maybe anyone else they're concerned coming out as a counter pick. Maybe the Gwen is something that you wouldn't want BB to take on 5th pick when you can't answer it.
I do like that WE are going for a little bit more, I guess a little bit less of that single skirmishing kind of style and seeing more if they can opt into this team fight potential. But again, anyone's legend in the second phase, they're just going to start focusing down Kadaya's pool here. We got to see, you know, the Rel last time didn't work out too well, but he was able to find a lot of advances for Team WE. We'll see if he gets his pool whittled down even more. The Camille actually joins the ban table for Team WE.
Do you think it makes sense? Camille very good into Zeri, right? You are a champion who thrives on mobility. If Camille gets on top of you, it's a pain. And also ZDZ, fantastic at Camille, something they relied on heavily in spring. I feel like this has to be Gnar, but actually the Gragas. So, I mean, I think for my money, you could just take support here and be comfortable in that. But I feel like that leaves AL to take Gnar. So I would probably lean towards picking up the Gnar myself for WE. I'm actually really concerned about it being countered, but I think if that was the case, you wouldn't have banned a jungler in the second rotation.
Imagine that team fight setup. Oh my god.
Like... Yeah, it'd be pretty good. And yeah, we see Braum come out, so decent at kind of mitigating that engage from the bot lane. You know, if you queue in on a Mumu and get the passive on you, it's going to be a bit of a pain. And we'll see what AL opt to go for. Obviously, they need the jungler for Xiaohao with a pool thinned quite significantly, and the top laner, which I have said I think should be Gnar.
So I'm not saying this makes sense, but you know, in some extent, I would love to see it just to get some gameplay of it. I myself haven't gotten to cast it yet in the LPL, but we do get the Jax here for anyone's legend. It was something, you know, we got to see banned away in game number 1. They will bring out the confidence pick here for ZDZ in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense to sort of pocket pick for him. I'm not sure necessarily like how specifically strong I'll be here. I feel like most of the teams would have just taken Gnar there, but they opt to go for the Jax. And then Xiaohao going for the Diana. So it does mean it's an AP mid jungle, but another champion that benefits massively from the Amumu passive. Remember, if you ultimate on Amumu, you apply your passive to everyone, 10% extra damage. You know, so if you deal like 100 magic damage, you deal an extra 10 true damage. And obviously Diana will deal a ton. And now WE,
they need their own team fight tools.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a no-brainer just to lock the Gnar in. So we can kind of take stock. I think ultimately, you know, both mid laners pretty powerful. I think Shanks does a lot of job at mitigating all the dashes available to AL. Bubu should be okay in this matchup, although ZDZ is very confident on Jax. And the bot lane. The bot lane is an interesting one because, you know, Xing is going to take cleanse. Kadaya can really stop Amumu from being as annoying. You know, like if he bandage tosses, you apply your passive, you jump away. But I know Betty and Chocho are going to play this bot lane like so aggro, so aggressive. And I'm really interested to see how it ends up going.
Yeah, and I think you can see where Xiaohao is going to put some obvious focus. I think you can leave ZDZ to some extent in that topside matchup and really just hone in on the bottom lane here and see if you can get those combos off. As you were saying, that level 6 mark is going to be a crucial key point to, how they win fights. But it's especially getting a lead. We saw, though, I will say, Team WE get a lead with the Kalista last game and unable to pilot it to a win because of the late game potential that came through from the
Because they lost one fight, Vizel. They lost one fight.
They did, but it's the base
Yeah,
reason, right?
yeah.
It's the principle. It's the fact that
Yeah.
we're seeing the Zeri here, which a lot of the times we don't even get to see in the LPL because it is banned away so heavily. And now, it's so funny to me because at this point it's like AL just kicking the ball over into Team WE's court and saying, "All right, what you got? Are you able to pilot this broken champion? Are you able to put this matchup to the test?"
That's the question. And ultimately, I feel like the way we want to see and pilot this with the Zeri is kite, 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 kite. You're playing against these dive threats, the Jax, the Diana, the Swain, who want to get up in your face, who want to cause issue, and we want to see them creating space for the backline, shutting down these engaged threats when it comes to team fights. But that is a long way away, Mazel. First and foremost, I want to see how this bot lane pans out.
We will have to see. I just shout out to the
bot lane. Mazel, who cares about bot lane? Look at
Hey,
Jojo.
yeah, he's got to go for the early aggression here, maybe a little bit. He does use the scanner early, but just showing a little bit of love to Bew potentially.
I mean, Arubu has one of the best level ones in the game because you have
You
your
get
main
2
CC ability
uses.
twice. Yeah, you get the double whammy. We've seen a lot of teams use that to go aggressive, typically with invades. Here, though, instead, they end up looking for a bit of a cheese play top that doesn't find anything, fortunately for Bew. And it looks like we'll just get standard starts coming out.
So
across the
do you
board.
feel like both teams are going to be able to leave this top lane to kind of its own devices here and see how, the TPs come into effect later, or at least some of the movements away from top lane are going to work out?
I feel like the junglers, if they see an opportunity to make an impact on the top lane, they will look for it. And the thing is, Jax, to do well in this matchup, has to do this. Like, look at him. You can't, sit on the minion wave and chill. To apply pressure in the matchup, you have to jump on your opponent. You use the counter-strike. You ramp up the damage, because obviously you're being hit by you're getting the autos, make it do more damage. And because you have to play the lane in such an aggressive manner, it does make you vulnerable. So I would not be surprised to see Beisheng heading up there, potentially even Xiaohao coming to give a hand to ZDZ. And you see the importance of the ward and the brush that Bew has. So what we often see is teams will actually send members up top to put wards down, because the fact that Bew has a ward there does obviously give him an advantage. Whenever ZDZ walks away to drop aggro, he still keeps it. But ultimately, in this situation, him using the ward there means he doesn't have a ward for the river, he doesn't have a ward to fend from ganks, so it does have a bit of a cost.
And I will say both junglers obviously pathing full clear towards the top side of the map at this point. So you can obviously see they're looking to just dip their toes in the top side matchup, see who they can get ahead, and then who can kind of be left to their own devices. Because you can, at least for AL's side, be pretty confident. And we've already seen, Betty and Chocho will be playing aggressive. They'll try to have priority in that lane. As Bew and CDZ, speaking about priority, they're going head to head.
Yeah, and I mean...
Actually, Beisheng, he's going back bottom lane. Okay.
Yeah, I guess the fact that you see this prio mid and top, he doesn't really want to tango and try and contest the scuttle right now. Obviously, you could try and go for, a gank top, but it's so risky if it backfires. You're just in such a bad position. So instead, play that a bit safe. We'll just head towards that bot side scuttle, and ensure you can secure that. You've seen, a bit of aggressive play coming out from AL so far in the bot lane, but haven't really been able to achieve too much other than just having prio.
Yeah, Scuttle Crabs go each way. I'm sure we'll see Xiaohao play up towards that top side of the map. We did see actually Chocho on the Arom, and we've seen a lot of movement around the map so far from Chocho. And I think the Amumu really unlocks his aggression that we've seen this player really be able to pilot for AL and for Betty. We talked a lot at the beginning of the day how crucial this combo has been. We saw it last game, but especially in the laning phase, especially now that he's got this Amumu, it just feels like there's another level potential.
Look how scared the Bew's bot lane have to play here. Oh, it does connect.
It does, and he can't get the concussive blows on Betty. Shig wasn't able to land the auto attacks there, so just taking a lot of damage.
It's kind of rough because it's like if you take the time.
Oh my
look,
god,
another one.
again? And this is why you don't give over the Amumu. And Betty and Chocho. Oh my god, they're going under tower here. The burn. It's not going to be enough. The spear's in there as well. If one more rend would have been pulled, this is how AL win their games. And it's looking like WE playing off the back foot now.
And it looks like the defensive angle from WE isn't working. The Braum doesn't have time to even auto before he has to jump away because he's so scared of just being bursted out. The power of this Kalista and Mumu. He has to be really careful here. Now, I think Betty is just going to reset. He's low, doesn't know where the enemy jungle is, but still, you can see the pressure being applied in the 2v2. And now, Kadaya with no sums could be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, and I love seeing Betty and JoJo use this advantage in bottom lane. But again, you do have to think about, like, it is good that WE get out of that one. It is good that Shing still has his flash, still has plans, right? In mid lane, WE are looking on the roam on Kadaya to get Forge. A couple more auto attacks, but he can't get it because they see Xiaohao coming. But I will not be able to get too much damage there. No setup for Xiaohao and Chocho too early on. But Chocho's still just waiting because he's just wants to be the engager. He wants to be the man that says charge.
I mean, he's just vibing. He'll try and stall his wave out if he can, if they let him. No mana really on Shank, so he may be able to hold it. Amumu is actually surprisingly one of the best champions at holding waves just because you take reduced damage with the minion autos with your E. And it looks like that's what he's trying to do, is just keep it there until Forge is back. You know, allows him to catch that wave, maybe even freeze it himself, and then Chocho will head down towards bot lane. What I am interested about is, you know, we have the Diana coming in. There's been this new build that I've seen all over solo queue, where as your mythic you go to Sunfire, and it's really strong. You'll know that the tank mythics were buffed recently. Sunfire like got an extra HP, but basically you're super bulky. You still do like 1,000,000 damage because obviously when you're up close as Diana, you're still burning them, right? And then you often go like Nash's Tooth. Sometimes you get the Nash's first for extra clear speed, and you're just an absolute monster. I think that may well be the build we see come out from Xiaohao. We'll talk about it when we get to it, but it is very hard to deal with. I'll be real, because you can't just burst her that you typically do with like glass cannon Diana builds, but she also does a ridiculous amount of damage, so there's really no winning.
Interesting. The stop off for the blasting. See how that works out. The early drag focus apparently here for anyone with Legend, as they had the priority in bottom lane. They got 4 members. They get the first neutral objective of the game.
Yeah, able to secure with that pressure they have from the bot lane. Makes quite a bit of difference in just being able to move towards those neutrals.
Fine, it didn't reset. What are you talking about? It was clean.
It's fine.
It was
fine.
clean.
It's fine. Calculated.
Always love it. Always love it. But hey, we get to see the reset back into it, and again, we're getting a lot of what we got in game number 1. Right? We were talking about it was like 2 kills at like plus 20 minutes. So we're much more the same in terms of just farming up, waiting for big things to draw the attention. But in those kinds of moments, it's where we need to see AL set the pace, set the advantage. They've done so already with Betty and Chocho bot lane, but we got to see a continuation of that.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how the team fights pan out, especially when, you know, Chocho gets his hand on his ultimate. Such a big boost in power. He can even just look to like target and burst that Kadaya if he oversteps. But still, not seeing too much action. I get it though. You have Diana just leaning towards that level 6 point into those bigger fights. And it looks like it is not going to be the Sunfire build coming out from Xiaohao with the alternator picked up. That suggests that it's
they need the wombo combo damage. I agree with that, right, though, because going back to your point in the draft, right, that extra percentage of damage onto the kit with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, I think that's going to be huge, because we saw last time the damage not exactly there at that like 40-minute mark for the Kalista. You have to really navigate the fights. You have to be very careful in terms of how you deliver your damage. So Xiaohao will be a little bit of that safety net, I guess, in terms of trying to get the kill.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, personally, I would prefer the Sunfire just because, like, in those longer fights, so much value, and these are going to be longer fights. But regardless, he clearly just wants to absolutely pop off and blow people up, and I can never really fault that, Mazel, you know?
True. Hey, crazy is our game. Betty, don't you do it. Betty, just don't do it. Good job. You do it. Now Beishang is bot lane, just looking for a little bit of a gank, a little bit of fun, as want to get some revenge for that early aggression we got to see on the WE's bottom lane. They'll keep pushing up here, and Beishang spotted out on the ward, just hovering now, and Shanks on his way as well. Does have the Weaver's Wall, so they could go for a dive.
Yeah, it would be a very hard dive. All
It
sums
would
up,
be.
and it's Kalista and Mumu. The thing that makes it a bit easy is the fact that Mumu doesn't have ultimate. But you can see, as soon like the Talia roams down a bit to apply the pressure, AL do back off, and they push up again. They aren't that scared of it. And with Chocho hitting 6, they kind of think they can mitigate it. And it may, it may look like, okay, cool, WE denies some minions, that's fine for them. But in the meantime, Xiaohao grabbed Herald. So this is a massive win for AL, and they might be looking for an angle to really capitalize here. You see Shanks roaming up to deny, but ZDZ has been doing work in this matchup, and with Demolished, should just be able to get another plate here.
And hasn't really gotten much help either. Oh, saves the jump, but you got the little skippery that Yubu at least was able to have. And I still love that Xiaohao's willingness to move up here towards ZDZ shows that they're completely confident in how this bottom lane is kind of working out right now.
Yeah, and if they manage to slam the Herald in the top lane, give that full tower to ZDZ, all those plates, it would be devastating for WE. They're already down by 1,000 gold, and it's not getting better. Honestly, I feel like Herald might be a waste in top lane. ZDZ's just doing it himself.
He's actually working on another plate here. They still have 3.5 minutes until the plates really fall off. Chocho wait till the last second to go in. Try to buy some time for the rest of AL to join, but it's just going to be some supportal combat. And they actually find out the ward place there as well. So ward gameplay going in favor of AL at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a really big thing, is that sometimes you see supports go on these aggressive warding missions. If you spot them, then it's very easy just to pop the sweeper, and you know pretty much where the walls will be put down, so you can clear that all out. So at this point, Dragon's up in a minute. AL have that first one. I know WE obviously love to get that, but the fact that AL have Herald, they can use that objective quite effectively to apply pressure. It also feels like they've had the bot pressure, they have top pressure. WE are struggling right now, and sure, they have this Zeri, who's going to scale exceptionally well in the later stages, but that is going to take time to come online. For the time being, it's really AL's game to control.
Hey, Shanks is representing, and Xing as well, rounding it out there with some leads. Not by far, but at least they have a little bit of something to speak of, and that first strike definitely helping Shanks out in that regard. But we got to keep looking at this bottom lane. When does Chocho decide to go in? And that's right now with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Plans immediately used, as well as the lightning crashing. Fate's Call misses, but they still get the kill on Kadaya because that's the early game aggression.
And you can see Xing trying to find the window to turn it around, but just isn't quite able to do enough damage at this early stage. And to add insult to injury, looks like we're going to get the Herald thrown down. You already struggle in this matchup. The Callista's just got a ton of extra gold. It's going from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's so many plates for anyone's legend as they find themselves 2,000 gold in the lead now. Beisheng is on his way down bottom. They'll take, at least in the wake of that pressure from anyone's legend, they'll be able to take the dragon.
Yeah, that is the one sort of nice aspect of it, is that AL obviously commit heavily and the counterpoint is there, but I don't think you can be really too positive about WE. They've just lost that top tower.
Don't look at top, but don't stop. Don't worry about it. Okay, things are happening now.
What's not going well either? Where do we look? It's all going bad.
Just keep the camera on Beisheng. There you go. You're fine. You're gonna be looking at the jungle mobs. You can look at some. There's some deer in the jungle. There's ducks. There's a lot of wildlife.
He's losing his Krogs right now, and they're looking to invade on him.
Oh no, Kadaya caught in transition here, and there's the Vision of Empire to set up the slow the Moonfall as well. There's your damage as well for Xiaohao, and he picks up his own kill.
Nice play coming out as well. This is the fact that you have that CC from the Amumu, the increased magic damage, Forge W's on top, and obviously the Diana loves that amp. They pick off Kadaya, and now don't do it, Xing. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Stay alive. Live another day.
Live another day. They're going to get all 5 plates here for Betty and Co. And that's going to be even more. I was just saying, it's the 2,000 gold. It's not too shabby, right? Well, hey, now it's almost 5,000 gold.
Yeah, it is snowballed very quickly out of control. You can kind of see why teams are banning Jack specifically on CDZ. The proficiency he has in this champion is something to be feared. And I just feel like the game's in a rough spot. You have a Diana who's farming up, who's already got a kill. The bot lane is going exceptionally well. Top lane is going exceptionally well. And mid lane, Forge has Swain. And if you've watched many of AL's games so far, you know that that is just a win condition in and of itself. So WE are starting to feel the pressure already.
I'm still so impressed with Chocho. I know we're watching him walk around in mid lane, but he just looks like a beast on this Amumu pick. Like, I know you're talking about ZDZ's Jax, but like, you look at this draft, and there's a lot from AL that is just terrifying, that should not be allowed through, that they should not be able to pilot, right? Even Betty on the Callista, it is terrifying, but Chocho on the Amumu, a different animal. Jax looks insane. Forge, consistency in the mid lane and team fight setup. It's just, this is the inner workings of anyone's legend. You're watching it unfold on your screen right now.
And I feel like as much as our laning has been going well, the team fights are where they get really scary. That's where you have to really show some concern. Now, it does look like WA trying to lean some pressure down towards this side of the map and look for Forge, but Swain, not exactly an easy target to dive. Now, he has gone the mandate build that we've been seeing all the time in the LPL. I know in solo queue, Leandre is a lot more popular, but you get that extra movement speed on the procs, and if your team are there, you know, you get so much extra damage, especially when you have people like Xiaohao, ZDZ diving in. Do you see AL move down towards the boss side of the map just to cover? But nothing too crazy going to come off that for the time being. Herald actually being soloed by Betty, I believe, at the moment. So just leaving that up to him. Why not?
I mean, hey, they literally, they cannot respond to ZDZ in the top. Like, he has been near the tier 2 tower for the last 3 minutes, probably. And nobody is willing to go up there and answer because they realize that things could go bad if they show pressure up there, if they try to answer up there, and they're just leaving Bubu to his own devices at this point.
Yeah, they may have watched the series yesterday, Weibo V5, where they had to send like 4 members to deal with the Shy, and even then, nearly lost one. So don't want to have to tango with a Jax who is fed as he is now. You see he's going towards the Frozen Heart, often like an early rush. Ability haste, if you can get that early on a Jax, it can really help out. Just getting more rotations of your counter strike, more rotations of your leap strike to stick onto targets when you're getting into those fights. Because you got to remember, Shanks has a decent amount of damage himself, but Beisheng, Bubu, and Xing, they are all auto attackers. As much as Anar obviously does like his big combo, if you're able to dodge away that damage, it does make you significantly harder to take down.
And I think WE in this kind of downtime that we've gotten since the AL aggression really took hold of the game, we have seen them recoup in terms of like getting resources around the map, evening up the top lane a little bit more for Bubu. But it still feels like when AL decide they want to turn it on, it's on.
Yeah, and it's 40 seconds till that dragon. And if I'm talking about a time to turn things on, that kind of feels like it. Now, WE are looking to contest in the mid lane and try and posture. I am really scared for how they're going to approach this team fight, though, with the deficit they're currently in. That being said, they have managed to close it. Okay, I said that not really at all. But look at the numbers, do the math. No, not really. The lead hasn't got any bigger, Mazel.
That's positive.
Yeah, that's something. I don't think they contest this dragon.
There's the Chad Rift gameplay from Betty, who soloed the Rift Herald. I feel like it should look different if it was soloed by an English carry. It should look better. But it's going to be more pressure in the mid lane from anyone legends here. Beaver's Wall to try to block them off a little bit. They do separate Chocho, but he has the bandage toss that can come right across. And that's immediately transitioning AL into the dragon.
Ambitious Weaver's Wall. I mean, maybe cut them off more. Probably not still. They both have flash, right? And if you dive on the Swain, he's got stopwatch, and that's kind of where Swain thrives, when people are diving into his range. Now, Dragon has gone over to AL, will in a second, and they are looking for ZDZ top.
Or he's a little bit by himself here. The concussive blows will be there as well after he gets out of Counter-Strike. And that's 4 members strong, 5 after the end of it. And ZDZ still alive for a little bit, but not for long.
At least they brought appropriate numbers. I think that is the message from that one. Have to respect the Jax, and they leave no opportunity for ZDZ to outplay. Perhaps should have just definitely should have just backed off when he saw his team were getting the dragon for free and he knew WE were backing away. Regardless, AL still happy with that passage of play, but trying to crack this mid lane tier 1. That's the main thing. We've seen them constantly pushing in for it. It is low in HP, but until they do, it does make it harder to push up into the enemy jungle. And we're going to replay. I don't feel like there's much to comment on here. You can't 1v5 yet, ZDZ.
Not yet. Yeah, I mean, there was really no hope. The fact they brought 5 shows the respect, I feel like, that we were able to show in this moment. But we also saw right after that play a lot gained from Xiaohao in the bottom lane, the jungle of Beisheng, not going to have as many animals in it this time around, but a lot of pressure towards bottom lane as well.
And now 2 item spikes for Betty, Rage Blade and the Shield Bow. You have Rylai's and the Mandate for Swain. And essentially, because you have a stopwatch, you're kind of cheating the third item. Third item will be Zhonya's for Swain, but you kind of have the effect of it now. So AL are mega strong. I think it goes without saying. You know, not just the Goldie, they're hitting their big spikes. The thing is that at least W have, you know, a bit of time before Dragon Soul is on the card. But it starts to become difficult. When do you start contesting? When are you comfortable to take a fight? Do you just play for picks? But the problem with picks is it's like, you know, there's that example in the top lane where ZDZ was clearly overextended, but you don't have that snapping gauge, right? It's not like you have an Amumu who can just bandage toss in, or even a Diana who can dive forwards. You're kind of relying on, like, you know, maybe a seismic shove from the Talia. It's not the best setup. You can see AL just aren't really afraid and are looking to push in on this mid tower.
Speaking of pushing, they're looking to just take the fight because much like last game, that big combo is there. Everything on top of it. It's a Venn diagram on your screen, but it's live. Bubu's got the flank here. He's almost Meganar. Forge is still with the demonic session. It falls. Bubu wants to get the Meganar, but he can't get it in time. He's almost just dead. Counter-Strike comes through, and ZDZ refreshes the front line of AAL. Man, what a fight. That just shows a little bit of that terrifying setup.
That's the combo. That's the combo you're looking for. I'm kind of surprised Chocho didn't go in again. I feel like a player like him, even though he's 1 HP, I could have seen it. But now they're going on the Baron. This is exceptionally fast. Bear in mind, they just used the smite from Forge. They have Ren. They have Diana. It's just gone.
And Forge is just tanky. He just took an entire combo from Shanks and didn't even feel it afterwards. That's a huge pickup in the Baron play. We'll see that play one more time. And again, just watch your screen. It feels like math class.
Yeah, WB overstay, and then Kadaya jumps to his backline. Chocho, bandage toss into ult, and obviously that amp on the magic damage when you have the Swain and the Diana there. Just fantastic. And here, you know, I see this moment. I honestly thought Chocho might throw himself into Bubu just for a second. That is the sort of player he is, but he plays it safe. He backs off. He obviously knows that game 1 was a bit tenuous and doesn't want to risk it. And now AL, they have the Baron, the 6k gold up. It's third dragon in a minute and a half. This is where they can start to push in and take those tier 2 towers and start to pick up more of that standing gold, really elevate the lead and get to like that 10,000 gold advantage mark where it becomes very dire for WE.
It's literally just they choose when things happen. Like there was a huge lull for many minutes. And then they're just like, hey, let's go in. Let's see what happens when we go in. And then they win. And it feels, as I was saying at the beginning of that call, it feels a lot like last game where they're in a position now with the level of team fighting synergy that they have that if WE are forced into a Baron play, into another Dragon, into one of these stacking objectives, they're just going to lose because you can't just let an objective like a Baron go. You can't just let these things fall out. But what do you do against the composition that AL have?
It's so difficult. And, you know, I was talking about the Sunfire Diana, the more sustained damage build. I'm kind of vibing with the Burst build for Xiaohua right now because he has got so much on-demand damage. As you were saying before, that combo with the Amumu, absolutely devastating, has gone for the Anathema's Chains. I love this on Amumu. I love this because if you use the Anathemas on, let's say, Xing, for example, it means if you Q, RQ, it overlaps because there's like a 3-second cooldown between you can use your second Q, and because you reduce their tenacity, you can actually sequence it so they can't do anything in between. They get no space, no time, which puts more emphasis on having that cleanse. So, you know, I don't even know if it's specifically on Xing. It may be on Beisheng as well. Obviously has more tenacity, but either way, when you have all those stuns, the Anathema is a really powerful tool for increasing the duration.
Yeah, we've already seen that combo being pulled off. It just must feel good, right? Like pressing the buttons at the right time with this combination of champions just feel like you're unlocking a cheat code to some extent because you come away just feeling good after decimating the health bars, but at the same time having so much sustain that you're not seeing much damage traded back. And we've seen consistent control from anyone's legend. And we were talking at the beginning of the day about where we've been seeing focus for both these junglers, a lot of focus around Betty and Chocho. And as I said earlier in this game, it just feels like we're getting the AL that we've seen functioning to such high success rates.
Yeah, I mean, AL, the big change they've had from Spring is their early game has gotten better by a pretty significant margin. That was their weakness. They would fall behind significantly, and they were often able to fight their way back with their strong team fighting with things like Jinx. Not as often as they would need to be in the upper echelon of the teams, But coming into summer, their team fighting is still really strong, but their early game has been better. So, you know, games like game 1, yes, they can still fall behind, but they find their way back. And then games like this, when they do get a lead, which is, you know, as I said, happening more and more, it feels very difficult to find your way back in, especially, as you said, a comp like this. It's the fact that, like, if you're already lacking in damage and you're going up against this Jax and this Swain, and even the Callisto with a shield bow, like, you would struggle to kill a squishier target, but you're not going to kill Forge anytime soon. Like, think how long Shing needs to actually auto-attack Forge to take him out. Yeah. And I guarantee you do not have that much time to freely auto in a team fight up against what AL has.
And we were also seeing a much tankier build come out from Shing's Callista than we are from Betty's as well. And I think that's a big difference we're seeing from AL. They're willing to, you know, ride the knife's edge and go for the damage builds in expecting to be able to outplay and know that they can use it to their advantage.
There's still time for Betty to pick up some tanky items, but yeah, I feel like at this point you can just go for the damage, ride that, and Beisheng, oh no.
Yes, the flash. That's a huge cooldown for a Viego, let alone for Beisheng on Team WE. And we're seeing the pressure continue here. Got a while for objectives, right? We have another minute and a half for the Baron, 3 minutes for the Dragon at this point, but you look towards top and the same thing is happening. We've seen all game long. There's really no response here. They're actually, Team WE pulling the trigger on bringing BuBu towards mid.
Yeah, they're just trying to find an angle, but they don't have any snap engage. That's the problem, you know? When you're behind and you don't have engage, it really feels lame. Because also, when we look at that Dragon in 2 minutes 30, here's what's going to happen as well. AL are going to get there first. They're going to set up vision control, and then WE have to try and push in. And if they push in against AL's composition, they'll just find great angles to flank, to collapse on them, to engage on them. And WE can't, like, they can't see Betty mid like this. Betty walks up mid, no pressure. There is no pressure from WE. There's no one who can just jump on him. There's no Nautilus who can flash R on top, and that's kind of the concern. So they have to start trying to find creative angles here. Maybe a Weaver's Wall, maybe a TP flank from BuBu if they want to find their way in, because they lose that fight in 2 minutes, they lose that soul, I think it's just over.
They do, and they're going to have to get the timings right. BuBu getting his Meganar back. We do have the item timings also coming through here. The Banshee's Veil completed for Shanks, at least having a little bit of defensive tool. They want to go in now with that set advantage, but there's the moonfall, and their health bars are just gone. Betty goes forward. The Fates call on the 4 members. I can't watch, Ox. I can't watch. I'm turning away. I'm looking at the beauty in the stars. I'm looking at my ceiling because I don't want to see what anyone's legend just did to Team WE.
They just styled on them, man. They absolutely dumps them. The combo comes in, the initial setup from their Mumu and the Diana, and then Chocho with the 4-man knockup to set up ZDZ, to set up Forge. Fantastic play, man. I love this team. And WE, they felt desperate. They felt they had to go for something. They find nothing at all. And AL are going to take this series 2-0.
Team WE fans, come back, check another day. AL fans, ride that train all day long. They are looking good, and they're moving up in the standings. Anyone's legend pulling out big-time combos in perfect legend fashion here, and they find themselves a 2-0 victory to kick off our week number 7.
And you can see Chocho and Betty, you know, instantly just like, let's go after that one. What an ending. Just a fantastic way at the end of the game. Hitting everything, every combo you want, and being able to land it, and just exactly showing what the composition can do, showing what AL can do in team fights, why they've been such a threat, and why they are steadily climbing the ladder. And with that one, you know, we showed the standings earlier today. V5 top esports and JDG with 9 wins, and then there's a gap, right? There was 3 wins between them and RNG, 3 wins between them and anyone's legend, but AL still were a game down. They hadn't played as many, and RNG still had 2 more to play. Now with this one, AL have pulled back up in a 4th. They have 7 wins. They're back in 4th place once again. And this is a crazy thing. When AL first got to 4th place, everyone was like, what is going on? AL is 4th. They're still in 4th. I mean, they dropped down a bit, but they're still maintaining this position in the standings. I know people are saying it. I've been kind of memeing, but not really. 4 teams got a Worlds for the LPL, right? You know, we have
you
a
better
clear
buy
top
your
3 at
tickets
the
right
moment.
now.
If AL got a Worlds, man, what a journey that would be. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm not.
It's fine. It's fine.
I love AL.
Hey, when you see the clean execution like we just saw, when you see even if it is against the, Team W here, still not able to find the series win of the split, it's still fun to watch, and it's still fun to see, even after a very tough game number 1, coming back in the last moment, coming back to a victory, and then saying, all right, easy, guys, 2-0 victory. Let's win it. 27 minutes. Not too shabby.
Yeah, and it's just such a joy. I just love it. I love Chocho, man. What a player. Just the engagement with Mumu, fantastic. So good in this game. He said it himself. This is one of his favorite champions, and you could see why. Finding those big combos, setting up his team, and it all just feels like clockwork. The fact this team is that same team from spring and has managed to do so well. And I also want to hit on the importance, like, it is actually quite relevant for AL to keep picking up wins, because I don't know if you've checked ahead in their schedule, their week 9 and 10 is rough, right? Just for anyone at home, in week 9 and 10, they play RNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports. That is a real trial by fire before playoffs. And if they do maintain their place in the standings, it will come off the back of beating some of those teams. It'll come off the back of, showing what they can do against potential teams that they would be facing upper end of playoffs. So, AL, great win, great deserved win against WE, but still need to keep the momentum going, because I'm hoping we see AL do well in playoffs. I'm hoping we see this team at Worlds. It would be insane.
I think that last fight might be the most, like, I maybe they'll have the footy. I was literally jumping up and down. Like, I felt like a child watching that unfold. Like, it was incredible to see how quickly it came together and how quickly it fell apart for Team WE. And that's some of that synergy that we've seen with a lot of the comfort picks that AL were rocking in this last game. But what they've been rocking split long, right? Like, if they're able to pilot a composition like that, it makes teams second guess, like, that's a powerful combo. What part do you take away from that to make that strategy mute for them? I don't know if there's a lot of answers like that unless you ban 5 champions, things along those lines. It begs the question of, like, the strategies that this team is willing to whip out.
And here's the concern is that, like, at first we were kind of talking a bit about Swain being such a big piece for this team. They have shown so many wins not with Swain, right?
Yeah.
ZDZ's Jax is banned away, but when it's unleashed, it's a threat, it's a menace, right? Things like the Clister moving for the bot lane, as much as they're fantastic on it, are not needed. I feel like that's the thing, is that this team has these sort of not even like massive pocket picks. Like, I don't think Swain is like, oh, this isn't meta, it's only Forge's pick. But obviously, like, there's these picks that they have such proficiency on that are massive threats if they get them. But even if they don't, this team still feels very relevant. And I feel like they always come into games with a pretty smart draft. They know what they have to do. They have good win cons. They can execute on them. And yeah, they just showed it once again in this series. And now, on the other side for WE, it's rough. This is a team that are now 0-9. The best score they can get is 7-9, and we normally talk about 8 wins as being the magic number. So it's kind of hit the point where, I don't think they're mathematically out of playoffs, but it's pretty much probably not going to happen at this point. And that's fine. I think, with how the split had started, that's kind of the expectation. It is now just a goal to try and claim some wins, get a series win on your hands. And that's the heartbreaking thing, is like you saw in game 1, they were close, right? This isn't like they're, an absolutely awful team who can't do anything. They find windows. It's just they struggle to wrap it up.
Yeah, they do. I think that's the most heartbreaking thing for me, is like, you see some of the moments. It's one little slip up. It's little decisions that are really rough along the way. But we do have an MVP to crown, and we got to talk some more about anyone's legend, as Xiaohao will be picking up his MVP.
Yeah, and fantastic Dana game. Went for the full damage build and made it work. And I really hope we get to see some of those team fights, because they were just absolutely fantastic. Farmed up a storm, and it just felt like WE couldn't find any momentum in return. And if you're gonna allow Diana just to farm up and be in these team fights where you have so much CC setup, then yeah, Diana is gonna pop off.
It's gonna be a nice little highlight reel we're about to take a stroll through, much as Xiaohao was just trying to take a stroll through the nature through which Team W were trying to have as a little bit of. I think Xiaohao just showed that this Diana pick, something to be scared of. The combo with Chocho and their willingness to go ham really is the word for it. I was going to try to think of something more intellectual, but it's really just aggression. Be aggressive.
Yep. And I just want to see these big team fights coming in. This one where Chocho got that massive ultimate after the moonfall. You just see them get absolutely devastated. And then here, coming into that big final team fight. The combo is there, and then the 4-man knock-up into the stun from ZDZ. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I could watch that on repeat. I'm going to be real with you, Mazel. I could just watch that again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many highlight plays in this first series. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a wonderful way to kick off our week number 7, especially kicking off for anyone's legend, because as you were kind of saying, right, we do have some interesting things looking to the future for them further on down the line. But I think, next up is FPX, and they're coming off a loss themselves. They want to bounce back in their own right. OMG found some, fighting styles that can work out for them in some instances. So I'm very excited continuously for this Anyone's Legend team, and they take a 2-0 victory over Team WE in our first series of the night. But that is it for our first series of the night. So we got to move on to our second series of the night, which is going to be another fun one. I'm hoping to get the 3 games as we typically do, because it is JDG versus Invictus Gaming. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
G'day guys, I'm your friendly LPL caster Hysterics, and I'm here to teach you how to speak in LPL. By now you've probably seen loads of the LPL mic check, player clips, and even the documentaries, which means it's a great time to break down some of the famous phrases of the league. 我们是冠军, a famous saying, shouted by Doomby when winning his World Championship in 2019. You can feel that kind of madness and excitement. The power of his saying was felt across the world. Translating it into English, it means, we are the champions. The correct pronunciation of Chinese is 我们是冠军. Repeat after me. Try it yourself. 我们是冠军. Cheering phrases like this must be accompanied by physical expression. 我们是冠军! Phrases like this have so many uses, like in NBA, NFL, and the Premier League competitions as well. You can even use it in your sports game, or even for your next League of Legends game too. In LPL, people press 1 in order to express affirmative replies, such as copy that, yes, confirm, okay, etc., in a much quicker way. If you guys understand today's speak in LPL, give me a 1 in the comments, or barrage, depending on where you are, to let me know you understand.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free. Don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Taste like these while we're free, you and me. Taste like these while we're free, you and me. We're free in love with life. With me, perfect night. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond.
但是在 LPL 赛场就 就挺开心的吧，因为好久没打了，然后目前状态还不错吧。面对老队友密星的话，就赛前跟他说，发个微信就少来中吧，别来抓我。
Welcome back to the LPL, the kickoff of week number 7 here. We're into our second series of the night. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and it is IG versus JDG. And in this one, even on paper, in thought, in emotion, both these teams kind of go in their separate ways at this point. You got a developmental path in the brew for IG, trying to figure out what works around Shun, the rising jungler, the main flagship piece here for IG. And on the other side for JDG, they're gearing up for battle. They're gearing up for war. They got V5 on the horizon. They are battling for the top of the standings here in the LPL.
Yeah, for JDG to be one of our front runners at 9-1, for JDG to have gotten top 4 in spring, anything but Worlds would be a disappointment for this team. You know, that is what they are aiming for. That's what they're going for. Whereas, you know, for IG, it is just getting some wins on the board. At this point, I think IDG are unlikely. IG, sorry,
IDG.
Are unlikely.
That's the new org.
Very unlikely to make it to playoffs. They're 1-8. We say 8 wins is like the normally the point that's on the edge of playoffs. So they would have to win every game from here. That being said, it's not like mathematically certain even if they lose this series, but it does start to get very questionable. So, you know, I feel like IG's focus now should just be trying to do the best they can, work out some kinks with their play, come up with some good performances. You know, not every team is going to make playoffs. There's 7 teams that won't, and that's not the end of the world. I think IG, it is a very different team from the roster we've seen in past. It's no longer Rookie and the Shy, and it is just about, you know, building up these stars for tomorrow, hopefully.
Speaking of a little bit of callback to Rookie, though, the mid lane, it is the Mole coming in here as a resurging member, I guess, reinforcements for IG into the summer 2022 split. And we will take a look at his game, his series here. It was against Rookie and V5. He did play the Galio and the Seraphine, but himself, you know, able to provide, I feel like, a energization, I don't even know if that's a word, to IG.
Absolutely. And I know Lyric, very excited about this player. We've talked about it extensively. If anyone who doesn't know, Lyric, me and him play TFT duos together on EU, and his account name is IG Mole, right? It is his favorite player, and he had a really strong performance against V5, against Rookie. Sure, they didn't win that series, but definitely a positive to take away from that. And the hope is that they'll be able to continue that momentum with them. We saw him setting up these pretty effective plays. Like, you gotta remember, we saw Sean get a massive lead in that first game that unfortunately they couldn't run away with. But then even then, in some of these team fights, finding the angles, finding the success.
Yeah, the Seraphine looking really good in terms of setting up the team. Then you had some sly moments here where, you know, some of the combo isn't exactly layered on top of each other, and they get picked apart. They get, you know, separated in the fight. The backline kind of gets soloed out there, and you can see where, you know, some of that newness, some of that integration does take a little bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, you know, but to challenge V5 is still a big positive. Obviously, V5 have lost the undefeated streak, but even so, they've only dropped 4 games, right, in the entire season. And as much as IG didn't take one, they did make it a big challenge. They did make it close. And I think a big aspect of that, not just Mole, but was also Shun in the jungle.
Yeah, I especially looking at Shun across the way, you've got Kanavi, and both these junglers, I mean, this is heads and above my favorite topic about this series, because I am a Shun stan. I will say, you know, bias aside, I'm a huge Shun fan. I love seeing this guy, you know, be able to be aggressive, be able to be the player that he wants to be. But I think it's been difficult to watch how the team of IG kind of forms around him, how things haven't really worked out for him. And you can see the potential in this player. And on the other side, Kanavi was a player that was lauded for a lot of the time in his forthcoming to the LPL. But then it felt like he disappeared a little bit to some extent with JDG. And now over this last split spring and now into summer, we're really seeing this guy take hold of the jungle and be a crucial part to JDG.
Yeah, I feel like ultimately this is Kanavi in prime form. This is Kanavi looking as good as he can be. And a big reason why they won that win streak is Kanavi, is the aggression, is the early game. And I feel like we're talking aggression, Shun. You know, we even said in spring, it was like Shun was everything for this team.
Yeah.
He was the reason they're finding those advantages. Still, even to this day, regularly drawing Nidalee and Kindred bans. We saw V5 leave Nidalee open and regret it. Sure, they didn't lose the game, but they banned it next game. definitely don't want to risk that one again. And ultimately, I am excited for this matchup. As much as this is, you know, to use the overused term of David vs Goliath, but it is, you know, two aggressive junglers, and you can see what they've been able to pull off when we last saw them match up against each other in spring.
Yeah, I think that's the funniest part here is kind of seeing their development to this point, right? This was the crucial jungle matchup. And we did see a lot of back and forth between these two guys, right? It was always either, you know, Kanavi looking for a play and then Shun responding and it going either way, and or Shun trying to go for the aggression. Here, Shun tries to answer to Kanavi's aggression, gets baited a little bit with the communication level up that JDG had last split. But then plays like this where Shun really shows up and shows that he can stick with a fight and make something come out.
I mean, the confidence to go in here. I know you have the Galio backup, the Nord backup, but he dives into a 1v4 scenario. No hesitation, no fear. And this is the Shun that we love to see. This is him on that Kindred once again, up against FPX, and then managing to secure the Elder. Yeah.
Yeah, this is from this split as well. Able to secure that one. Does go down in the end, but it's a secured fight win, and IG, you know, able to pick it up here against FPX. And that was, you know, before Summit, before the changes for FPX, but you still see some of those crazy plays. And then Kanavi this split on the Belveth as well, getting to stunt a little bit on LNG.
Yeah, the only jungler, I mean, I don't think he's the only jungler to bring out Belveth, but the only one to really do it successfully and make the pick work. And Kanavi's always been a bit of an innovator with some of these weird and wacky picks. He even brought out a Shaco game where he was playing a very good anti-dive style. So always excited to see what he can bring out on the Rift. I feel like he's very innovative with some of the picks that he can look towards depending on the situation. And I expect this to be a big clash.
Well, we'll see how that clash plans out, I guess. We're getting to the planning phase here as we're in picks and bans for our first game of the second series of the night. IG on the blue side, JDG there on the red side. We get the Callista band, the Poppy band, the Gangplank band there on the left. And we have the Nidalee specialty of Shun band away from JDG, the Zeri, and the Jack.
Yeah, so a lot of things talking about. The Kindred is still left open and available, but the Wukong is as well. That may well just be the priority. Bear in mind, with no Poppy open, probably Lee Sin is like the best answer. You could just trade off Viego as well for JDG, but IG will take that high prior jungler. And now for JDG, kind of expect probably an 80 carry and then maybe the jungle to come in right now. A lot of 80 carries left available. Felios, since you got those buffs to the attack speed and the lethality you gain when you level up, he is really risen in priority, and they are toying with the idea of just going for this. They did hover the center before, but looks like they will pass on that. And we'll see here. So they have the options. I think taking jungle here is what makes the most sense, and then leave, you know, that third pick for potentially mid, potentially top, or support, depending on what IG takes.
I expected early focus for the jungle picks here, just to get some of that stability, some of that comfort for both these guys. Obviously, the Wukong has been absolute comfort for Shun, at least in this split. JDG actually not going to pick it up just yet. Obviously, still have one more pick in the first phase, but they get the Renata combo with the Aphelios.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Combating some of the dive potential from IG.
So I think we've seen ban a lot left open here, and yeah, very powerful anti-dive. And it makes me wonder what IG are going to do in this situation, because they could just take the center here. They could look to outrange, or they could do that trade-off we see time and time again off the Jinx.
Bring me
it
back.
Looks like that might be what they go for. So, you know, Jinx obviously does outrange Aphelios, and if you can use those rockets at a distance, get those resets, can have a lot of value. My question is, what do you take here? Are you set on a support to take in this matchup, or do you want to take a different role? We've seen Silas be heavily prioritized. Might end up locking that one in and have a dive buddy for the Wukong.
Having a little bit of flexibility for Wink as well if they want to just get something later on and try to get a real matchup to play around. They do have the Silas. So able to take some of these beefy ultis from JDG if they do end up drafting some of those big ones. I think the hostile takeover would be interesting to use for the Silas on side of AIG, but it is Viego. So back to what we were kind of talking about earlier. Obvious focus for both teams is the jungle matchup, and we get the Viego just as in the vein of the Wukong for Shun. It will be comfort for Kanavi.
Yeah, so at this point, JDG have some options. They can look to target top laners or supports, obviously. I think supports would make more sense when you've already picked up your bot lane. I think 369 should be comfortable in most matchups. And you know, he could just end up taking the Gnar on 4, in all honesty, for JDG. Gnar being a really strong blind on the current patch. So we'll see if IG actually opt to ban away the Gnar or want to leave it for themselves, because I think that would probably be the strongest move for JDG. And they ban away the Ashe, interesting enough. So we've seen a little bit of the Ashe support. Ashe tends to do well in like lower pressure lanes, which Renata's like good at punishing melee champions. You can stop engages, you can harass, but the Ashe can just trade, right? You know, use that extra range advantage. So they take that one off the cards. We'll see if they throw another ban towards support pool.
I wonder how they kind of approach that bottom lane, though, I guess, for IG now, because it's obvious what JDG are trying to deny in this first game, but I think it's also obvious what IG are trying to prevent in terms of matchups for the solo lanes to really play around.
Yeah, and we see the Gnar ban from JDG, so that signals that they're going to give 369 counter pick. If they're banning that one away, I feel like that would be the big one. If you're going to take top on 4, it's because you're taking Gnar. And now for IG, they ban away the Ahri from Yagao. You could see them ban maybe Azir. I think could make a lot of sense in this situation. But we'll see what else they are concerned about and what they're going to target. Maybe something for 369 could make sense as well. And they actually target the Scion.
All right, I like it. I like it. Gonna go ahead and take that one away. Don't want to go with the menacing top lane 369 has been on the Sylas in the past, but I think that leaves JDG with some very promising picks for their own right. They do get the Talia here for Yagao.
Yeah, so good at stopping all these dashes on the side of IG, right? You have the Sylas and the Wukong trying to get up close to your Aphelios, and you're able to prevent that. Those not going to be an option. IG toying with a support option here. Lulu could make sense in terms of playing that scaling, leaning into that, but I feel like maybe they want a bit of that engage potential. Nautilus, obviously, our highest prio engaged champion. We'll see what they opt to go for. And they actually end up with a Lulu. So give us some extra scaling to the Jinx. You can also follow up. Like if the Wukong dives in, you can use the Wild Growth to layer that CC. Not the most pressure in lane, though, but I don't think that's too much of an issue because obviously Jinx will out-trade if Aphelios will be able to get the push. And for the top lane, looks like Zika might just go for that Sejuani. With Gnar off the table, there are definitely picks that can make your life painful like Fiora, but you should be pretty confident in this one.
I don't know. I think anytime you look at 369 with the counter pick, you can get a little bit frightened, but it is the Sejuani insta lock into the Gragas, so you'll get some of that playmaking ability from the top lane of JDG. But I think when you look at this, you know, the synergy with the Sejuani does work out nicely for IG, and I think also the fact that they didn't fall into that melee engager trap for the matchup in the bot lane, the 2v2, getting the Lulu, getting a little bit more of that sustain, and a little bit more of the peel potential for a comp like this.
I will say, though, I love the Gragas here because, I mean, I feel like the comp of JDG is so good anti-dive, right? Aphelios, if you're diving into him, can just shred you with the right guns. The Renata, one of the best anti-dive supports in the game. Talia puts your Unraveled Earth down. Gragas can just body slam and cast anyone who gets close. And so when you look at the composition of IG, full melee top side of the map, right? If they're diving in, very easy for them just to mitigate that, for JDG to create space, create distance. There is that bot lane of the Jinx Lulu. If they can get going, that can be potentially problematic. But I feel like JDG are very comfortable with what they have.
Yeah, looking at that comfort and looking at JDG's history here, we know they like to go to 3-game series, but in all actuality, a lot of the games we see and a lot of their kickoff games of the series are pretty dominant. I think when you're looking at the drafting that we saw from them, they got a lot of the things they wanted, right? 369 insta-locking the Gragas, knowing exactly where they kind of want to go with that matchup. And for me, I know I put a lot of bias on Shun, but it relies so heavily for IG to get off the ground running for the jungle matchup. And for them to have any success, it's going to be Shun versus Kanavi. As we go into game number 1, we see Summoner's Rift unfold in front of us. The skybox aplenty with beauty and majesty. And our second series of the Week 7 LPL Summer Split kicks off now.
And I feel like, honestly, the final pick, Gragas, coming in, I feel like Mole's going to be pretty happy with that one. Because you're like, oh, nice. Another good ultimate for me to steal. Because before that, I feel like you're kind of like, you know, Weaver's Wall has some utility applications. Viego's ult is a bit weak because you don't get the resets. With the Aphelios, it's only really good if you get like the Infernal ultimate. I think has a high AP ratio. It's quite powerful. And obviously the hostile takeover is powerful, but it doesn't really benefit from your AP scalings, right? You know, you have the same ult as Renata, which is grand, but being able to steal the Gragasol, being able to use those big high damage casts can just add to your burst potential, add to the threat onto the enemy backline.
That's the execution, I guess, in those mechanics that we're kind of alluding to. But I know I put a lot of focus on the jungle matchup. I think we have seen that focus towards Mole, what he's going to bring to the table, how that synergy with Shun is going to kind of line up, especially when you're picking such a synergistic comp, like you were saying, with a full melee top trio. But again, it's trying to pick apart the parts of JDG here, and we didn't get to see a lot of success from the Talia in the last series, but I think Yagao, the combo with Kanavi, and all that is going to go a little bit better this time around for the Talia.
Yeah, pretty powerful at picking people up, pretty powerful at dealing with the melees. And Yagao's gone the Ignite with Spellbook, so when they have that power in the skirmish, obviously you Ignite Mole, have that extra damage, and also the reduction in healing can be quite powerful. So I expect, you know, mid lane to be a bit of a rough point for Mole early. You can see bot, as expected, Jinx will get the shove into the Renata and the Aphelios. And also, when on the Lulu, you can play around your Q level 1, and that is your longest range ability that you can just frequently throw out to go for poke to try and harass. You're okay at trading autos, but have to be a bit careful, because if you step too far forward, if you auto missing and then you get autoed by both Hope and missing, you're going to end up losing out now. Kanavi actually managed to get level 3 pretty quick with that full clear on the blue side, whereas we see Shun having only done red and Krugs. And this is one of the things with the Wukong, his clear got nerfed, right? His E no longer does as much damage to monsters. Krugs is also a notoriously slow camp to take, whereas Kanavi, I believe, got a leash as well. So Kanavi giving himself that extra boost to take the advantage in the jungle matchup. So a pretty heads-up play from him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we do have a pause on the Rift. Even so early, something must have happened. We'll obviously inform everybody as soon as we do get the update with that one. But it's so early. I was so ready to look at the pathing and see how it's all going to work out. And I love that, you know, Shun just kind of tucks his tail between his legs and just like he continues walking. It's like, all right, well, let's see how next time around comes. You know, I'll catch you next time.
Yeah, just ends up walking away, piecing it, and not respecting the fact that he's not really going to want to contest that objective. So, yeah, I give an advantage to the Wukong, which is definitely nice. Definitely something you want to look forward to. And then I think at this point, Kanavi can continue just to apply that pressure. You know, if you put the Wukong behind, he's already a slow clearer. You can path up to the top side, take the top scuttle, and then lean down towards bot as well and try and just get a double scuttle over the Wukong, because obviously he can't walk past you if you're ahead of him if you have that power advantage.
True. We did get an update, just a slight little update for you all. Missing, unfortunately, having an audio issue of some sort. So we'll be working through
I guess you could say his audio was missing.
I've rubbed off on you too much, Ox, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize for the viewers.
Is this what it's like? Do I need to stop? Like,
Dude, no, it's the heat.
I gotta realize.
I have my lights blasting me, and the sun in that direction. I'm just getting melted right now.
You gotta do like the Wizard of Oz. I'm melting.
I feel like that. It's not a good time to exist right now.
To exist, just existing. Hey, but
bro,
you get to the LPL. I feel like it's. I mean,
that's great.
It's keeping you alive. It's keeping the form. That's how you're staying alive.
Yeah, the sun is just not fun. I'm one of those
Isn't that the
people
opposite of the saying though? It's like fun in the sun. Isn't that?
Mazel. No. And that may be the same, but I don't care. The thing is, right, if it's too cold, you can just put more layers on, right?
If it's too hot, you just take. I mean, I know it gets a little bit less PG,
dude,
but
I'm wearing this light T-shirt and I'm still melting, right? It doesn't. You know, I can't take my skin off.
As somebody who has actually fried an egg, albeit not super successfully, on a sidewalk in Texas, I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. It's okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it through that because we got hot and spicy gameplay to pair with your hot and spicy weather. And eventually, once we get Missing's audio unmissing at that point, but it's still it's still gonna be a fun one. I am so excited to see kind of how JDG approaches this game, because I think at the beginning we did talk a little bit about the dueling preferences in terms of trajectory for both these two teams, right? We were saying JDG have a lot in terms of things to look forward to. They have a lot of tough competition, but a lot of competition that could solidify their standings in terms of playoffs. And IG, again, Mole now coming in as some reinforcements, still trying to find how Shun works with Mole, and especially a little bit more on this bot lane too, where they finally kind of settled in on and Wink.
I think it's with IG's remaining schedule. They actually have a lot of teams they could reasonably beat, right? IG played JDG today, which we are going to see, but is likely going to be JDG favored. Next series is against WE. Anyone could beat WE, let's be real, with the current standing. Then Ultra Prime, possible, but a bit trickier. RA, possible, not the easiest. RNG, we skip past that one. And then OMG, LGD. Like, I think I could imagine IG picking up a game or two, a series or two from that remaining schedule. So that's something to look out for. Whereas JDG gets a little bit tough. JDG face BLG next, not a problem. Then in week 8, they have V5 and RNG. Tricky, right?
A little bit.
Not exactly the most fun one. And then they go to week 9, which is the last week of play. They don't actually play on week 10. They play against Weibo and AL. And those teams on paper aren't as scary as V5 and RNG. But Weibo just beat V5, sorry. Weibo just beat V5. And AL, they've been doing pretty solidly. So I think JDG, their score may get tarnished a decent amount there. Now,
Okay, right out of the pause. Apparently the audio is no longer missing, and JDG were able to find a gank at least and get the flash out of Wink.
A good play there coming out, able to find that opportunity, able to at least force the summoner spell. It is a trade ultimately, but I think that's the thing when you have them around, is like your Q is such a threatening tool to set up. So I hope to see a repeat gank come out and to try and reenact that play and go for a bit more pressure and kill that Lulu with the next time they go for the gank.
See if they can revisit that one again. It's all about where the jungle are focusing, at least for both of them. We do see Shun with a very unique pathing here, going for an invade, but mid lane, Mole's in some trouble. Might have to call his jungler, which he does. And Shun has to delay some of that invading, not going to exactly get what he was coming for so early, but it's the opposite side here for Kanavi as he's looking for the transition play onto Wink.
It actually looks like he's trying to look for the Krugs, but surely you must know that these camps are down, right? Based on where Shun was in his clear when you saw him earlier. Kind of confused about that one, how it panned out in that way. I feel like Kanavi's just gotten a little bit mixed up. Maybe expected the Krugs to be up, but regardless, Shun will now steal away the enemy red. So you see it be pretty painful in return, and actually kind of a smart move for missing there, clumping up the wave. So Hope with the Infernum can just burst through them as quick as possible. And also letting the minions instantly aggro onto the tower.
Yeah, man, with the little cheeky handshake on the way out, too. Just an extra little send-off gift as they do get their back off here. It's still a little bit of chaos around mid lane. Shun finally backing after having got... Oh, no! The little chicken stopped his back. It's fine. It's not that long. But he did get the red buff from Kanavi, so at least getting a bit of an advantage in terms of that aggressive pathing that we actually got to see a lot of last time these two junglers met. So it's nice to see they're still in their nice personalities here for themselves.
Oh, and Kanavi makes the assumption that the camp has been cleared, but that little chicken still being up does mean it won't be on a respawn timer. Kanavi's going to take this window to start up the dragon. A lot of trading back and forth between these junglers. It's kind of what we expected, maybe not the most aggression in terms of making fights happen, but constantly looking for opportunities to get a camp up on one another. So Kanavi will be the first to bite the bullet and start off that initial objective, which obviously takes a bit more for time investment.
A little bit, but it'll be a nice little objective for him as well, and Hope just getting the solo XP in the bottom lane. Look at the reset now from Kanavi as he finally goes back towards his top side. At least I would expect to see how much damage has been done. He'll be nicely surprised, but mid lane, a surprise itself. Yagao getting aggressed on by Mole. Pretty healthy trade for Mole as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mole's starting to apply quite a bit of pressure in this matchup. It's quite scary for the clear when you're on this low mana and the wave's not in the best spot. Goes for a trade, but I don't think Mole's really bothered because he can dash in, get a big heal. Ignite actually burned from Yagao. Looks like he's just trying to really chunk Mole out here and get some pressure in the lane.
He's got the pressure now.
Oh! Devastating!
That is devastating. And much like what I was talking about, that historical reference to Spring, man, Kanavi just seems to have the upper edge. Comes out with the Scuttle Crab right in front of Shun's face.
And now we're seeing a lot of pressure in this bot lane. This is the thing with the Lulu. You know, as I said, Jinx has that early pressure. Lulu is going to scale well, but not Aphelios can just cause a lot of harm. Big reason why they see these champions together so much. The trading power, the fact that there's so much threat from the handshake from the Renata. And we'll be able to just pick up that play easily.
Oh no, Mole. Oh, he flashes nicely. We'll have to use that summon to spell though, so that'll be another potential repeat for Kanavi. But Shun and Mole now on the move. He has Weaver's Wall. He needs to use it. I'm sure the cooldown's coming up very soon.
Yeah, because Yusuf's potentially cut off the bot lane. This is risky though. It's a Renata. Obviously, the bailout can do a lot of work. And on top of that, Kanavi's there. This is so scary.
They see that Kanavi's doing the Gromp here. He'll be able to get the heal back. Looks like they want to take the engage as the Gromp gets a little bit lower, but Kanavi's too quick. He's too
fast
quick.
reactions. Gets the Gromp as well. You know, so perfect play for Kanavi there to mitigate that. Obviously, does lose the flash, but considering the amount of time invested, the cannon lost for Mole, and they don't really get much from it in the end.
Unfortunately not. Hey, at least Mole was able to use the ability. Meanwhile, bot lane, a little bit of aggression, cheeky push play coming through here for IG. Just looking for every advantage they can get to that extent. But it's the early focus, at least for JDG right now, that they've gotten the neutral objective. They've gotten a little bit of pace of play for Kanavi around the map as well. And you have Rift Herald right on the money here for Kanavi.
Yeah, and if he's able to secure this one, will be a good way to snowball the game. Shun just nowhere near at the time. Only just hit this level 6. You do see pings actually coming out. Looks like they might move over to contest, but I don't think you have time. I don't think you're in a position to. I think this is going to be gone. So nice window from Kanavi found there to capitalize on this objective.
Be a quick little pickup there, and now they're going to move top lane as well. They have the Weaver's Wall, and Zika, he gets womboed, has to flash over. Luckily gets out of that seismic shove at the end, but it will be a close one.
Yeah, it looks like just a little bit of a crazy rebound there. He went for the dash, and 369 was trying to interrupt it, but just bounces him literally into the wall. So they get the flash in the end, so it's a positive play in that regard. Obviously, we're hoping to try and get a kill off the back of that one.
At least trying to some extent, but not able to find it that time around. I think that the seismic shoves have been really interesting. It's also been really interesting to me to see how little damage we're seeing, obviously, Talia's do so far today. But we haven't gotten to the point where Talia is just destroying people, right? Because we haven't made it to those big scaling moments. I think JDG are rocking just fine early on, even if we haven't gotten a kill yet. It's still about the map pressure. It's about those small leads that they've been able to develop, and also looking at where Kanavi's going to use this Rift Herald, where those resources are going to go. Now he's again fighting with Shun in the jungle. 369 Yagao, they're here
Shun
first. Might be in some trouble. He's trying to get the reset on the red, and it's actually, interestingly enough, IG who move in with the reinforcements.
Yeah, so very aggressive play there as we're seeing now. Oh, Hope is just stepping up.
There we go. That's what the aggression looks like. You got the Moonlight Vigil and everything used.
Yeah, pretty heavy trade, but IG bot lane ultimately going to be fine. And we're still 0 kills in 10 minutes, but there's been so much back and forth, so much trading. And I love that the junglers have been finding these windows, these opportunities to pressure. Now, it's 30 seconds until the next dragon. IG, I feel like it would be pretty painful to let this one go over. But given that the bot lane have been chunked out a bit and that Shun is on the top side, I don't think you're really in a position right this second to contest. Maybe JDG move over, but it is Yagao low on mana. That could be an issue as well. We'll see what happens. Things are coming out from the side of IG. If you give over to the JDG this early, it could be problematic.
So I want to ask, though, when we were talking about this top trio, right, and all the melee, the synergy with the Sejuani, you would expect some more skirmishing and a little bit more presence, right? You're trying to get this trio together because that's where the synergy really comes down. Are you okay with, IG trying to scale up and do it with that trio, or do you want to see, pick up a play here?
I feel like it's not even that they're just sitting and trying to outscale. It's just the fact that, like, it's hard for them to find windows, you know? Like, they have tried to go for those aggressive plays on a Kanavi. He flashed away. Yeah, JDG is 369 is a very hard target to punish because he's a Gragas, mitigates all those melees, can disrupt them. And Talia offers so much pressure in the mid lane. I feel like that's been the main problem, is that JDG have tools to stop these melees from running rampant. If you get locked into melee range with, Wukong, Sejuani, Silas, then obviously you're going to go down. But JDG have been smart in not giving those windows. And now, Dragon going to be started up. 5 members are coming down. You can see both top laners moving
Weaver's
over.
Wall's
This is going to
here.
be a big contest.
Yeah, they have Weaver's Wall to join as well if they want to cut off and make something happen. Moonlight Vigil is just now coming off cooldown here very shortly. Dragon already very low, missing, going in, hostile takeover onto 3 members, but they can't find the follow-up. The cast goes in, 369 with the flash, the kill, first blood for JDG, and here comes the storm as JDG move it. They take the dragon, and IG have to retreat.
Really nice play coming out. The hostile takeover getting so much value there. Then 369 sees Shun, takes him out, and as a result secures the dragon. And now JDG have a lead. They also have that herald in hand, and they have 2 dragons in pocket. This is a really rough spot for IG to be in, and Kanavi waste no time. You know, enemy jungler is off the map for a bit. Take this window to try and pressure this tower. Oh, just misses.
Hope trying to find the engage there with the Moonlight Vigil, but won't do it. A couple more plates will go down, and this is what I love to see about JDG is they just know when to pull the trigger. And also here, just the little innovations we've seen over time with the Renata and seeing missing, pulling it out.
Yeah, going for the R flash to... Because that's the thing, is the ult is very slow, but by R flashing, you closing that gap quickly. Arn has to cleanse the fear of killing his jungler. But importantly, because Shun was the one who started the dragon, he was low HP, he was chunked out, allowed them to capitalize on that window and take that advantage. And now, Herald has been used bot, the tower is very low, and JDG are looking at a 2,000 gold lead. Everything going really as they wanted to in this game so far.
Yeah, and I would say they're perfectly fine in the position they find themselves in. Oh! For 1 second, Kanavi had taken the Kim Punk chainsword, but it immediately changes it out for the Divine Thunder there. Maybe that was just a graphical glitch, who knows. But look,
I think the thing is like, Kim Punk is great when you finish it. Fantastic item, really cheap spike. But if you can finish a whole Sundra, then, you know,
might
you
as
just
well,
finished
right?
the whole Sundra. Yeah, you might as well. Something to note is we are seeing the Tank Ragus build. It's kind of expected when he goes Grasp and not the alternative. He's been getting a lot of Grasp procs onto the Sejuani. But we've often seen this like Night Harvester Archangels build. I should just be able to walk this one out, yeah. But we're seeing as tanky Gragas, so gonna be able to stay in those fights for longer, not just get bursted out by the melee frontliners off IG. And now JDG are investing resources to get this tower. And IG are making the mistake of moving their members down. You can look on the map, they're moving over.
I don't. I'll take over a little bit wide. He gets a couple auto attacks from Kanavi, just giving him a nice warm welcome.
I mean, at least they stopped the plate going, I guess. But this tower's going down regardless. And by moving down towards this side of the map, JDG just ensured they're not doing anything else, you know. And now, JDG are going to be able to reset off the back of this and move towards that Herald that's spawning now. Shit, IG are moving over the second. But they don't have numbers there. So I think IG, in trying to stop JDG's play, they just end up, you know, doing nothing as a result. They don't change the outcome. They don't change the fate of the game.
I see your analysis, and I raise you mind control. We'll see if JDG just find ways to make IG second guess themselves. I mean, they do get the Scuttle Crab. They do have the movement up towards top, but we're getting the resets coming now. And I would wonder how quickly JDG are willing to set up around this Rift Herald now that they've moved Hope and Missing to mid lane because of the advantage they had gotten early.
Yeah, I think it's scary for IG to look to contest this one. You know, you've got Mythic coming in for 369. The resets are already there. You see that Arna's picked up his Mythic and Zuka his now, but they've just come back from base. And 369, oh, look at this angle. This is great.
Over the wall and over the moon, our JDG. Wink goes down.
Kind of greedy from Wink. Obviously, didn't really, you know, stay in so far up for the wave. And JDG finding a fantastic angle. That's just, I mean, it's going to secure them the Herald. There's no way IG contest this one, and they're all grouped mid, so what can they do? They're going to try and push mid, but JDG, because they know they've got the Herald, they can send numbers to defend. Gragas a fantastic wave clear, so IG once more get nothing.
Still struggling to find their way in now, as we've seen so much control going over to JDG, and we were talking so much about the, you know, the composition for IG and how they'll pilot it, how they'll execute it. But at this point, we haven't seen really the trio come together at all. We haven't seen any of the team fights really going their way, and in the sparing team fights that we've had. And Ana is still very far away from being any kind of damage to it.
Yeah, still needs a lot of time, and we'll get a replay of this. But this was just really nice from 369 coming over the wall. Manages to combo it, so doesn't get any chance to react. The body slam hits, the cast hits. you are knocked back and essentially instantly dead and taken out.
That 30 gold, definitely. You know, I feel you. I feel you, Wink. You're hungry. You want some gold.
Oh,
in your
here's a
pocket.
repeat.
Yeah, I was gonna say 369 is hungry too.
But might actually be quite a position here.
Yeah, they're going to close
IG
in on him. He's going to go over the wall. Okay, he's over, but Mole can follow with the Abscond Abduct. The Glacial Prison flashed out of, and here comes the rest of JDG on the flank. They are completely caught here as Shun tries to go in, but that's the hostile takeover. The Moonlight Vigil. Auto attack not able to go through just yet, and he does get it in the end. He was invisible, but not for long. Mole caught out on the side, goes over the wall with his flash, but JDG move in, move out, and IG again lose the fight.
IG think they have found their pick, but the Grag is too tanky. With the body slam over the wall and the flash, able to create space, and JDG instantly retaliate. Missing being so fantastic with the ultimates here. And what I will say is Hope did get a little bit lucky with that crit on the end to take out. Oh, looking for more.
The flash is the handshake. Wink. He's taking so much damage. Oh, feels bad, man. That's 3 dragons. That's Rift Herald mid lane. That's an avalanche in favor of JDG.
Yeah, they are just cleaning up in terms of the gold. Securing that mid tower massive in terms of being able to get advantages on the map. And the charge comes through as well. Devastating for the side of IG. Big goal lead, 3 dragon lead, everything going in favor of JDG. And we see the repeat. So try to find 369, but they're not close enough. You know, they try and stack the passive, but the flash, great to dodge away from the ult. And then look at this on the other side. Yeah, not bad.
I like the observers zoom in on the cat.
They get Renata slamming Shun through the Unraveled Earth, and here Hope ends up getting the crit to finish. Just enough damage to take out Shun. Jungler dead means Dragon secured. It's a 4,000 gold lead, but the 3 dragons to 0, very scary. You already have a composition that wants to play defensive against dives, right? You have the Wukong and the Silas on IG who want to get on top of Hope. You give him an extra big shield, right? It just makes it so much more difficult, so much harder. And I think IG need to do some soul searching in these next 3 minutes and try and find an answer.
Yeah, if not, the soul searching is going to come to them because JDG is going to be searching for the dragon soul. And
JDG will find their souls, yeah.
22, like just after 22 minutes is when we'll be looking at soul, and then you can think of, 5 minutes later we'll have the Elder Dragon on the rift, and that's where JDG is literally into the game with the decision makings that we've seen them be able to accomplish here. They have had so much pressure, but it's not for a lack of trying from IG. And that's what I was saying earlier in trying to figure out how do they approach this, because they are trying to find things, even with a little bit of the overextensions. But then you get in a position like this, and Zika unfortunately caught out. They do find on the side the Hope. He's in some trouble. He flashes away, and now the turnaround, the Moonlight Vigil, the healing there. A hostile takeover is not going to mean much. Missing, getting bailed out here. They can't get the kill. Mole is going for kills, and Hope on the side. He's got red, white. Shun goes back in, and Shun dies. That's a double kill for Mole, though. On the other side, resets coming through from Kanavi. He's flashing. He's heartbreaking, and the last hope for IG goes down. Wink. Gonna give you a nice little chinky one on the way out.
Yeah, it looked like Hope was caught out, but he decided to turn it around and just dash into IG, dismantle them, and you see the goal difference doing a lot of work there. On the back of that, JDG should be able to take this mid tier 2, get some extra gold in the pocket, and we're gonna see items being completed coming out. Hope should have his Bloodthirst to plus some extras finished, but we're gonna replay. So yeah, initial pick, 369 is like, look, you handle Sejuani, I have the tower. And then we see this on the side. Hope initially caught out, backs away and creates space, so they focus onto missing. But then watch this. Hope decides, you know what? I am ready to fight. I have my chakrams up. Just dashes onto On and just absolutely shreds through him. And then plays so well with his health bar. Gets the damage in, but doesn't step up too much. We see Shun go in, and the heal actually baits him into that engage, because it does keep Hope healthy enough to turn it around.
And I will say, there's one lesson I've learned of these last little, I guess long while at this point when we're watching Aphelios is, you see the colors red, white under his health bar, probably not a good idea to fight. And I think the healing, the damage from those stacked up chakrams, it's definitely something IG are going to want to look back on when they look into taking that fight, because it is very devastating. And JDG, even with a very chaotic split apart fight, they somehow pilot it out. I mean, I know they lose a couple, right, and Mole gets on the board, but I don't think that that's an extent that really matters to this point, right? They're like 7,000 gold in the lead.
The gold lead's massive. We have 50 seconds until the dragon. We have 2 item spikes coming in from Yagao, from Kanavi. We have the Bloodthirster for Hope. So not only is he dishing out a ton of damage, he's basically a bruiser now. That's the thing with Bloodthirster on Aphelios. Maybe not at this point. Maybe it takes a bit more to get going. But he's just so much harder to kill because every time he connects with you, he's going to get a ton of damage, a ton of healing, and just makes him a harder target with that shield on top. If they get the Mountain Soul, I think it becomes nigh on impossible. And IG knows. So they're posturing. They're looking for an angle. 369 hovering on the flank. And realistically, IG need to find a solution to the problem that is Hope.
I don't know if they can. 369 goes right back to the rest of the team. The flash comes through. The cast comes out. Kanavi is buying time on the side. The health bars from IG are getting oh so low, and they haven't even gotten into the main chunk of JDG. Hope is on a rampage at this point. 5 kills for the Aphelios.
And no one can approach him. You know, IG get chunked out. They do find some damage on the 369 Kanavi. But those champions are both so tanky right now. And they're trying to approach here, but they just won't even get close. And JDG securing the soul at 22.5 minutes. Devastating blow to IG's chances in this game.
And I love the theme, the devastation that JDG have shown. This is something we talked about coming into this one, is in a lot of their first games of the series, they do come out like this. They do come out and smash their opponent. But that's where you got to see the adaptation within the series from IG, and maybe even for JDG as we get a replay of that fight. It is chaotic. It is all over the place. But that trio, that chunk of Yagao, Missing, and Hope, they don't get touched.
And just that final connection from Hope, able to find the damage to take a member. The damage was already done. That was the main thing. He didn't even need to get that kill. And now 369, very tanky, big shield on his head. He's looking for Mole. I think he can just run him down.
Belly bump there. JDG are coming. You gotta wonder how the communication worked out to leave Mole out on an island all the way up here, but he'll get the entire focus of JDG, and 369 will pick up his 2nd kill.
Yeah, and this Gragas is getting ridiculously tanky at this point. You can see the shields on everyone, but like look at the shield on Hope, and he has not only the Bloodthirster, not only the Mountain Soul, but also the Red Gun as well, Severum for the shield. And so IG take this window to get mid tower. They managed to get the objective bounty,
but
this is the cost.
The Baron, I don't know what to say. IG, I mean, hey, they're gonna move in. They're gonna try to do something here. Shun on the backside. Baron, 3,000 health. Yagao does use the Weaver's Wall, and Shun has to be pushed out immediately. Zika's just over there. Hostile takeover across. Shun's trying to dip, dive, and dodge, but he's going to go down. Hope almost goes. He does. A rocket is going to be enough, but On goes down immediately after. Zika trying to get away. Does get the kill on to the missing. At least as the bailout was not enough. And another very chaotic fight, but still JDG coming out on top.
Yeah, Missing ends up using bailout on himself, but probably should have just passed it over to Hope. I think would have gone a long way. Regardless, we do see IG trade some kills there. Not actually too bad for them. They still end up trading down.
It doesn't give him vision. It doesn't give him vision because he didn't hit him. Oh my goodness. Oh no. They're all back in. Hey, we're just around a little bit of campfire here, all right? We're just friends among friends.
Man, I mean, it would have been devastating if Zika died that late. The fact he survives pretty massive, but it doesn't really change the state of the game. But IG will take any win they can get, and we'll get the replay. So, you know, it ends up being a bit messy. They want to turn off the Baron. They try to go for Shun, but don't really find him. And I think this is the moment. So Hope starts to take some damage off the Baron. And Missing's very low, but Bailout's there. But the problem is Shun is on top of Hope. Bailout has been used, doesn't have it for the Aphelios. And so we end up seeing Hope go down, and Missing gets chased down regardless. Bot lane kind of messing up a little bit there for JDG, but now they've respawned. They're back looking towards the Baron, and it's on IG to stop it once again.
Weaver's Wall is coming up and available very soon. Moonlight Vigil will not be available just yet, but Yagao pulls the trigger on the Weaver's Wall early. Mole trying to use that Everfrost early as well. There's the hostile takeover used, and now it's into the pit for Mole. It's already the Baron very, very low. It goes down to Kanavi. Mole caught out by himself again. The rest of IG are trying to get a capitalization on 369. He's not down just yet. He gets bailed out. He's going back in. He tries to get alive, but he's not going to. On goes excited and gets a kill for IG.
Yagao doing a fantastic job of using his tools. Using his tools to stop Shun from getting near the pit. They're able to secure the Baron. Yes, they lose one member, but they're happy to
Shun, why are you doing this? Oh,
it's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it,
bro. It's not worth it. SMH.
Yeah, best luck. And now it's 1-for-1. 7,000 gold lead for JDG. Soul in hand. They have the Baron as well. And it's Elder in 2 minutes. And I don't think anything has really changed. Like, you look at the item differentials across the board. They haven't reset yet. Post Baron, they're going to be able to buy. You know, I think Kanavi's going to have enough to finish his Randuins. We get IE for Hope. The Crit Cloak as well. Yeah, everyone is getting even scary at this point for the side of JDG.
That IE completion, while matched by On, I think is still so scary on the Aphelios when you're looking at the comp, when you're looking at, you know, Kanavi's aggression in a lot of these fights and the Randuin's completion, as you're saying, a lot more tankiness for him to navigate it. And you can see the momentum press up here from JDG is working out wonderfully here. We're just after 27 minutes, 1 minute and 20 seconds for the Elder Dragon to spawn, and then 1.5 minutes still on the Baron. So they can continue to press with this rest of this Baron buff until the Elder spawns and then force the fight.
Absolutely, and if they force heavily around this bot side of the map, don't let IG getting to the jungle and get vision down, it becomes almost impossible to contest the Elder when it does come up. There's a couple of wards still in the jungle because Kanavi's clearing some of them out now. And IG, you still have to worry about your base, about JDG applying this threat on the bot side.
A couple auto attacks from Hope will do some serious torch onto that tower. As we see a couple switches here. We got 3 and 2, at least for JDG. Kind of put some more pressure on the mid lane at the same time. They're moving in for the inhib here. Cast comes through, but there's the Weaver's Wall across the way from Yagao. They're trying to go in. Now it's the tower that is the focus first, though. They do get it. Oh, no. That's already Wild Growth used. Glacial Prison back in. They don't have the tools. They don't have the tools anymore. They're still trying to take a fight, but they're fighting with sticks and stones. And JDG, they brought real weaponry. But On is able to pull something out here, but Hope still untouched. Kanavi under tower. Heartbreaker away. On is trying. He's getting excited, but he can't get the procs. And it's a very, very close contested fight, but JDG just flexing their muscles a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta ask, if the Mountain Soul wasn't there, a lot of low health bars might have been enough to get all the resets, get all the kills. Only Hope really the one who's untouched, and now Elder has spawned. Resets are coming in with the TPs as well. Shun isn't up for 12 seconds. JDG could just rush this. Yeah, they could just rush this, but they might look for the pick instead.
God, do you see how scary it is for IG to walk up? It's like watching a horror movie unfold. You tell her, no, not in the closet. That's where he keeps all his weaponry. But it's just the Elder Dragon going to JDG. And now they can feel very confident to continue pressing up and sieging the base of IG.
I mean, at this point, JDG have everything they need to end the game.
Including a wall of rocks.
They have that too. You know, Baron has timed out, so might struggle with the minion push a little bit, but if they start to connect on anyone, they will decimate them.
Kanavi's looking real sneaky here. Mole, got to get out of there. He's looking to take a 2v1. He has the Heartbreaker. We're getting split fights, though. Kanavi got the kill to 2v1 on top, and JDG are just ending the game.
Not much IG can do. They cannot fight them here. They can just try and clear the waves, but it's a super minion wave bot, and they're being zoned away.
Not much you can do at this point. Yagao flashing forward. The health bar is oh so low, and the Elder Dragon wings flapping every single time. The towers eventually falling, and the rest of the health bars as well. IG fall whole-handedly to JDG as they come out swinging in game number 1 of this best of 3. 30 minutes in, Elder Dragon and all, and it is the JDG we know and love from Summer 22.
IG just outclassed. Their biggest strength in the jungle, no match for Kanavi in that game.
No match.
And I had some concerns about the composition, the fact that, your melee champions on the top side will struggle into what JDG had. Felt like we didn't even get to that point, but in the team fight, you could see so hard for them to approach onto this Ophelia, so hard for them to get onto Hope. And with that, Hope did die for IG in that game 1. They still have a chance to bounce back, but JDG showing cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, we were obviously setting up the jungle matchup very heavily in this one, and Kanavi headed above Shun in this first matchup, but I think that's where you look back to, when we've seen these two guys go head-to-head before, and you wonder how that aggression, where it was at least for Shun, and how he could try to at least work around it. But Kanavi, every time they face each other, even when Shun was trying to find advantages, it just felt like the jungle was leading towards the fact that Kanavi was just ahead. And I wonder the bounce back from IG, but in this case, like, you could see the look on their faces, pretty distraught after that game, because it was very difficult to watch Shun continuously getting caught out in those ways. But it's that turnaround that you're looking for.
Yeah, I think bot lane was a great match. Mole got really shut down by Yagao. Shun, let's be real, got gapped by Kanavi. And even the top lane matchup, like, Zuko wasn't having a fun time. It just felt like they didn't have pressure anyway.
Yeah.
It felt like they didn't really have any momentum. And that's the sort of goal graph where it's just like gradual takeover of the game. No real like dips where JDG lost control at all. And yeah, so I was questioning the draft. I don't even think it was just on a draft though. I think the play just wasn't there. Mole, Shun not able to find enough. You saw the idea there. You saw them looking for those early plays, but just struggled really to make it work.
That's the roughest thing. But for JDG, hey, they're right on track to try to even up that game differential with V5. They're tied in first place right now. And if they, that, I know it's something small, and I don't think we'll necessarily see the culprit of it if it actually comes to light in this series, but I do wonder if we see a difference in them in trying to close out games holistically and in series holistically, and see if they really step it up in game 2s, game 3s, where we have seen them kind of struggle before. But we do want to see JDG functioning as a whole, and they did just that with a lot of confidence, right? And it was very present from even the drafting phase when they were just picking picks left and right.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they need something to lean on. They need something to find for the side of IG. For JDG, though, I want more of this calm and collected, this sort of refined JDG. I want to see, as you said, less mistakes in the game too. Do it properly. They did manage to recently beat out WE quite convincingly in a 2-0, so keep it on that vein, right? There is such a gap in the standings between JDG and WE, IG. They should be taking this one seriously and just like closing it out. Boom, done, sorted.
We will see how it all works out if IG can find a punch back against the powerful and mighty JDG. We'll take a little break here, and we'll be back with game number 2.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住。笑声也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限。阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼，沸腾血液换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火不熄灭。懒冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过？独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜太耀眼，沸腾血液何来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火不熄灭。 条都匹配。
这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。
没个你，没个我，很渺小，却又生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。 We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plan.
下一场对阵 IG 战队的话，对阵他们下路组，因为 Wink 也是最近刚转的辅助嘛，然后看起来效果也还可以。然后我和 Hope 的话就是正常应对吧。京东这个赛季的话，就是打的还可以吧，但是我们还有很多地方可以加强的。然后我们队伍的目标的话，就是想进个世界赛这样子。
The most basic LPL intro there and answers from Missing, but at least you hear what it needs to be successful for JDG, at least as we saw in game number 1, where, yes, through the bot lane, through a lot of other lanes, through pretty much the whole game, it was JDG winning. And unfortunately for IG, that came at a cost of a loss for them. But in all actuality, I think JDG showed a lot of their strength, a lot of the reason why, you know, they come out smashing in these series. And Kanavi, sometimes I feel like a little bit of the driver of the school bus as he picks up MVP.
Yeah, really the one pushing the pace of the game, really the one setting up these plays. And it was quite funny at the end, him just going 1v2 and able to beast it out. 607 didn't die once. Really, what we expect from Kanavi ultimately.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is we set up this storyline between both these junglers, but there's been a reason and a major fact of the matter that JDG are at the top of the standings. A lot of it comes off of the control they find from the fluidity of their lanes together, but a lot from this man right here, which we'll see, you know, on the Viego, as you were saying, taking the 1v2s, but a lot of times just being there for the skirmishing that JDG were willing to take, because a lot of these fights were extremely scrappy.
100%. So many like little close moments, but it just felt like the edge was there for JDG non-stop. You know, like here, but they thought they'd found Hope, and Hope is able to turn it around. But often in these scrappy fights, this is where Viego can thrive. You know, people are getting on low health, the resets start to come in, you start to find the pressure. You know, examples like this where they actually manage to take out Hope, but it's just not quite enough to find the momentum in the fight.
Yeah, it's the movement throughout the fights that we've seen JDG able to pull off so well. And then we got the end there. That was the 2v1 at the very end of the game. So shout outs to Kanavi who will pick up an MVP here. And again, JDG looking bright as rain going into this second game. I think a lot of the onus is on IG and what they're going to be drafting, because they had a very clear, at least draft game plan, by the fact that they did have that really synergistic top 3 in the melee top with the Sejuani, but obviously it did not work out. So JDG on blue side this time around, IG on red. We get the Senna ban, the, of course, Shun Nidalee ban from JDG. It is the Gangplank and the Poppy again for IG.
Yeah, so a bit of pressure onto IG now that they're on red side in terms of these early bans and what you're looking to prioritize. You know, they banned Kalista as their third ban on blue, and I feel like I'm not sure you can necessarily do that here because you're going to have to ban away the Zeri. It's just enough to see JDG go for the Galio ban here, so potentially I'm not sure what that necessarily indicates as of yet, but we'll see what IG, if they do go for the Zeri, they go for the Renata. So are JDG just going to first pick Zeri, or are we going to see a little bit like we saw earlier where they want to counter it instead? Yeah, they have confidence and hope. So now, IG, you've left Zeri open. The only reason you ever leave Zeri open is because you have a plan, I would hope. So we got to see what the plan is from IG to respond to the Zeri. What picks can you bring out to counter it? What bot lane will you have? We've seen things like Twitch come out in the bot lane as an answer to it. You know, we saw earlier today, Kalista picked into it to Kalista Mumu by AL. Managed to work effectively. We'll see what they opt for here.
I will say, we have to be frank. I mean, Shun on the Wukong last game, it didn't work out. Let's just be outright with it. This time, I do find it interesting that they're willing to go for. I don't know if willing is the word because they're kind of forced into it. You don't want to just give over these power picks to JDG, but I look to Shun as a redeeming moment here in this second game on this Wukong and really be a difference maker, especially with maybe a little bit more outward damage and priority for the lanes. They do get the Aries. You have a little bit of that mobility mix matching for IG already, but we go right back to the Viego for Kanavi.
Oh, and I love this combo. You have the Lissandra, such a fantastic answer to the Ahri, but with the Viego, the reset power, you know, you kill someone, you not only get the fact that you get another ult charge of the Possessed from the Viego, you also get the Frozen Thrall from the Sandra. And what does Viego want to do? He wants to kill a single target for the reset. The Sandra, one of the best champions of the game, which is picking a target and deciding they are dead. So IG go for the Jinx here, and I'm going to be real, I don't see anything yet that makes me think, hey, this answers Zeri. So far, feels like JDG got through pretty scot-free, and going to the second round of bans, IG need to work out what the solution is going to be to all the problems they're facing in front of themselves.
Real quick, Ox, real quick. By the end of this cast, more so on me, maybe not on you, I've written down in my notebook, I want to come up with a name for the like double soul combo that is JDG. Because right, like when this happens, the thrall comes out, which is, you know, an effigy, and then you also have the soul that remains there from okay, so that's just my little tangent. I'm sorry, I had to go off on it. I wrote it in my notebook. It's important to me, Ox. Okay, we'll come up with a name for it at the end of this series, hopefully. We do get the Jax ban though, that has to kind of be there if JDG aren't going to want to pick it. They do have the response bans in the Kennen, at least for IG, and the Gragas was banned first, at least in the second phase.
Gragas, Kennen, I mean, these are 369 picks, right, through and through, but with the Jax ban as well, it feels like Gwen's set up to be pretty powerful here if IG want to secure it, but Nara is still open and available, and like they will just pick Nara into it. So JDG, depends what they want to do in this situation. They could ban, they're actually going to ban the Nautilus, so denying a pretty strong support pick that obviously has point and click CC great into Zeri. Now we see what IG want to do here. I was talking about the Gwen, but I feel like you don't want to pick Gwen here. If you're going to pick it, it'll be last pick. But even then, I feel like JDG is just going to take Gnar in response to be completely fine. IG thinking of going with the Leona here with no Nautilus. Or me, yeah.
I would like to see maybe some more of that forward engage for IG, though, to some extent.
Bruh?
There's no way. There's no way. We're definitely.
Dude, we'll wait and see.
I mean, it could be. It could be. I'm not. Okay, I take back no way. Because in the LPL, it's never no way. And I, for one, would very much like to see this. But I think that, you know, looking at the way that IG's composition is working out, hey, we were looking for some tools. Maybe they found them.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any notifications. I'm not getting any notifications. So, hey, you never know.
Blind?
Okay,
Garen.
there we go. We got it. All right.
Okay. We had yeah, I didn't want to invest too much time into talking about it because it just seemed so weird. Like, I feel like if you're going to pick the Garen, pick it last, dude. Like, okay, I don't think you pick the Garen, but if you're going to pick it, you pick it last. So,
St. Wild Rift.
Yeah, we know where the issue has come from. Probably going to see that fourth pick change. We're going to have draft remade. I don't know. I feel like it's in a rough spot for JDG. I mean, not JDG, for IG, because in my mind, you know, Nara is open and available. Really powerful pick. We've seen teams heavily prioritizing it. I would probably just take Nara if I was JDG on 4 and leave support counter pick. That is, in my mind, how you give yourself the best odds. I think if they take support, like, for example, let's say you take Leona, then they take Braum Gnar, right? They already have engaged with Lissandra. Gnar is going to do well in pretty much every lane. You can flip it by trying to go for, like, you know, an Aurelia, but I feel like 369 is so competent. And you know Kadavi is going to be able to lean his pressure up if needed. And now suddenly, because you have this Braum Zeri into Jinx Leona, you're never going to really have too much pressure bot, and the team fights will be excellent. So, yeah, that's my thought process. All in all, ultimately, I guess we'll see how JDG can navigate it. I'm just concerned you've left this Zeri open. I don't think they have good answers to it. I don't think they have good solutions to the Zeri problem. And like, if they take Leona, for example, you know, I guarantee Zeri just takes cleanse. And it's like, cool, right? You get on top of Zeri, she cleanses, dashes away, uses that mobility, creates space. And how are you going to answer? Like, the same applies to the charm that can come out from the Ahri. I think that's one of the issues with Zeri is that, like, because she ramps up to so much movement speed, because she has a dash as well, it can be tricky to pin it down. That's why, like, you know, when we first saw her come out, we saw teams take, like, Triss Nautilus, things like Camille Galio into her, like things that can just lock her down and not let her play the game.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, seeing some of those ban adaptations into the second game, I think when you see that pick coming through, or at least you're planning on picking it, you got to be picking the right setups, the right combos for it. And I think especially after that first game, that's where you're feeling pretty confident. This is also where in the past, I know we talk about it all the time, But in the past, this is where we've seen JDG have some positive gaming moments across the board, and you know, having a little bit of flexibility in terms of how they're playing the game, and wanting to stretch the limits a little bit. But again, we've talked about it at least today, that this is the time where we're getting later in the season. That differential from V5 is pretty big, and I personally expect to start seeing these clean performances more and more from JDG if they're really gonna try to push the limit and try to get that first, second spot.
But I have some big news, right? We have now had it confirmed that Arn did pick the wrong champion. We are not seeing Garen, much to everyone's surprise.
Who knew?
Blind Garen won't be a thing today from IG.
Who knew? You know, we have had some crazy adaptations in the top lane, but ain't gonna be Garen. Ain't gonna be Garen. So we'll see as they're gonna be remaking it to that point. It will be remaining the same until that pick of the Garen. So at least we'll have everything remaining to that extent, which means we do have, you know, the Jinx combo there with the Zeri, and as we see, we're back into it. It was actually a Gwyn that they were choosing. So scissors, sword, you just separate the sword and put it on a swivel, and then I guess it's the same thing, right?
This is kind of what I expected, right? Because I was talking about the fact that Kennen is gone, Jax is gone, Gragas is okay as a neutralizer. But JDG just picked Gnar into it, right? And I think we've seen this matchup happen quite a bit recently, where Gnar will really apply that early pressure and scale into being a monster. Gnar's super strong right now, so I think JDG are fine. That being said, something I do like is that IG picked a top laner and leave counter pick, because they were toying with the idea of Leona, they were exploring options. I think if you blinded support as IG, the game is over. I'm gonna be real, that sounds very negative, but I think it puts them in a real big hole. Whereas now, you know, JDG are toying with the idea of taking this for Khan. IG could pick a lane to really pressure out. Like, Jinx does trade well into most champions. They're actually going to go for the Yuumi. So there's two aspects to this, right? One, this is hyper scaling for the side of JDG. But what would you typically pick in the Yuumi lanes? The best answer is Nautilus, because you press R, locks them down, nothing they can do. You get 2 kills for 1. IG going to try and decide what they're going to take. It looks like they want to take an engaged support to try and punish this. We'll see what they have up their sleeve.
Alistar was banned out, and I wonder if we do. Okay, it's just gonna be fine. All right. Well, it is still that engage. It is something to say for Wink, at least in terms of a difference of playstyle compared to Lulu. But I will say that Yuumi, like looking more in depth at it, matches so devastatingly well with this combo that JDG have drafted. Right, you have so much mobility from all the members of JDG, with missing right alongside them. You have Kanavi that's going to be able to be invisible with him missing on top. The engages that'll come through from Yagawa and 369. Like, missing has so many options here, and it's a perfect tie into the rest of the composition for JDG.
And it's a fact that JDG feel confident to bring out this blind Yuumi and not feel like they're going to be punished. I guarantee Hope will have cleanse, right? We'll have exhaust from missing as well, so a lot of the threats will be shut down. And I just feel like if IG don't stomp JDG's bot lane to the ground, this game is going to become exceptionally hard as we go deeper and deeper into it. I feel like, you know, JDG's composition, they have good matchups in top, like a very good matchup top, very good matchup in the mid jungle, and bot lane you scale like crazy against, you know, that's the problem with Leona, is that like cleanse is just such a big counter. Now I'm not saying that there can't be windows to find it. If like a strong Leona is playing in this situation, I could definitely see them find windows, but I'm just concerned that Hope and Missing, being the stronger bot lane, will just not allow themselves to get pressured.
And a couple things for me is like looking at Mole again, seeing what he's going to do to actually get involved on the Ahri this time around. But specifically Shun, again, I said at the beginning of the draft, or beginning of this second game, gotta see the pickup. You gotta see the redemption arc come through for this jungler and find some way against JDG, as game 2 of this best of 3 between JDG and IG kicks off now.
Yep, and no surprise, cleanse for Hope, exhaust for Missing, even heal as well, so no ignite. So playing very defensive summoners, really just wants to mitigate any pressure. And for the side of Kanavi, you know, can kind of play through his strong solo laners. Bot lane may need some support at times, but I think they should be really comfortable in the position they're in. Also, something to note is Mole has gone for the TP with Spellbook. So we either see cleanse with spellbook or TP with spellbook from Ares. Typically, it's like if you take cleanse, you'll have that cleanse more frequently available, because obviously with summoner spellbook you have to rotate summoners, and it means you always have that response to the Lissandra. Whereas if you have TP, you only occasionally have the cleanse. So Mole will want to rotate cleanse for when Yukao hits level 6, but there's no guarantee to have it in every team fight, and that lockdown could be so threatening.
And something else I want to look at here is obviously the early vision game from IG into the JDG pit, but they knew it was coming. They're just going to stack bodies here, make sure everything's nice and hunky-dory for Kanavi. But the biggest thing for me is the same focus, at least in terms of pathing for both these junglers, but that's also where you got to keep an eye out for some of those unique paths that we've seen both these junglers try and take, and that we know is a staple of their jungling, is trying to find the best edge at every little moment.
Yeah, we saw a lot of back and forth in game 1 where Shun was trying to invade, Kanavi was trying to invade first, and Shun got some counter invades in. A lot of back and forth there trying to find the advantages, but it really felt like JDG were the ones in control of these neutral objectives. And now looking for some pressure on a Mole.
Level 2 gank mid. Does just dodge out of it from Mole, so nice little move.
But it's so annoying, because it's like, okay, well, you don't die, but you've just been chunked out, right? It's not like Yugao outplayed you and found some harass. You just lose your health because Kanavi's being annoying. I find those so frustrating, as like if you're playing lanes and that ends up happening. But now Kanavi might have overstepped. You're level down.
Yeah, like it's level 3 up the last chicken. Oof. Shun didn't really want to let that go, and actually trying to force a little bit of play there, but I think Kanavi comes out a little bit happier with that pressure. He'll also make his way first towards mid. We're going to replay a bot lane here. See what happened down there as the engage actually came through. Nice little combo, actually. We're looking topside, though, as the 2v2's brewing. 369, he ain't got Meganar anywhere near it, and Kanavi is in some trouble. He goes over the wall. Shun goes for the kill and first blood for IG, but it's quickly returned and then returned again. It's 2 for 1.
I mean, IG's so happy with that. They win the 2v2 quite convincingly. As you said, no Mega for 369 in mini form, and Zuka just got so much sustained damage in that fight. Shun as well, coming in full HP. And in the bot lane, we see Summoner's Burn, right? I was talking about how, like, one of the problems is, like, Leona cleanse really counters you. The fact that that's down now gives you more of a window. And 369 jumps in and Mega times out, so doesn't get the stun off. And then you see Kanavi is getting focused here. 369 maintaining distance. And they're able to do so much damage here. And yes, they do get the kill on the Shun. It would be devastating if they didn't. But a massive, massive win for IG there.
You'll take that all day long. It's been a little bit of that redemption here, at least early on for Shun. Gotta get the ball rolling, though. And Zika will have a bit of that priority in topside here. We'll get the TP from Mole into mid lane to try to keep up good graces and see where next, I guess, JDG are looking for, right? We got to see that level 2 gank in mid lane, the early proactivity from Kanavi. That's been pretty big in game 2, but it's been responded to nicely. I think that's big for IG.
Absolutely. And I'm hoping, like, this is how they can find an advantage in this game. If they're getting momentum in these side lanes, if they're finding advantages. So more of this would be ideal. It is 30 seconds until that first dragon. We have seen really early dragons recently in the LPL. That's been quite a hallmark, is, you know, 5-6 minute dragons, trying to get that advantage and then be able to swap up the heralds and have plenty of time for it. So it'll be interesting to see if either team goes for it. Right now you can see IG have a decent amount of vision control in the bot side with that scuttle, with that ward, and they're pushing him very aggressively to challenge Kanavi here, catch him on a rotation towards his crow.
This is what we've been talking about, those aggressive paths. Where can you find a chink in the armor? And here we go on to Kanavi. This is not looking good, and another kill to IG. Yagao is all by himself too. Hope missing. They aren't even close. And Yagao with the heals, that's huge. I don't know if the burn's gonna be enough. Doesn't look like enough, and he takes the claw. He is out of there. But Kanavi takes another death.
Really nice pick set up from IG, and with that they should just be able to turn onto the dragon. Unfortunately they don't get Yagao as well. Obviously the Yuumi coming in to save, but still a really positive play. And I love that we're seeing this aggression come out. We highlighted this jungle matchup, and Shun is doing everything he can to establish dominance in this one. And you can see top lane, yeah, you know, I talked about how the Nara is like a perfectly fine matchup into the Gwen. Because of that early fight, 369 is starting to fall behind quite significantly.
And that'll be something we have to keep an eye out, right? I think the big setup for 369, if you find like obviously a big Meganar ulti in the team fight, this can be huge. But you already stated, right? The side lane pressure and the side lane presence is going to be so important for both these two teams. So I want to see how that plays out with neutral objectives, as we do see Kanavi hovering around the Dragon Pit would be the early Ocean Dragon for them. But we also do have Rift Herald up in about 2 minutes, so at least we have the early focus for neutral objectives from JDG.
Yeah, so just the timings of how everything panned out. JDG get that first dragon, which they're going to be absolutely happy with. Obviously, just alleviate some pressure. But, you know, remember, game 1, they stacked up 4 in quick succession. Opportunity for that again, potentially. But still, you know, it's a lead for IG. They're in a good spot. I need to see them continue this. The next objective is Herald that they want to play for. And I feel like it's really important that they sort of set up for that one effectively. Something to note is, as I said, Mole has switched to the cleanse with the spell book. So this is something that you want when you're getting invested into these skirmishes, so you can get away from your Gao. You don't get locked into that ultimate, because obviously the biggest strength of Ari is the mobility. If you get locked in place, can't really use any of that.
And speaking of that mobility, this is what exactly what I wanted to see from Mole in the second game, because he was trying his darndest on the Silas in those games, try to be mobile, try to be efficient. But here on the Ari, it feels like he's got a little bit more tools to dip dive and get in, get out. And even in the early game before that level 6, he has been proactive.
Yeah, just a continuation is important. Now, bot lane is starting to find prio for IG. If they can get the shove in and then swap up towards the Herald, that'd be really nice. Or bare minimum send Wink there and try and make that happen. About 30 seconds away, so still got town now. But you can see Hope and Missing really contesting on the trades against them and trying to harass wherever they can.
I don't think there's much that's going to come of it. I see Kanavi actually hovering towards this mid lane. Not going to be spotted out on anything. Claw in the double CC root. That cleanse coming through. Clutch for Mole. Don't know if it's going to be enough to burn or enough. The Thrall comes through. And JDG respond with their own.
Yeah, really smart from Yagao as well, because he knows Cleanse comes out, obviously, to get him out of his ultimate, but then he ignites after. Cleanse would remove the ignite damage, so the burn comes in. It's enough to take out Mole. Obviously, you burned the Cleanse of Mole, so that's not going to be available for a while due to it being a spellbook summoner, and it allows the pressure for Kanavi to lean up towards his top side, steal away these Krugs. Maybe threaten Zuka if he oversteps a bit more, but nothing really to come for it now.
I like that Shun is able to, you know, aggressively path to try to cut something off here from Kanavi. Do you see that Rift Herald up and available now on the board to see if Shun wants to use that gap of pressure to kind of take this objective and maybe find at least a little bit of resources somewhere on the map for themselves. It does look like he's starting that one up.
And it looks like JDG not really contesting this one. You actually see, well, Kanavi went for a reset and is heading straight over. I mean, IG are rushing this down, so it may just be gone before he even gets there. Pings are coming out. They know this is happening, and they really want to try and stop it. But the rest of the team need to move. And look, bot lane is moving up for IG already. This is a bit poor from JDG.
It is. I think they realize what position they're in. They realize they need to get out of there. They back up. Ah, man. Should have got
Just a bit sloppy, right? You just... You don't check to make sure the objective's going on soon enough. Canary resets and so isn't there. And then when you know it's going down, you even move your bot lane up. Like, Hope and Missing could have crashed bot lane and taken a plate, but because they make the call so late, they also match the roam, and IG just get the Herald for free. So good play from IG, but a little bit wishy-washy from JDG.
It is indeed. Not as clean as we were seeing from game number 1, but that's expected, right? I mean, you expect a little bit of punch back, not just go quietly in the night for IG. So it's little positives that are coming through for the second game here so far. It is also Divine Sunderer completed about 9:52, I believe, for Shun. So nice little power spike there early on, and that'll mean that he can press up and presence around this dragon that's spawning in about 1:15.
Yeah, absolutely. You see level 6 now achieved for both lanes, the bot lane. I feel like Yumi on Zeri, the ult is so threatening, because obviously Zeri can reposition quite well, use that movement speed, continually layer the damage down. So do have to be a little bit wary of that one. Now they are looking for something here.
Lightning crashes. Oh, Ultra Shock Laser goes a little bit wide. The final chapter goes through, but Shun shows up just in time. The Solar Flare, the Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Here comes Kanavi to respond. They don't really find anything is on, getting lower and lower. Ultra Shock Laser goes wide yet again.
I love burn, and I feel like, you know, JDG see a window to trade heavily, but they overcommit so much, right? Not respecting the fact Shun could be there. And they're fortunate to live, not just because obviously you don't want to die in League of Legends, but also with Shun having the Herald, if they had gone down there, would have been a quick Herald into a full tower take. So IG don't manage to get quite as much as they would have hoped, but you can look, Summoners all burn on the bot lane, and Kanavi loses his flash.
And if you looked in the picture-in-picture, there was actually a flash by 369 as well. A couple Summoner spells.
Everyone's flashing.
Everyone's flashing. It's a flash party. JDG making a party around Dragon Pit, though. And Shun just walking straight up. I thought the trigger was going to get pulled there, but it doesn't. Ultra Shock Laser gets a little bit of poke down. Now IG will storm in to represent around this dragon.
Yeah, and Yago's looking here.
A little bit more damage. Over the wall, Yagao goes with the Frozen Tomb onto Mole, but Mole survives, goes right back in. Kanavi's dead.
Great CC coming out to stop Kanavi from the follow-up. If he had connected onto Mole, remember, locked in place with the ultimate for... Oh, and another charm. Mole doing so well here. Won't lead to anything, but he's just connecting with these skill shots so frequently. And as soon as Kanavi goes down, you don't have that same reset power. JDG end up having to give up pressure on the river. Herald will come down mid and take 3 plates. So everything's going fantastic for IG so far.
That's so huge as a turnaround, not only in confidence, but in momentum for IG. As now they also take their first dragon of the game here. Infernal Dragon will be nice. As it has been really, really incredible to see how mobile Mole has been to enable Shun.
And I was concerned about him playing into this Ahri, about the pressure that could come out. Playing into Lissandra, about the pressure that could come out in return. You know, without cleanse, you can be vulnerable. But it's been finding these angles, making it work effectively. And we'll see the replay. So we see Yagao go in for the CC onto Mole. And it's the charm that he gets before he gets ulted. That means Kanavi can't follow up with a burst. So Mole doing what he can to save himself.
That was actually so clutch at the last second there. And we saw Shun, as we said, kind of gapped in game number 1. That's 0-3 now for Kanavi early in this game. That's huge as a difference maker for IG in terms of how they play around the map, because now Shun has that aggression, has that confidence to play. And on the Wukong, it's feeling a lot better.
Yeah, being fed on Wukong makes all the difference now. One thing to mention is the goldie for IG isn't that significant. You know, it's only about 500. It's not super major at this point. There's still a lot to be done if they're going to be in a convincing position for this game. I still have concerns about, the scaling of the Zeri Yuumi. So severe. But it's a good start. Much better than game 1. And that's the important thing for now.
That is always the important thing. The Hextech Gaming over to bot lane. Quick and easy. Lemon squeezy. They're in the bot lane. They're on to Hope and missing. Hope is down and missing. Quickly missing after.
Yeah, beautiful play coming in, using those Hex Gates effectively, giving no chance to respond. And that's the great thing about playing into a Yuumi. If you get that lockdown, it's just buy one, get one free. 2 kills for the effort of 1 quick in succession. You can see the CC instantly came out and missing, so he couldn't reattach to Yagao. And now... I was talking about how it's about a 500 gold lead. They take that tower in the bot lane, and it's just blown it open to about 2,500.
14 and a half minutes in, just after the plates do fall off. We'll get a replay of that last one, and the quick gaming skills, the quick decision making from IG.
And that's the thing. No summoners for JDG's bot lane. If they had them, could have made all the difference. The cleanse, the flash, but they get the lockdown. The fact that they both have the ability to go over the wall, and then they're able to find a play. Now, despite things going well early in the top lane for Zucker, 369's kind of mitigated some of that pressure with the Triforce in pocket. Is doing pretty well so far, getting that tower chunked out. But still, JDG behind, but trying to find some pressure on the top side of the map and look for this second Herald of the game.
Already in the pit, is already starting it up as well, and no real response unless they want to move down. They are actually moving some bodies here, about half health on the Rift Herald as their eye gets popped, and Shun could go for it. Would be a full commit from IG, but I think JDG have a lot of tools to fight with, so given over as another neutral objective to JDG.
Yeah, but IG will respond quickly, and typically the goal of the second Herald is to get mid tier 1, but IG will just take mid tier 1 without even needing the Herald. So nice play there from them to get something in return and keep pushing this gold lead now at 3,000. And this is the sort of momentum that they really needed to get this game going. And with Shun being so strong, it really gives me a lot more faith in how their team fights will play out.
They were actually looking for the skirmishing by going towards top after taking that mid tower, but realized, nothing else is going to come of it. You go back to good graces, go back to farming. The reset comes out from the top side of the map for JDG. Oh, never mind. Stop. As they do want to try to take this outer tower.
Yeah, the next objective to look for is that Dragon would be third of the game. Either team could get the second. I think JDG just give it, if I'm going to be honest. I think you're not in a position to contest. Maybe lean top lane and try and take this top tier 1 in response.
Kanavi with missing. Looking for Mole. Wink is on his way up here, though. The tower getting so low. As 369 is coming in with the Mega Gnar. They could just knock it down with the pressure they have up here. You see Shun is just bolting it up here to the top side. Everfrost comes through the CC chain with the Solar Flare. You get some damage down here, but the dude decided to get out in the end as On was on his way with Shun.
Yeah, you can see 369 was trying to get the Demolish proc just to finish off the tower. Buys time, ultimately, but I think JDG are still going to get that tower, and IG will just start to lean the pressure down towards the Dragon, which is, I'm going to be real, their bigger priority than just a tier 1 going down.
Very true. It's not that much. They will end up just letting it go. 369 missing will pick that up. Give a little bit more pressure towards this top side. Push one more wave for 369. That will need to be responded to by Mole. As the Dragon's coming up in 5 seconds, as you said. It's kind of...
I will note that by them defending, it stops, for example, JDG throwing down the Herald and getting like a tier 2 as well, right? Because obviously Dragon was a while away. So I think it's a decent use of IG's time. And now they'll be able to lean onto this Dragon and pick that one up and start moving towards, hopefully for them, a Hextech Soul.
He has soloed out Dragon. Okay, he's got a little health on arm coming out here, but it's nice map pressure from IG and especially, making the decision.
It's actually quite a big thing that when your jungler's taking Dragon, AD carries will often want to come over and just tap it. Because if you're part of the assistance, then like the legend runes, like Legend Bloodline, Legend Alacrity, you get like a full stack of those if you're part of it. So often you'll see like it's like, oh well, why is On hitting? He doesn't even need to be there. He doesn't need the help, but just hitting it that can give you like that extra stack towards those stats that you get from your runes. So if you're ever wondering why it looks like an AD carry will make that move over unnecessarily, that's why.
Love to hear it. Love the big brainness there. Well, 369 was trying to catch Mole out, but he is an RA. Oh, Yagao's coming over here too. As Wink realizes what's coming, some reinforcements for JDG, and the rest of JDG actually moving up this way as well. You do have Hope clearing out mid lane, but Kanavi has been, at least for the last little bit, attached to missing and roaming the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the powers of the Yuumi, is the fact that like Diego is quite safe at going aggressive because he has his ult to get him out. He has his camo, and by attaching with the Yuumi, you can just ward quite effectively without being punished. Now, so actually TP's in here, but it's spotted out immediately, and JDG are kind of left wondering, what were you trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least they spotted out, realized it, and the sneaky.
Not for a few years, not for like 20 years.
Oh, a few years and 20 years are much different. But anyways,
yeah, couple
20 years, couple decades. No big deal. No big deal.
Give or take. Been a while.
Hey, I can appreciate that. Everybody needs a good game of hide and seek. Zika might need to update his user manual. But anyways, we are looking at tower takes right now. 369 looking at the tier 2 in bottom lane, which is actually huge. But it is IG that get a tier 1 at least, or tier 2 rather, opposite ways around. And I love that you can see the pressure from 369.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to become a menace in the side lane. I mean, no, just so effective now. The fact that, his W does percent HP, and obviously everyone's health got buffed. He is problematic. And that's honestly good for JDG. We saw it was like a 3k gold lead before. It's now about 1,500. JDG are closing the gap. And obviously, the later the game goes, the less relevant, like, the same number of gold is, right? A 3k gold lead at 20 minutes is a lot less impactful than a 3k gold lead at 40 minutes. So JDG really clawing things back, which has me a bit concerned for IG, because they need to continue this momentum, especially as we're past the 20-minute mark. So this next Dragon in a minute 45, undoubtedly both teams will contest. And if JDG stomp it, which, bear in mind, they have so much like forward momentum in fights. If you get a kill, reset, And if they get a very favorable fight, they will instantly transition into a Baron, and IG will probably lose the game from there. So they really have to take this next fight seriously. All that work you've done so far is basically meaningless if you lose the game or you lose this next fight, and it really just puts a spanner in the works.
Yeah, exactly. Meganar ulti is actually down now for 369 as he did get away there. Ultra Spark Laser coming out of the defense, but that's just tier 2 tower down and IG out.
Yeah, IG just grouping up and finding this opportunity. JDG not in a position to respect, and you know, 369 builds build, but it's just a short cooldown. It'll be back up again. It's not really a concern. But IG taking that window, apply some pressure and burn away that objective. Now, I like this ward here outside the pit. Often when you're warding at objectives, putting wards in, I mean, that's not exactly the most creative spot, but putting wards in creative spots you don't expect is a good way of not having them swept out, right? Because typically the standard warding spots are like the optimal place to give you vision of an area, but they're also going to get swept or control warded every single time. So you just kind of want to slip a ward in somewhere where it won't get picked off. But for now, the focus is going to be on this dragon. And IG are very, very late. Bear in mind, it's 20 seconds to go. JDG are pushing mid, and the rest of them are coming out of base. This is good for JDG.
They got got hex gates. That's what they'll use to get behind JDG if they want to. They're trying to push out mid lane, get some of that priority. 369 already in Meganar form. It's really falling off, and now IG are moving in with 4 from the mid lane, with the mole waiting on the side, trying to catch out 369. 369 doesn't know. He misses the charm, though. That's huge. Everfrost comes through. They're focusing on the top laner of JDG. Here comes the rest of JDG. They're just getting duped. They're getting turned around on. The final chapter does nothing, but that's a big, nice combo for JDG. Is now they're trying to get the resets up, but they just can't find it. Their fights are so sporadic. 369 he's about to get Meganar up again. He has the Meganar ulti as well, but he eventually falls, and missing will go down as well. This is just sloppy fighting from JDG, and IG capitalized.
It was so close, you feel like, from 369, but just JDG couldn't connect. They were so scattered. At IG, it kind of feels like they picked them apart. The fact that they were grouped up together made it work. JDG get the dragon, but IG have already started up this Baron. 6 seconds, 5 seconds on Yagao, and he can't TP the minions, but I think it's going to be gone. It's too late. So IG get everything they want. Half of the dragon, but they will take that.
They will absolutely take that. 4,000 gold in the lead down. 369 just walking in there without Meganar just having come off. Does get caught out there, but Kanavi just walks past 3 members of IG saying, "Nah, hey guys, don't worry about me. I'm just gonna walk by."
It's so scattered and split, and Kanavi ults into the stopwatch and then just is unable to join the fight because he didn't get a reset. And 369 is trying to make this happen, trying to go for this huge play against all of them, but eventually just gets shut down. And look at all the low health bars, man. It's so frustrating. I feel like Kanavi really misplayed that fight. But all of JDG completely split. That was winnable. That was winnable if they just played it correctly, I have to say.
Yep, but IG, hey, that's the beauty of it. You capitalize on a moment like that, you make them look silly, and they can take this game. 5,000 gold, just a little bit less, though, in the lead for IG. They have Baron buff for 2 minutes. They can make lasting damage if 369 doesn't kill Zika. He's about to get turned on by all 5 members of IG. And we'll see them all collapse here. TP in. They're under tower, though. You got to be a little bit careful for IG, as now 369 is already down. The rest of the engage from JDG is there, but On has been excited this whole time, and the double souls comp ain't doing anything. Hope is the only one alive from JDG, and he's about to get turned around if he doesn't get out of there.
Yeah, it was actually really unfortunate because Yagao killed 2 people, and Kanavi didn't get to touch them. So Kanavi didn't get a reset, and so he was stuck in the middle like, what do I do, guys? And on charge, just DPSing away on the backline. Hope trying to do his best to poke out, but I think you just have to give up this bot inhibitor. I'm not sure you can defend this. You might just get jumped on. We'll see. Missing his back up again, and maybe you can actually turn around.
A little bit of damage. On has excited now. Doesn't decide to go in on it as he sees missing joined late.
Oh, this is 369
here. He is coming in. They're going to start the backs. They're going to catch this out. No way. 900 gold straight to the pocket there of 369, and they're chasing. They're going. Solar Flare comes through. They know they're there. On just trying to back them away. Wink, you got to save your ADC. Nobody can save Wink, though, and nobody can save their ADC. 369. They throw the football to IG, but then they tackle him and take it right back.
There's the overstay and so much gold handed over. We'll see the replay of that fight from before. And this is the unfortunate moment that really comes out because they commit so heavily onto both 369 and missing. But watch this. Yagao comes in, instantly deletes these two with the ultimate. And then we see Kanavi, no reset. He didn't hit them. He doesn't get the immunity. He doesn't get a second charge of ultimate. It's actually so unfortunate because if Yagao hadn't killed them and they were just healthy enough for Kanavi to ult, that would have been a much better fight. But yeah, sad times for JDG, obviously positive for IG, but then the fact that we get that answer back, both 369 and Hope getting massive shutdowns really keeps them in this game. And the fact that, you know, as much as they lost the Baron, the fact they secured the Dragon means IG is still a long way away from the Soul. Like, Baron is a lot of power now, but, you know, the fact that the Dragon lasts all game, it sets you up for the threat of Soul, and the fact that JDG denied that is really big.
Biggest difference maker right now is the gold gap between Shun and Kanavi, but I think you're looking at some of those scaling factors for both sides, actually. And obviously 3.5 items for On is pretty good for a Jinx. We've seen so many times in the LPL how many carry moments we've seen for Jinxes, but you've got to look at the JDG roster and especially the champions they picked and look at some of the potentials. But again, if we get plays like we saw in, you know, the IG blue side, then IG can easily continue to close out this game. But JDG have actually woken up a little bit here.
Yeah, and it's now 50 seconds till this next Dragon. The goal lead is relatively small considering the point of the game we're at. And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG kind of be missed. Ooh, Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets one. He needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following. But Mole is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage from Kanavi. Here comes Yagao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game. That was huge.
And IG, they risked leaving Zeri open. Zeri with Yumi as well. The 3-item spike, the burst potential. That laser just shut down so many of IG's hopes in this game. And now JDG can make some big damage onto the base and pick up that third Dragon of the game.
Oh my goodness, I'm just getting reminiscing memories from Series 1 where we saw literally one game, like one fight turn it all around, and JDG, they hoped damage in that fight. Like, I hope we get to see Hope's damage in that one because that is actually crazy, but it starts off like this.
Let's explain the issues with this fight. So firstly, they're committing onto these very hard to kill members, both of them with mobility, both of them very tanky, and then they follow up here into this choke, and Hope decides this is his time to shine. A bunch of them are over the wall, unable to help, so they actually all commit. Aren't even flashes in, but this is a terrible spot. Not only is it a choke, an easy spot for the laser, 800 damage on the two members. The Yumi on top means you're hard to challenge, and yeah, IG did not need to commit to the fight, and that flub puts them in an uncomfortable spot, and you can tell they're uncomfortable because they're looking to do a Baron as soon as it spawns.
I mean,
on vision, by the way, Scuttlecrab sees them.
Yeah, you're getting TPs coming. Kanavi is here. He can look for a steal, but the Baron's already gone. They could try to go for a fight afterwards, though. You got the engage coming through from Yagao. He tries to go in. He goes goal. He actually gets the Frozen Tomb off there as the damage on the backline, though. That's huge for IG. Hope is still firing away. Hope flashes forward, but Hope gets scissored down. And IG find it right back. And now they're TPing in.
Yeah, this might be enough just to end the game. I mean, IG make the Baron call. I felt like it looked desperate, but it works. And then JDG contests them. Hope in melee range of the Gwen. 30-second death timers. This should be it. IG. This game was a back and forth. I tell you that much, Mazel. But they should just close it out here.
You like American football? Because that's what we're watching right now. It's just throws back and forth, and then the ending culmination is IG capitalizing on the overextension of JDG and just outright ending the game. On is excited, and so am I. We're going to 3, baby, and IG fight back.
IG, it was not clean, but they managed to find the windows. I feel like, you know, you're disheartened after you got bodied in that fight by Hope, and then you managed to find the Baron angle. I was like, this looks desperate, but the DPS was there, and the turn was available too. The Gwen was suddenly stepping up huge at the end. And, you know, we said game 1, there was one fight and it was over. Game 2 kind of feels like there's just this big fight, boom, done.
I will say, we called out Shun in game 1 for getting bodied. Kanavi got absolutely bodied that game. Like, his presence, yes, there were some moments that were kind of interesting, but in every fight, it was always defensive heartbreakers. He wasn't able to find the resets. He got massively, 3-4 deaths early on in the game, and I think this jungle matchup has been so crucial. He got the early advantage. Yes, Shun died, giving over a big advantage. That's kind of how 369 were able to pilot themselves back into it. But this jungle matchup has been absolute cornerstone for this series.
100%. I mean, I feel like whoever gets the edge there gives them the pace in the game, gives them that advantage. But the team fights as well have been pretty instrumental. And IG, the fact that they managed to fight back, I feel like if I got one shot by that Zeri, I would be ready to call it. So the fact that they hold on, the fact that they managed to sort of maintain form, reassess, find the angle, make the decisive Baron call. And again, it's been a wild ride. And just when JDG see the sun, instantly they plunge back into darkness. And Share Hope did a ton of damage, but there's a lot of things that didn't work this game. Kanavi, very underwhelming match. Yagao, the counter matchup didn't. There was a couple of moments, but for the most part didn't show up. And you saw the potential of what Hope and Missing can do, but it just feels like it wasn't enough. And I heavily favored JDG's draft coming out, but Shun made this work for the team.
Yeah, it's all about execution at the end of the day, and JDG just weren't able to do it. But it's tried and true fashion. We're going to 3 when JDG are involved. And see as we look at the rest of the stats for this second game of the series. It's heavily preference towards Shun as he got rolling early and definitely snowballed. But I think On able to cement the win in those last little fights. The damage, the DPS that was coming out from the Jinx. Not something to kind of look away from.
100%. I mean, they had the opportunity, the angles to find it right at the end to solidify everything together. And that's all it takes when you have, like I said, there's a lot of momentum on the side of JDG with things like the Viego and the Lysandra. If you get the resets, it's going to push you forwards. But ultimately, they didn't get the resets, and Jinx works in a similar way. You get excited, you start to go ham.
Yeah, that I was going to say, like, I wanted to get a name for the combo by the end of the series or by the end of the game. I don't know if it deserves it at that point. I want to see it actually perform before we give it a name. But we will be right back. We're going to take a little break, and then right afterwards, we have the culmination of this series, the third game. We'll be back.
They don't, and even Cryan having to go towards a much more defensive build, not going towards the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, in fact going towards the Zonya's, so his power spike not going to be as potent. And TP comes in here from Zoom though. A Scout, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one here. Cryan should be able to check that brush, and they should, what? Oh my god, no, oh my god, they think he got out. They think he got out with teleport or something. No way. That's absurd.
Now they're going to be looking to contest on this trade. But Ala try to keep up pressure with the Gnar bar stacking up. But Care has the Gnar opening up his own.
Yep, both Gnar ultimates should be available. They do jump here onto Gnar himself, but they are going to start to take him down before he gets into Mega. There's a good hostile takeover, but it was while the Moonlight Vigil was coming out, so LWX picks up the first kill as Care gets himself a second. They're jumping onto I1 to make it a third. Lights in no man's land, and you cannot trade it back for Summit, and that's 4 kills for none. And that's going to be FBX, yes, losing the Dragon, but they'll gain so much more.
In this series, I was going to say, Knight actually gets locked down. The Encore flushed away from, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows to do it with the permacross. Ignite down, autos through. LNG move up as a 3-man unit, but Ming is here. He's running into 3 people. Now falls, Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacier Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall, and Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-stiffed as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Spencer again, baby!
That is the problem. They need to find a solution for you. You see Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. Do you think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available. The Dredge Line doesn't connect, and now the 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually. That was pixel perfect. And now the backline able, finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the drag, and all of a sudden, Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come, come.
紫卡选手的话是比较激进的一个选手吧，他队友也愿意帮他。和他对线的话，我觉得首先我要注意好对线细节，然后还要考虑好他的打野和他的中单。我觉得我们现在队伍的话输了一把也是比较可惜的，就希望我们后面都有机会赢下来吧。保持状态的话，就是我们都很努力训练。
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and we're into our final game of the day as IG had pushed JDG to a very familiar place into Game 3 of a best-of-3 series. It is none other than, if I believe I heard it right, Shun, who will take MVP for Game 1.
As it should be. I mean, had a really good game throughout. A big reason why they had the early success. Huge kill participation. And this is why we highlight this matchup. You know, both junglers trying to find an edge. Game 1, it was Kanavi. Game 2, Shun found it, and it made all the difference in this one, giving that early pressure. And, you know, I was concerned about IG's composition. I was concerned JDG had the stronger mid-jungle, right? I was concerned about the bot lane being able to free scale. But moments like this, using the roaming potential, using the hex gates, in fact, here to shut down the bot lane. And then, let's be real, JDG definitely flubbed some of these team fights, but IG didn't. And that's the pivotal thing, is that they managed to just remain confident, hold their ground, and work as a unit. It felt like they would see a threat, and they would look to target a threat, whereas JDG was so split.
Yeah, they were. I think there was the one fight, obviously, where JDG really stood a chance of coming back into the game, where Mole overextends, but for the most part, you got to see Mole very, very involved in the early advantages that Shun was able to find. I think that is where you look for to be repeated, I guess, in this next game, because you need something to hold on to, and if you're going to hold on to anything, it would be those early successes we saw in Game 2 for IG.
For sure, for sure. And I think, you know, as much as like I praised JDG's draft in that one, I do feel like that draft Game 1 made a lot of sense. I think looking at how we go into the next pick ban will make a lot of difference, right? A lot of the times we see, you know, Game 1, one team wins, the other team has a lot of learnings. Game 2, it's like refined. And then Game 3, that's one where you really want to cement it in a position. What have you picked up from this game? Clearly, the Zeri wasn't enough of an issue. I was concerned that IG leaving it open without what felt like a true response, but they managed to navigate it for the most part. There was a scary moment. We all remember the one where he just one-shot 2 people with that Ultra Shock laser, but yeah.
I'm wondering if we do get the Zeri, the power picks through, the Wukong yet again coming through, and we are going to go to picks and bans now, so I guess we'll find out very, very quickly. And again, spotlight on Shun, on Kanavi, who gets those early advantages, who finds anything early on to kind of snowball the team composition. We are seeing some of that draft adaptation. JDG take away the Zeri and the Wukong. They're back to what's normal on the red side. They're forced to go back to what we see pretty much every day. And we do get the Poppy and the Gangplank ban by IG now on the blue side.
And the Renata banned away, so thinning that support tool. We obviously saw that in Game 1. The Felios Renata very powerful for JDG. Won't be possible here. You know, JDG, do they ban away Shun's Nidalee here? Because that's something they've kept banned throughout the series. Would be a little bit, I don't know about risky. Like, we saw what he did to V5, right? There's definitely potential for him to bring it out. I think maybe just play it safe, but instead, actually go for Zuka's Jax here instead. Will IG take the Nidalee? That's the question, right? But probably not first pick, I wouldn't have thought, but could see it come out later on in the draft. We'll have to wait and see.
Is that where, you know, Kanavi has an answer? Is he just baiting this one out, knowing that Shun will go for it after they banned it twice in a row, and letting it open in Game 3 when the pivotal win is on the line? But they'll hover it just for a moment.
Yeah, they're making it clear.
They'll make it clear. We know it's open, but Aphelios the first pick.
Yeah, and Aphelios really strong at the moment. Also does well into Kalista. The early levels can be a bit tenuous, but if you get momentum in the matchup, you know, Kalista takes too long to stack up her Rens, and if she gets up close to you, will just shred her in the later stage of the game. But JDG happy to commit to that one, confident in their early power. We'll see if Kanavi just wants to secure a jungler here. Diego has been his pick for the entire series so far, and looks like that might not change.
Confidently take first in his jungle pool in terms of games played, as he will be picking that up again. So This time with the Callista a little bit more in terms of their early aggression. They're looking to slam down if they can, and especially those resets. See if they try to pull out the Lissandra again and go with a double soul comp. I don't know if that's gonna exactly work out for them again, as it did not work out last time around. They do lock in the Nidalee, so we get the Shun special here in game number 3.
Yeah, so with the Nidalee, you want to have some AD solo laners ideally. Setup in lanes is really important as well. If you have point and click CC, it makes it so much easier. You just lock someone in place, and then Nidalee is able to connect with that spear and deal a boatload of damage is ultimately the game plan.
This is the combo.
It looks like this is the old school combo.
This is what they go with, at least what we used to see Nidalee, not just Shun. It was always the Renekton Nidalee because you get the stun from the Renekton to set up the max range spear, and then you easily execute.
Yeah, and very easy to set up dives as well in the side lane. So I kind of feel for 369, he's going to be put in an uncomfortable spot, assuming this is the top lane Renekton, but it can still be flexed to mid. Will be up against the Taliyah, though. I like this pick from JDG. Obviously, a lot of dashes between that combo, and the Unraveled Earth can really shut it down. You know, if Nidalee lands a spear and wants to jump in, she risks being stunned and burst out.
We're into second phase now, though. We do see the Braum banned by JDG, so taking away something of a engager and a setup for the team. The set banned by IG, so trying to play some mind games with JDG in terms of the direction they want to go.
Yeah, so bit of an interesting one, but I feel like JDG, they're probably going to go for maybe like an Amumu or a Nautilus coming out of this rotation. Would it make a lot of sense in terms of like a support pickup? They're banning away the Braum because obviously as much as it didn't really work earlier today, still the sort of expected pick, right? If you overcommitted to Braum Aphelios, you will get shredded. And the Gwen ban coming out from 369. Now, we'll see what else comes through. Nara is still obviously open and available. 369, despite the fact they lost, still had some pretty strong performances in that game. And that's the thing, is that we could see JDG take Nara here and then counter pick support. But I feel like with Nautilus open, they probably just lean into that. I would just take Nautilus here.
They do immediately hover it, but yeah, could just be the nice little simple lock-in for JDG to ensure the aggressive nature of the bot lane and hope it missing. Gonna have something to play for with the Callista as well. It is the lock-in, and now it is on IG to pick the rest of their pieces here. Where are they gonna play this Renekton? Are we gonna see the flexibility towards the mole in the mid lane? Will it just go to the top side? We still have to think also about where Wink wants to get involved with this one. We got to see some more success from him when he's on the engager than he did on the Lulu in game number 1 as well.
Yeah, I want to see setup in the bot lane just to give more options. Alistar pretty good in Callista because you have that point and click CC, so you can't really outplay it, you can't dodge it. It just connects, and good at dealing with Nautilus in melee range. And now we find out if the Renekton is going to be a flex, if it's going to be put mid or if it's going to be put top. I think it's hard to say. I would expect it probably to go top lane. I feel like making plays onto the Taliyah isn't the best thing to do, right? If you're trying to dash forward, she's going to throw out an E, going to shut that down. And they go for the Sandra, so if it's not already clear, like all 3 lanes have CC. You go to any lane as Shun, you're going to be able to have lockdown. They're going to be able to set up your spears. You're going to be able to connect. That is an absolute truth for IG's composition. And this means this is a good, setup for Shun to snowball this game, get the momentum going, get ahead in this one. Whereas JDG, they do end up locking in this on, are just leaning a bit more into scaling, and also something that can be a bit of a brick wall in the top lane, right? Yeah. Obviously, still very much diveable, but if you mess up, if you manage to get a knock up, if it's only a 2v1 dive, not a 3v1, there is out potential, and he will scale up to be a monster later on.
And I think the biggest thing for me here is JDG, again, are in a position where, at least with the draft, they're saying, we see your skirmishing, we see your setup for the Nidalee, we see that you need to get the ball rolling because, Nidalee is not the most influential later on when a spear doesn't really do too much. So you're looking at, where does IG get ahead early on? We saw them find success with that in the last game and in a lot of their series here, but it's very tough because you have so much of that late game setup with a bit of a bridge for JDG in this one.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think the fact that they picked these 2 solo laners, the great responses to what IG has picked up. You obviously have a lane bot that you can play through. IG, it goes without saying, they need to hit the ground running, right? Renekton needs to be strong to be relevant. Nidalee needs to be strong to be relevant. Lissandra needs to be strong to be relevant. Aphelios can be like the late game insurance, but even then, I just don't think he's enough to match up to what JDG has. You need to be ahead. You need a gold lead. And if you start fumbling it, like we saw in game 2, I feel like you have less opportunity to come back into the game, right? We've seen, that game against V5, Shun was monster fed, and they lost one fight, and that was it. He was just useless. Like that is literally how it can go. You give enough gold to the enemy team, you get shut down, suddenly the enemy team has control. And she also thrives on skirmishes, small number of skirmishes, not team fights. You want to be finding one person, two people isolated, land a spear, blow them up, try and take down the next. If you end up going into the 5v5, especially when behind, it won't be pretty.
Yeah, and with the setup JDG have, they definitely want to be grouping up later on into the game. So we'll see how the dueling fates work out here as the last game of the first day of Week 7 in the LPL kicks off now. IG versus JDG. Again, a lot of the series has already been on the shoulders of Shun and Kanavi, both with very bright performances and very dim performances, at least in this series so far. We'll see what the culmination ends up being, which is getting me so excited because we get the Shun special, but also Kanavi feeling comfort on the Viego.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Kanavi paths, because he, by all means, wants to avoid this Nidalee as much as possible. He has the bot lane, which is going to easily have Prior, right? No, Alistair, very bad level 1. And Aphelios, not the best either, because he doesn't have any ability. And it looks like they might actually go for a potential invade here. So they have actually an exceptional level 1, right? Nautilus, Calista, and Talia, all very powerful. And this is a great way to set the enemy.
Oh,
behind,
baby.
they're ready.
That's 5 members of IG down here. They wanted early blood. They get the early flash. So not necessarily going to be exactly what they want. They also got the cleanse out of Yagao, though.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing is that, yes, you burn those summoners, but the biggest advantage you had was the element of surprise. You lose that, and you actually have to burn the TP from Zuka. Zuka also burning his flash, as did Mole. So, okay, 369 now is going to hit level 2 way before Zuka and can even zone him away. Bear in mind, Renekton is not good level 1 and started his W. So, like, this is, like, horrible for Renekton, by all means. And 369 should be very comfortable. Yes, there's no cleanse in mid, but there's no flash, so a lot less threat from Lissandra. IG stopped the steal off the camp, but I think they suffer a fair bit for it.
They got to find a way back in as that level 1 aggression for JDG's bot lane ringing true here is exactly what you would expect from the Calista Nautilus lane. 369 going with a little bit of late early. Those aren't words that work together, Mizel.
Pick one, Mizel. You gotta pick one.
Gotta pick one. But it is the early warning, at least for 369, to try and help spot out the vision game, which we have seen been pretty crucial in terms of Kanavi and Shun navigating each other.
Yeah, and we'll see if Kanavi... I don't think you really want to go invading at this point. Obviously, very hard to pin down the Nidalee. You would have support of your laners initially, but... I mean, the main thing is that, like, Nidalee, we've seen Shun just go for those aggressive invades and be such a pain. Tracking the Nidalee and stopping that from happening to you is really important. So now, Shun is going to be able to pick up the Skull Crab. And should they have vision, though, they know he's there. You can even see Yagao move over to prevent anything from happening. He does not want his jungler getting invaded. They see Shun again on his Grump, so Yagao can reset, and Kanavi knows this first clear will go pretty much unchecked. He won't get challenged or anything. He'll just be able to do it. He hasn't actually gone down to the bot side scuttle yet, so hasn't picked that one up, and there's a chance that Shun is able to make it there before him, but either way, Kanavi gets out kind of scot-free of his first clear.
Yeah, he's just trying to full clear through as quickly as possible. Then look, as Zuka has this pretty big push in top side, he'll be able to bounce out a little bit, try to get some warding, maybe a little bit more, at least knowledge for IG in terms of where Kanavi is. As they do spot him out doing his Krugs, they'll realize the full clear has been completed.
Yeah, and he'll just go for a reset, path towards bot side. You see actually pings coming out from IG, so it might be a race to this bottom scuttle, and I think Shun will win this race, so that'll be gone by the time Kanavi gets down there, but should just be able to have his camps respawn and start on them again, and should be business as usual.
So I guess with this Nidalee pick, and especially with the Renekton up top lane, I do expect when you see this combo, it to be playing around each other. I feel like it's a little bit more difficult for IG to do that. But speaking of, we got a little bit of bush play going on as Kanavi finds the Cougar in the bush. Shun getting collapsed on here by the rest of JDG. Here comes Wink and On. X flash over the wall. Dredge line goes. Flashed out of by Shun.
Oh, and now a re-engage.
They got Mole on the side, and we're getting a little bit of deja vu potentially here. Is missing, goes down first. It's immediately responded, and here comes the resets. Big lockdown, though, as Kanavi trying to get out. He does, but he dies immediately after. It is absolute chaos. But what thrives in the end is an almost full health Hope.
So 2 for 2 in the end. We'll have to see if Wing can make it out here. Yagao is fishing for him, just has to cue the wolves, and he will find him. Okay, so suddenly no longer as even as it was before, as Wink will go down here in the end.
He's a big cow, but he'll eventually fall. Somebody will get him. Somebody will get him. One more, and there you go, Yagao. You got gifted.
Yeah, so messy, but JDG edging out slightly in favor. Obviously, the reset coming in for Kanavi, so clutch. He was so close to going down when he got that heal. And
they're just going straight bot lane.
Yeah, more fighting.
Hope went in with the aggression. On in some trouble. The glacial augment was huge there, but missing taking the tower shot. So did Kanavi, and that early tower damage is no joke. Hope goes in. On never expected a thing.
That's the thing. You're tracking those summoners in that previous fight. You know who ended up being in theirs. On unable to mitigate that play. And we'll get her an extensive replay. So missing goes in for this to flash away. They know they have Mole roaming down. But look at Kanavi here. This is really the difference maker, because he ends up getting this reset only just, well, he gets this one quite comfortably, but then he goes for the again for the trade on a Shun and only just gets the second reset. Things could have been far worse for JDG if he wasn't able to get that channel there. And now, you know, this is expectation. You pick an Italy, you're gonna get constant fighting non-stop.
I am here for it. We gotta get a little blood pumping in the last game of the day. Shun will take this opportunity to take the dragon out from underneath JDG, though. They'll be at least on the board in terms of neutral objectives for IG, which I think is huge in terms of, you know, some of those early advantages we said. As much as you can stack up before it gets a little bit too late.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm going to say the fact that JDG up in gold so far, not a good omen. You know, you talked before about the combo, the Renekton Nidalee. Like, the Renekton Nidalee gives a good lane to play through, but mid is also good to play through. Bot is also workable with the CC there. The problem is that, like, the main issue is if you don't get the Renekton ahead, he's just going to get stonewalled by the Ornn. 369 is just going to vibe, and Zuko will eventually become redundant.
And that's exactly why I wanted to bring up this conversation, because it's so difficult for IG to kind of choose to leave Zuka up here on the top lane by himself, because that means that you're not going to have a core piece that, you know, you drafted this competition for. And that's where I wonder if initially they were going to try to have Mole on the Renekton, because now it just feels like it's a counterplay to them. It's not working in terms of, like, being sympathetic to their win condition.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as the Slayer was locked in, it kind of put all Renekton mid ideas out the window. So maybe that was the plan before then, and this is kind of where they are now. But we do see a play coming up towards the Herald on the top side. Set up some control in the area, getting the scuttle. They won't actually start it up yet. Shun looking to clear the Gromp, get some health and mana back from that.
They're moving up bot lane here for Rift.
Yeah, JDGs have their bot moving already very quickly. And missing just hit level 6. So we don't have level 6 yet on Wing, but I'm going to reveal the Nautilus ult so impactful in these fights, especially when you have a Viego. I don't think IG can approach this, but, you know, you can see them coming, and I can understand it. If you let the enemy team get first Herald here, you might just be a bit doomed.
And the poke damage is also just not doing IG any favors. The spear's not connecting for Shun. It'll be Rift Herald in response to the early dragon from IG, but now catch out on Mole. Mole, you gotta get out of there. He's in some CC heaven here at this point. But nice Moonlight Vigil back at Gao, caught out as well. He's burning, he's ticking, he's gonna go down, and you get a little bit of the thrall damage that's gonna come through in the reset now. You got a double kill for Shun. 3 kills quickly given over to IG.
And JDG, there just wasn't a reason to go for that. Such a messy play to attempt. You already had the Herald, and yet they still opt in. And IG swift to punish, don't get me wrong, but you know, replay comes out, they're focusing on a mole. I don't need to tell you this, Mazel, not the best target. You know, obviously self-ults himself, makes it very difficult to follow up. And then the extended fight, Yagao is dead, and they just don't have any gas in the tank. You know, I said how important that Normal Assault was. You use it on literally the worst target.
Yeah, that's not going to do you any favors that time around. But as you said, the quick follow-up and execution that Shun was able to do with the rest of IG, that's actually huge. And you got the Night Harvester ready to go now. You got to see that tempo continue, though, for IG.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw it being like roughly even. IG now have a lead. It is JDG with the Herald, but that's the thing. Shun can go anywhere. You have the lockdown in all 3 lanes.
Yep.
All you need is just someone to connect the CC. If you land a spear at this point, it will hurt. That early Night Harvester, the base damage of it is pretty excessive if you're able to get it, you know, at level 7 Shun is. So a lot of potential to make plays, and I think JDG have to be very wary when trying to contest.
I like that Wink and Honor are willing to go up here, try to fight for some of this vision game, try to spot out where Kanavi's going. Shun moving up here with the rest of them. They will be spotted out on a ward, though, as they did see that Kanavi himself was up here, too. They're bringing Mole as well. They really want to make some gameplay options available to themselves bot lane here. It is 3v4, though, and nothing else going to come of it.
Yep, JDG doing a good job to respond and just block that play from happening. 50 seconds until that dragon, which IG can sort of lean towards and try and secure that one. Playing for Soul, absolutely a great win con if you are going to get outscaled later in the game. And you know it won't be Cloud, you know it won't be Ocean. I think both of those dragons, both those souls would be pretty trash for IG in terms of like securing a win. Really, you know, Mountain, Hextech, and Infernal could be massive factors.
Yagao's might fall for the bait here, and he does, but the minions nicely timed. Shun can't do anything. That's one of the downsides of the setup for the Nidalee.
I feel like, you know...
Oh, they don't know? Do they not? They didn't know they were in the bush. Kanavi blasts over the wall. Honest in some trouble. He's on the wrong side of dodge, and he goes down. JDG, you're trying to pick something up here. It's chaos again, but Hope hopping around. Double knockup for Wink, and Shun goes back in, gets his 4th kill of the game. A spear connects, and another one. 2 kills, IG.
And Shun's looking for more. Might actually just chase over this wall.
Vision.
Kanavi's on vision, yeah, and he's so low.
Oh, man, that's so close. Shun taking the Gromp as well. One more spear could do it. Kanavi is invisible, though. And, he was meaning to hit Kanavi. Almost ended up taking him out on the other side. But it is a quick back from Hope that didn't shake in the spear confidence.
And they're still opting into these fights, you know. I feel like they could just play it slow, but they're trying to make things happen, trying to get that shutdown on the Nidalee. And as soon as the Nidalee lands, I mean, look what happens to Kanavi's health bar here, by the way. They realize they're being cordoned, you know, a bit of damage, and then boom, just gets absolutely nuked, and does manage to create some distance away. Arn does obviously go down, but then look at Shun when he looks to burst out missing in a little bit of time. He just sort of walks up to him, W, EQ, and cat form, gone. And then it's like, okay, jump forward, spear on your Gao, gone. And it's like, And now he's secured Dragon. They're trying to go for a dive here. This looks very messy.
This is Rift Herald has been spawned. It is a 5v3 at this point. If you had 2 members of IG still bottom lane, not going to get much of it. Just a couple plays there with the Rift Herald charge. But they're pushing into the jungle of IG now.
Yeah, and I mean, they just got a full tower for Arn on the bot side. First tower for him. And remember, that's the late game insurance for IG. If you get gold on Nidalee, fantastic, but it's not going to carry this game in the end of it. Whereas getting gold on Arn, super valuable. JDG bring 5 members up, only to not find the tower, and it is an Infernal Soul, Mazel. I don't think it could get better for IG. That extra burst damage on the Nidalee keeps her relevant longer. It just allows you to execute targets so easily in fights.
And how perfect is it that Shun has been getting all of the kills at this point, right? Like, he's getting some Dark Seal stacks. Yes, he did get shut down, but I think the the early advantage that we were looking for, that we really wanted to see for IG. And for Shun, after that game one, has really come to light at this point. And it begs the question of like JDG having some very questionable fights at this point. But obviously it is still JDG. They still are at the top of the table. You got to give them a little bit of respect.
It begs the question, V5 left Nidalee open and quickly learned their mistake. And despite the scoreline being the same, I don't think JDG are on the caliber of V5. I feel like JDG should have learned from that lesson. I feel like JDG should have gone, oh, well, maybe if V5 thought Nidalee was a problem, we shouldn't leave it open. And we're getting textbook example of why. I just don't understand why teams forget. This is what happens when you let it open. And shit, there's definitely still potential for JDG to come back from this, don't get me wrong. But it just feels like such a headache, right? Why put yourself through this?
We do see the tower gone in the top side, and Zika is going on 369. But this is the noodle fight we'll see time and time again for the rest of the game, more than likely, unless we get other influences from other teammates. It is Rift Herald started up from IG, though. No real response coming out from JDG at this point. It'll be more objectives going IG's way, and they are really starting to stack them up.
Yeah, I mean, this Herald can easily take down that mid-tier one, the one that is still standing, and allow IG to push further into the enemy jungle, deny camps, keep Snowballed and Steadily, who is 30 CS up in the jungle, super fed so far. It looks like they might just slam that down quickly, but they have Dragon in 2.5 minutes, so they could save it until then and look to use it to get pressure. If they start to get towards that, if they get that third Dragon, start to get towards that fourth, it gets very scary. Looks like they want to play now and watch. Solo laners from IG had Prio on the sides. They're rotating over. It's a 5-man play. JDG can't do squat.
Nope, and that's a outer tower taken down now. The rest of the pressure is still coming in. They're going to get another charge here unless Yagao can do something. The seismic shove is not going to be there. Re-engage, though, coming in from missing. Mole, again, they go at a Mole. He's the target they want you to engage on. Missing is out of there, though, as the back end of JDG's fight is okay in terms of stabilizing.
Just don't engage on the Lissandra. You know, Mole still has flash and stopwatch available, and yet they're trying to commit to this horrific target. And I mean, you can argue, okay, maybe he was fishing for someone else and he just took what he got. But man, JDG are just looking off kilter, and IG, they get the tier 1 mid, they get the second charge as well. They can start playing a setup for this Dragon in a minute 30, and if they get the third, that puts a momentous amount of pressure onto JDG. See Shun heading over just to clear his topside camps. That's the thing with the Nidalee, when you snowball, and she's already a fast clearer, but when you get ahead, like that extra damage that you have, the extra AP just means you clear so much faster as well.
Shun's using it very, very well, as we'll see him continue to go through the paces of farming out these jungle camps. A minute until that dragon spawns that you were talking about. Kanavi on his way down here. If he steps over that trap, obviously, we'll be clearing that one out with the scanner. But it's JDG just try to get a position around this dragon pit, realizing they don't want to let the pressure decision go over to IG if they get the soul point. And 369 on his way, needs to be here. The Ornn ultimate not available just yet. Oh, Yagao takes a bite.
Yeah, that hits. You got to be careful about the spears. And look at the bot lane. Zuka has pushed the wave in. You can see Yagao's actually heading over to answer, maybe? I don't know. But regardless, they have control of the river. They're in prime position. And Sean, if you just keep landing spears like that, you're going to be in a good spot. Yagao actually uses Summoner Spellbook heal just for some sustain there.
Wink was going for the engage. Kanavi is invisible, though. Shun can't find it either. So that was a nice little move from IG, but they're getting corralled a little bit here. See if IG can move back into the pit area as Dragon is spawning right now. Moonlight Vigil also goes wide. JDG are just single-handedly picking out some tools from IG, but here come the tools. Shun caught out a bit. Here comes the Ornn Horn for 369. Yagao using the split on, can't get in the fight. Can JDG use this moment? It's the double knockups coming through. JDG are actually looking to take it here. And IG, they're scared. Zika goes for it. He ain't scared no more, but he's all by himself. And JDG, you could feel them sapping the confidence out of IG mid-fight.
This is the problem. The Nidalee tries to go in, tries to get up close, and it's just CC locked down and focused. And now JDG, they get the dragon. Deny the soul stacking and get the objective bounty. Much needed at that point. We'll see the replay come out, and this is a problem. So Zuka's caught initially, and bear in mind, everyone's pretty healthy on the side of JDG. The poke hasn't worked, and then Shun jumps on a Kanavi and half healths him, but loses so much. Like, is able to flash away, but Shun is now out the fight. Can only throw spears in. And as you said, he already burned his ult to try and pick Yagao. He does basically nothing in this fight.
Yeah, and the re-engage there. It was so interesting watching the little moments leading up to that, watching abilities just be used by IG. That's one tool down. That's 2 tools down. That's 3 tools down. And JDG are like, let's go. Let's get this fight going. And they find a way to get back right into the driver's seat of the game.
And it's much needed. It's so needed at this point. I feel like if JDG lost that fight, the pressure would just be so humongous. So they bought time. They're not out of the clear yet, right? They're at least still strong. There's still a goal lead in favor of IG, but they bought themselves extra time.
At least time is on their side in terms of those scaling aspects that we were talking about in draft, coming out of draft, coming into the game. And it was obviously a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Shun, on the shoulders of IG to get everything rolling. 5-1 is a nice rolling start, but then you start seeing fights like that. You start seeing where that strength is beginning to bubble to the surface for JDG.
And I find the problem is, like, On might get bounce housed by all the CC. Shun is going to struggle to ever go into melee range. And, like, yeah, that looks like good poke, right? You know, it's decent damage, but this is Hope with a shield bow, so he's going to heal up on the wave. He's even got red buff to help him sustain as well. The poke doesn't stick, and then what else do you have, you know? They're actually looking for Zuka on the bot side.
There's the double ultis used, and Zika in some trouble, but the combo's already been really used from Yagao, so not much damage to follow it up, but you do have a tanky Orin. He gets the knock up, and there you go. Yagao gets the kill.
And what can IG do in response? They're not going to go onto the Baron, and it feels like JDG know this, so they send a little scout in. They see enough members of IG to know they're not doing the Baron, and that is just a free kill. 0-2-0 Renekton. And bear in mind, Orn has already upgraded his Mythic and will stop upgrading the other Mythics on his team. I feel like IG, the clock is ticking and is ticking fast.
It is ticking fast. You got to expect it's going to go immediately to Hope to get him that reinforcement in this game. We want to see the Kalista, at least if you're on the side of JDG, be able to navigate these fights a little bit easier. And very much so. We've started to see that come alive for JDG, but you look at On, right? You look at the completion of the Bloodthirster here, a little bit of sustain in that avenue. You also have some more sustain trying to come through for the rest of the members of IG, right? The Zanyas coming through for Shun, but also in the works for Mole. So they're trying to play this kind of sustainability game, but again, you got to kind of keep that tempo up as well, as we've said.
Yeah, I feel like a problem here is the fact, yeah, ornament's been passed out. One of the issues as well is that On has gone Bloodthirster second, which, you know, we have to see when you want the Athalios to be a bit more, you know, able to withstand damage, able to sustain. How are you ever going to kill this Orn, by the way? Yeah, look at 369's health bar. Look at his items. Look how tanky this guy is. Right. Zuka isn't the best at cutting through tanks like that. Mole certainly isn't. Shun could, like, give him 30 minutes. Well, maybe not really, but, you know, he has burst. He doesn't have the potential. The only person really capable is On, and he is gonna probably go LDR third. I feel like you need like 4 items before you cut him through 369, and it feels like JDG know that. Do you see 369's health bar? He just got hit by a spear. Didn't tickle him. He's got no MR. He's got no MR, and it didn't tickle him.
And that's what we were talking about when it's so scary looking at the Nidalee, why there's such a big timer, because you know this pick will not do the same it does in the first 20 minutes as it does in the last 20 minutes. And it gets a lot more difficult to navigate, and that's where you look at the rest of the team to take the bridge that you've built in the early game of the Nidalee and take it forward. But in this kind of moment, it's difficult to see how they're going to pilot that bridge.
Yeah, I mean, the real rough thing is this Renekton, man. Maybe this Renekton should have been a Kale or something. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what, like, mind games from JDG or something. It just doesn't feel like it fits the style that IG wanted to go with by sticking it all the way in the top lane.
Yeah. Now, being set up for Dragon, if IG don't get this, Soul is out the window. By the time they could have Soul, game is over for them. They've been outscaled too hard. So they have to contest this. They're grouping up. It's only a 1,500 gold lead. Look at this beefcake that is 369. He's ready to rumble.
Zika did just finish the Black Cleaver, see if any of that armor penetration can help. Oh, he's caught out though. He needs to get out of there immediately. A nice little pickup there, but it's the CC that comes through from Mole. They're focusing on this fight, but JDG have now turned it back around. The Fate's call to 3 members. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They couldn't get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG. He's still coming for Shun. He's the only one left from IG, but it's the complete turnaround, and now the lead in favor of JDG.
They have the goal lead again. They got the dragon. They got the fight. And I mean, what could IG do? 369 soaked so much damage on the front line. And then Kanavi got the resets and it was game over from there. Shun is going to try and make something happen. But other than one shot on someone with a spear, I don't think he gets near this Baron.
But that's still on the table here. There's a lot of low members. Just don't go in there, Shun. You will die immediately. He can't get in. TP's coming in a little bit late. Spears are not connecting. And he gets engaged on. Alt delete right there on the screen because it is over for Shun.
Feels more like an Alt F4 at this point, honestly. Mazel. Destiny is not on the side of IG. JDG, you can see, so zone them out initially from the play. Maul obviously buys a lot of time, but look how much damage 369 is soaking. He's just charging forwards. Missing buys a lot of space for the knockup. And even after all this fight, 369, the solo frontliner here, he's still alive. And then Kanavi gets a reset, gets the Renekton as well. Like, you couldn't pick a better champion to possess in that scenario. Then gets to the Sandra, another fantastic one. And it's just to clean up. And now, 2.5k gold lead. But with the compositions like this, it feels so much more severe.
What a swing. And it's exactly the, inner beast that we expect for JDG. That's why we've been alluding to, their comp. They were okay with this draft. They left the Nidalee open for Shun because they're like, we're going to draft something that brings late, and we're going to draft to where you can't kill us later in the game. And they are finding that transition here after that 25-minute mark and able to find fights consecutively.
And now they're looking to use that pressure. Remember, as much as I said the goal lead was, moderately large, but it felt more significant because the comps, they have the opportunity to get these towers down, pick up more gold, and apply some more pressure. IG grouping up as 5 to defend, but the cannon minion is still doing damage, and this just means Yagao can push in top lane and probably take that tier 2.
And he's also got Weavers well available if they do, want to get him back into the fight. Oh, Kanavi. He almost catches Shun on the back there. Tier 2 tower does fall in mid lane, though. JDG pushing up. Oh, and I believe a little bit of creation there as we want to see how JDG pilot this next moment. They have all the tools available, right? They have a lot of that engaged potential for them on the table, and they're just playing with fire a little bit.
Yeah, they are fishing for opportunities, but JDG doing a good job of playing it slow. And again, it's hard to engage on things like the Talia with that Unraveled Earth. Spear comes down and will be enough to take out the cannon with the help from the claw, but not exactly in the best spot. And ornament completed for Kanavi. That's 4 out of 5. It's only missing who doesn't have the upgrade. So yeah, it's about 5,000 gold lead, just shy. But that is all those ornaments adding so much more value.
So that's what I was going to say. He started the creation earlier, but he didn't finish it. Oh my God, speaking of finishing, Mole is finished. He's out. He's out of this fight one. And Faith's call is used. They go on to him, and Wink is going to die too. They're frying up a burger tonight. And that's also 369 on the flank here. Hope blasted over the wall. Where have we seen this before? Big AoE combo for the Moonlight Vigil, but he gets decimated afterwards. And JDG, just like a storm, an avalanche, or any natural disaster, they come to town and they destroy everything. IG is down and out. JDG, even though they're pushed to the brink, they will finish off this series and they will improve to 10-1.
Feels like the JDG special once again, where they end up taking the 3 games. It looks messy, but in the end, they close out the series. And since V5 were upset earlier, last week, at the end of last week on Sunday, this means that JDG with this win will lock in first place for the time being.
Feels good to be back in first place. They had it. But then V5 had continued their streak, taking over. But this is a big win for JDG. And as we said, coming into this, right, the storylines, the trajectories, very different for both these two organizations, both these two teams. And this is a big pickup win for JDG as they do gear up for that battle that's coming over the horizon with V5 and making sure to try and cross their T's, dot their I's as we're getting to the end of the season and make sure that they can claim one of those top 1 or 2 spots.
Yeah, because that's the thing. As much as they're in first now, Top Esports and V5 are way better game difference. Well, I mean, particularly V5. So, as long as V5 or Top Esports keep winning, they will be able to maintain a spot ahead of them as we go deeper and deeper in the split. And JDG, they don't have an easy schedule ahead. They will have to face V5 and RNG. They will have to face V5 and RNG next week. Does put a lot more pressure on them. So yes, first place for now, but I think there's big caveats there. And there's a lot of play in the series that, let's just say, it wasn't optimal, Mazel, especially considering they're against the 16th place team.
I think that's the most difficult thing is you did see game 2. It's not like it didn't happen. And even moments of game number 3 against IG. And that's where I do want to take a moment to talk about IG a little bit in terms of that conversation I was alluding to earlier, and the fact that this is Mole coming in here, second series, trying to figure out what the synergy is like with Shun. We got to see a lot of the good moments, but also where that communication is lacking, where that team synergy is kind of lacking to some extent, as well as some of the drafting coming through for IG felt a little bit off, felt a little bit different. But that's where the development and the progress, it's still in a work in progress, that is, for IG. It's still trying to find, what works in a season, and it's been a long season for IG and not the most successful, but you can still see why they're trying to work through what they are working through.
I think if IG, they're good at finding those early leads, but it just feels like in the mid game and the late game, they can be so messy at times. And a lot of that comps that they end up going for, heavily index into early advantages. So yeah, and they got a 4.5k gold lead. It didn't end up being significant enough. And we saw JDG able to bounce back. 369, not only doing, not the most damage in his team, but a significant amount of damage relative to everyone else, but tanking what it felt like the entire of IG for a couple of minutes. So solid from JDG to bring this one back, but still question marks regarding them. I think it remains to be seen. Despite how high they are in the standings, I still don't think their play really puts them in that first in terms of strength. But IG once again don't manage to find the win, and with them going to 1-9 in score, it has to feel like the chances of playoffs are really out the window. It's still just focused on trying to find those wins, trying to develop, trying to work on what you can do. And I mean, at least they had a good early start in this game, and in the series overall, they did manage to challenge.
They did. I think that's the most interesting thing is that battle between Shun and Kanavi. It was still exactly what I expected it to be. I mean, a little bit more. Okay, I take that back. Because a little bit more one-sided than I expected it to be. Because when you look at the last matchup between these two guys, it was very much, bloody knuckle brawl, back and forth, constantly in the early game, constantly in the mid game, constantly in the late game. But in the first couple games of this series, I think we saw it was very, very one-sided, right? We had a lot of deaths from Shun in game number 1, a lot of deaths from Kanavi in game number 2, and that's what kind of dictated those two games. But then we got to see some of that, back and forth nature in game number 3.
Yeah, some of the volatility that we sometimes get. And yeah, it just makes me so tentative. I feel like it's so hard to say JDG this convincing team when there's all this volatility. Yes, they beat Top Esports in week 1, but it just feels like since then I've been hesitant, on where to place them. And I feel like this series hasn't really solidified that anymore. But we will get tests for them. They will be tested. We'll obviously expect to see them in playoffs at this point. With a scoreline of 10-1, we're pretty confident that they will at least make it into playoffs. And we will see from there how things pan out. And if, maybe this is just some regular season. As they said, they're just trialing stuff. But it still leaves something to be desired. And I think the crazy thing, something to mention as well, by the way. So they're in first place. Their win percentage in game score is 70%. V5 have 83 and Top Esports have 73, right? So these teams have a lower series score because they've played one less, but it's the fact that JDG, their game difference is really rough. They've really got to 3 games a lot. So if anyone ties with them, they probably will just beat them out.
Which is crazy to think about, right? When obviously a couple weeks left, little bit more than that, right? In the rest of the season, I think there's still a lot potentially to be tied up, but I would expect a little bit of that separation. But it's that secondary thought in your mind when you're getting geared up for the playoffs, like, oh, these cool little storylines that could happen. And we've talked a little bit more about, with the matches upcoming, right? If they do take down V5, that'll be absolutely huge. But things can all work out in terms of like a lot of very tough competition ahead of them. I mean, BLG maybe not so much. You had the RNG game that you pointed out, Weibo as well, who just took down V5. If you didn't know, too bad.
I gotta be real. Like, okay, so the final 5 games of JDG are BLG definitely winnable. I think they will win that. Then V5, RNG, Weibo, AL. I could see them winning. Losing against V5, RNG, Weibo, and AL. I could see them really strongly in those 2 weeks. That being said, Weibo could lose to it. I feel like Weibo are very inconsistent in the form they have in the day. They beat V5, but then they've also lost like to a Ranger team so far. AL remains to be seen. They will be having a rough last end of the split as well. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, I think JDG's scoreline, their series scoreline, is going to get marred a little bit as we get further in the split. And as I said, this hasn't brimmed me with confidence.
I will say, just as a little caveat for on the other side for IG, I do have the easier version of the schedule compared to JDG to finish off the season. I would say, right, like going into WE and next Ultra Prime, then Rare Atom. RNG gets peppered in there afterwards, but you kind of throw that one out there because that was going to be a little bit difficult. But then you got OMG and LGD. So, yes, it looks dire, especially with this very tough first half or first little bit more half of the split. But I think IG can look forward with potentially having some fun games and at least coming up with a little bit more win differentials. Now, we did have our MVP just announced, and it is JDG's Hope coming up big in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, pretty spectacular performance from the Callisto. Felt like in those fights, really a struggle to get on top of him, and he's just able to clean up kill after kill after kill. Hope had ultimately, the Zeri game maybe a bit of a flub at the end, but for the most part, a pretty solid day.
Pretty solid indeed. There was a lot of back and forth fighting, though, and this turn fight by JDG was really the momentum swing they needed.
Absolutely. That's the thing it feels like within Italy. Is like you lose one fight, and then it just feels like it's gone over from there. But in reality, it's when you opt into the 5v5 team fights, then Italy just can't do nearly as much. Yeah. And especially hoping this Callisto kiting so effectively, had that early lead, and it comes to these team fights here and just able to pick apart the side of IG.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do. Look at that. These 369 is just literally tanking up everything that IG is throwing at them. And it's just
what a unit.
solid unit walking at IG, eventually just ending the game right after this with a snowball from JDG, very much reminiscent of the domineering games we've seen from them in past.
For sure. So, I think we've talked extensive amounts about our thoughts, our feelings, how we're going with this one. How are you feeling, Rizal, actually?
I am a little sad because I really wanted 6 games, but you big brain predicted that we would get 5 games, and you were right. Yeah. As we have to talk about it, because today was a day of games. It was the kickoff of week number 7. Can't believe we're already here. 7 in the LPL. And as we look at today's results, it is 2-0 victory from anyone's legend. 0-9 now for Team WE. In our second series of the night, though, we did go the distance. JDG pushed to the brink, but 2-1 victory over Invictus Gaming.
How good does it look to see AL 7-3, by the way?
Right?
How nice does that scoreline look, man?
So, really quick, I am so mind blown because when I came into the LPL as a caster, right?
Look at them.
V5 Rogue Warriors, they were at the bottom. They were at the very bottom. And AL, V5, top 4? What? I am here for it.
Bro, V5, they have rookie, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is AL, who are 13th in spring. They don't change, and look at them go, man. Look at AL. 4th place, baby. 4th place clean, not tied 4th, in 4th. Oh, and 7-3 is such a nice score. And I feel like 6-3, it's like, you're like, you've won obviously more. You've won twice as many as you lost, but 7-3, ooh.
Feels good. You're over that 500.
It looks nice. I'm vibing for them. I'm vibing for AL, man. They are really the the thing that brings me happiness,
Yeah.
that brings me joy.
And we saw them do, different styles today and come out on top in both of them. I think it was really cool to see. So see how long that win streak continues. But we got to look at tomorrow's games, as we'll have a continuation of week number 7. We're going to have 2 more best of 3s back to back. We'll have TT versus OMG, and then LNG versus Ultra Prime. A lot of the middle of the pack teams going about tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like really important ones because, Ultra Prime and TT, we talked about how IG and WE are probably not going to be able to make it to playoffs. Every team here could make it into playoffs.
Yeah.
Currently, only LNG and OMG are in the top 10, but that they cannot hold on. OMG and LNG actually have an exact 50% win rate in both series and games. So dead even. And obviously, the other two are hoping to gain ground on them. I feel like tomorrow is so important because at the end of the day, right, take Top Esports for an example in spring. They ended up coming in 5th in the regular season. They didn't have the best start to the split, and then they just fought their way through the gauntlet and made it to finals.
Yeah.
Once you're in playoffs, anything can happen within reason, but like you can climb your way up through. It is obviously going to be more difficult, more grueling, but it is possible. But making it to playoffs, that is the first step. Getting into that top 10. And, we've seen teams before. I think if anyone caught Summer last year, first round, it was LNG and WE, and they both steamrolled their sides of the bracket.
It was so fun.
It was great. But that's the thing. Like, you have to make it into that top 10. So I think tomorrow's going to be a fantastic day where they battle because a win, not only are you giving yourself that extra point towards getting up the ladder, you're denying one from someone who is vying for those spots in playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, every day is a fantastic day in the best region of League of Legends in the world, the LPL. It'll be back tomorrow. That is it from us tonight. It's been a pleasure, Ox, to be alongside you to call these games. Huge shout out to production for making everything run, making us look all pretty, and to the audience for tuning in, for having a little bit of fun with us tonight. It's been an absolute honor. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and on Summoner's Rift. See you